Chapter 1 Chapter 0001 Rebirth 2010 01, 22, 24, 25, 29, 33 Blue ball 15. 50 times. The boss of the lottery station did not lift his head to finish the ticket, casually said, "I wish you win the lottery." Li Rui took out his Nokia phone and realized that there is no convenient cell phone payment at this time, only cash. He turned out a $100 bill and handed it over, thinking, "I will win the lottery." Today is October 3, 2010. The lottery jackpot is 291,680,631 renminbi. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few hours he will be able to empty the jackpot and become a billionaire. Walking out of the lottery station, the song "Moonlight in a Lotus Pond" floated all over the street. "I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, just to wait with you for that bright white moonlight." Li Rui was in a trance for a moment, reconfirming that it was 2010, before he let out a breath. He was reborn a few hours ago. 1 second he was in the office in 2025 studying stock trends, the next second he was back in 2010. Back to a day that meant a lot to him. Tonight, at 6 o'clock, it was the Class 05 reunion of the College of Arts and Letters at Haizhu University. If everything remains the same, in another half hour Li Rui will meet his ex-girlfriend Sun Shuhan at the reunion. In his previous life, he brought a large bouquet of roses, full of joy to get back together. Never thought that Sun Shuhan has climbed up to the rich second generation of Qi gang, and humiliated him in public. Later, someone secretly told Li Rui, as early as before the breakup, Sun Shuhan and Qi gang have hooked up, till Li Rui had planted a green prairie. By this blow, Li Rui did not slow down for a long time. This also led to him in the later days, every day thinking about making money to get rich, but unfortunately has always been the life of the leak, until before crossing is still just a financial enthusiast. Now living again, Li Rui will never let the humiliating scene repeat itself. Buy lottery tickets is just the first step. The next he wants to hoard houses, speculate on Bitcoin, engage in collection, do investment, but also can always buy the national soccer team to lose. He has too many ways to make a lot of money. He wants to be the richest man. He wants to make up for all the regrets of the previous life. Today is October 3rd, the day after tomorrow is October 5th. There will be people doubling 50 bets wildly won 258 million huge prize. Li Rui, who saw this news in his previous life, thought how nice it would be if the winner was himself, and also studied the numbers of the previous and subsequent periods in passing, keeping them firmly in his mind. The thoughtlessness of that time came in handy now, as he was going to empty the jackpot one period ahead of time. With this bonus, he can carry out the next step of the money-making program very comfortably. Li Rui looked into the distance with a surging heart. The city, Make Life Better Expo poster stands between the skyscrapers. My life will definitely become better. At 6 o'clock sharp, Li Rui rode an electric bicycle to the Haitian hotel. Li Rui just parked the electric car. The deafening sound of the engine roared. A red open-top Porsche stopped in front of him. It is Qi gang. He opened a second-hand car dealership. Often driving a car dealership acquired second-hand luxury cars all over the street. Porsche passenger car has a face that once made Li Rui's soul haunting. It is Sun Shuhan. Even if Sun Shuhan has a great prejudice, Li Rui also have to admit that this woman is very beautiful. Long a man cannot refuse the pure face. The previous life is blinded by her appearance. Li Rui will be teased to death. In 2010, the word green tea whore is not yet popular, or Sun Shuhan is definitely the most qualified spokesman. Sun Shuhan looked at Li Rui, smilingly said, "Li Rui, long time no see ah. Seeing each other is not as good as missing." Li Rui said lightly. All the experiences of the past life, enough to let him face anyone as light as water. Sun Shuhan stared wide-eyed, never dreamed of hearing this kind of answer. Playing from the university when Li Rui pursued her, never as gentle and considerate 100 obedience, treat her as a little princess, holding in the palm of the hand for fear of falling in the mouth for fear of melting, there has never been such a lukewarm attitude? Especially after the breakup, Li Rui almost every day to send her text messages begging to get back together. I thought that after meeting Li Rui will be excited to cry out. The youth in front of me is as calm as water, cannot see any emotional fluctuations. You Sun Shuhan doubt that you are not recognizing the wrong person. At this time, Qi gang probed, "Yo, this is not Shuhan's ex-boyfriend?" Sun Shuhan hurriedly said, "You do not misunderstand, I and he is just a very ordinary classmate relationship." Li Rui smiled at Qi gang, "The car is good." She just froze. "You know cars?" "This is a Porsche Boxster convertible." Li Rui nodded, "I know, the cheapest Porsche sports car." Qi gang's face sank. "Oh, put you crazy. You are riding an electric car also dare to look down on Porsche? Or second-hand?" Li Rui added a knife, "You quite like second-hand goods." Shi Gang and Sun Shuhan's face changed. Li Rui this knife into their pain. Shi Gang's face is ugly to the extreme. Boy, what are you farting? Sun Shuhan also angry. Li Rui, you say clearly, who is second-hand goods? Li Rui said thoughtfully, Sun Shuhan, let me ask you a question. Would you like to laugh in the back seat of my electric car, or cry in Shi Gang's Porsche car? This question originated from this year's hottest variety show Very Do Not Disturb, because of a female guest in Red Across the River, triggering countless topics. Li Rui used this question to ask Sun Shuhan, in order to ridicule her dislike of poverty and love of wealth. With Sun Shuhan's character, how could she choose an electric car? She must have chosen a Porsche. But soon, Sun Shuhan will regret her choice. Sun Shuhan coldly snorted, Li Rui, you ask this kind of question is interesting? Li Rui said, I just want to hear what you really think inside. Sun Shuhan skimmed, of course I prefer Porsche. Li Rui nodded, thank you for your honesty. After saying that, he turned around and left in a very elegant manner. Looking at his departing figure, Shi Gang coldly grunted, poor boy is also quite able to pretend. Sun Shuhan said, ignore him. She just frowned, wait just he said I like second-hand goods you tell me, you, and he in the end there is no that what? Chapter 2 Chapter 0002 Class Reunion. Hearing Shi Gang's question so bluntly, Sun Shuhan froze, covered her face with both hands, and squeezed 2 tears from the corners of her eyes. Oh you actually don't believe me, when I was with you, I was clean and innocent. She just a little panicked, hastily consoled, wife do not cry, I believe you, of course I believe you. Sun Shuhan is still crying pear blossom with rain, you would rather believe Li Rui, are not willing to believe me? She just busy, all blame that Li Rui, provoke our feelings, I must give him a good look later. Sun Shuhan still has no intention of stopping. Shi Gang helplessly said, wife, it's all my fault. You do not fancy Chanel bag, tomorrow I will take you to buy, as an indemnity to you. Sun Shuhan immediately broke into a smile and hugged Shi Gang, saying, hubby, you are the best. Room 777 of the Haitian Hotel was crowded and bustling. There are more than 30 graduates of the 05th grade of the College of Arts and Letters of Haijiu University who stayed to work in the local area, and this time, more than 20 people came and sat at a large table full of people. Everyone is talking about the world. Why don't they all play Happy Net these days? I don't even have a place to steal food. Who plays Kaisen now? I've switched to Weibo. You should sign up too, we'll keep each other in the loop. Have you watched the World Cup this year? Spain's dominance is too strong. I think they will win the next World Cup. I've heard that the Apple 4 will be available soon, and I want to save up to buy one. Hey, you, this HTC cell phone looks good too. When you go to school, the status of your classmates is similar, but when you graduate to the society, you will show the gap. She just such a rich second generation obviously became the center of the figure, many people are around him and Sun Shuhan flattering. There are also students who find it strange that Sun Shuhan is not Li Rui's girlfriend, why is she with Shi Gang? What's going on between you and Sun Shuhan? Li Rui was glancing at the time when someone poked him under the table. Li Rui turned his head and saw that it was Yao Sixuan from the next class. Yao Sixuan. The two classes usually have a big class together, and Li Rui naturally recognizes this school beauty who is even prettier than Sun Shuhan, but she is not too familiar with her. Li Rui said lightly, we broke up a long time ago. Ah? Yao Sixuan covered the cherry mouth, full of surprise. She and Sun Shuhan is a completely different type. Sun Shuhan is a typical green tea woman, the surface is pure and lovely, secretly thinking a lot. Yao Sixuan is lively and cheerful sunshine type, keep a head of valiant short hair, small round face beauty is very exquisite. She dumped you? Yao Sixuan asked in a low voice. Li Rui shook his head and said, I dumped her. Yao Sixuan face full of disbelief, you lie. So beautiful girlfriend, you want to get rid of? Li Rui said, even more beautiful girlfriend, if there is no love, there is no need to keep it, right? It's a shame Yao Sixuan sighed. Li Rui looked at her. Yao Sixuan said with emotion, when you were in school you were so good to Sun Shuhan, everyone envied her. At that time everyone privately said that you are the first infatuation seat of High University. Before graduation, we even made a bet that you and Sun Shuhan would definitely get together in the end. Even you guys broke up, how can I still believe in love? Li Rui smiled and didn't say anything. Yao Sixuan asked, why did you break up, is it because of Shi Gang? Yes, because I have no money, Shi Gang has money. Li Rui honestly said. Yao Sixuan said, how can she be like this? People have their own will, forget it, do not mention her. Li Rui shrugged his shoulders. Yao Sichuan said, I don't know what Qi Gang sees in her, you are so good to her, she can dump you, and in the future to meet the richer, she can also dump Qi Gang. I seem to have seen the green oil on Qi Gang's head. Li Rui lets out a laugh. Opposite Qi Gang has long been aimed at Li Rui, see Li Rui and Yao Sixian whispering very close look angry, see the situation cannot help but ask, Li Rui, what are you laughing at? Li Rui said, what do you care? Qi Gang sneered, I know, you are cynical that I snatched Shuhan away from you. The surroundings quieted down. Qi Gang took Sun Shuhan's hand and said, taking advantage of today's good day for a class reunion, I officially announce that I am with Sun Shuhan. The whole room was in an uproar, and many people subconsciously looked at Li Rui. Qi Gang, everyone doesn't need to look at Li Rui, Shuhan broke up with him a long time ago. In fact, I can be with Shuhan, but also thanks to Li Rui. Li Rui very plainly said, there is no need to be too polite, there are some things that I should do, as long as you don't mind. Qi Gang's face was dark, I am to thank you for your lack of progress, if not you can't even afford to buy Shuhan's favorite birthday gift, how would she be disillusioned with you? She wants too much, I really can't give it. Li Rui spread his hands. Ha 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 ha. She just laughed his head off, everyone knows Shuhan's birthday, Li Rui sent her what? A third-rate brand bag, TSK, I don't know how you can take it? My monthly salary is 3,007, that bag cost me 3,005. I don't feel bad. Li Rui said. Qi Gang shook his head, you don't think it's bad? That's right, you're an electric bike rider, 3,005 bags are really good for you. But I think Shuhan is worthy of better, worthy of Gucci, worthy of Prada, worthy of Louis Vuitton. You and 3,005 bags, not worthy of Shuhan. Li Rui laughed, what exactly are you trying to say? Qi Gang proudly took out his Porsche car keys and slapped them on the table, and then rolled up his sleeves to reveal his golden Rolex, and finally lit up his cell phone. I have a Porsche, a gold Rolex watch, an Apple IV, I can take Shuhan on an overseas trip, what do you have? I don't have it for now, but I will have it later. Li Rui said. You? Qi Gang shook his head, what are you based on? Based on your 3,007 salary. There are Snickers around. I can work hard to earn money. Li Rui said. Qi Gang, wake up, you are not a child anymore. You have graduated for more than a year, and you only get a salary of 3,007, even if you work hard, you can't afford a Porsche Rolex in this life. Sun Shuhan interrupted Qi Gang's words, Li Rui, in fact, I am not for the money, I just think that you are too unmotivated, let me lack of security maybe from the beginning we are a mistake. Li Rui shrugged his shoulders, since you have said so, I have nothing to refute, I am not destined to be in the same world as you. Sun Shuhan, I sincerely wish that you can live a life of glory and prosperity with Qi Gang. Words to this point, Qi Gang's Sun Shuhan also feel nothing interesting, fiercely blared at Li Rui a few eyes after digressing from the topic. Many students went over to congratulate the two together, but also openly drink up. Compared to this, Li Rui's side is much cooler. Li Rui did not care, he looked at the time, turned on the plasma TV on the wall, tuned to CTV1, the time was just right. Everyone laughed. Li Rui is watching the lottery draw, want to get rich, want to go crazy. Is this what he said about trying to make money? Just 20-something years old and you're getting rich by dreaming? How pathetic. Even Yao Sixian came over and said, Li Rui, don't take it to heart. Hush. Li Rui waved his hand, still holding a lottery ticket in his fingertips. You really bought a lottery ticket? How can you win the lottery? Yao Sixian surprised. Li Rui shook the lottery ticket, you see for yourself. Yao Sixian scanned the ticket and then looked at the numbers on the TV, 22, 33, 01, 29, 25. 5 numbers have been hit. Snap. The 6th red ball fell, number 24, another hit. Only one more blue ball to go, and the jackpot is in hand. Chapter 3, Chapter 0003, the Mega Jackpot. It's time for the last number. From 01 to 16, the special number for this period will appear among the 16 blue balls. Yao Sixian was incredibly nervous, her eyes swaying with the shaking blue balls. As the shaker slowed down, a blue ball rolled down. Number 15. Number 15. Yao Sixian clenched her pink fists and shouted in her heart. The blue ball slid down, and Yao Sixian held her breath. 15. Yao Sichuan almost screamed out, grabbing Li Rui's arm in a death grip, her body shaking with excitement. Bingo! Bingo! Li Rui, you won the first prize. You won $5 million. She whispered, but realized that the winner himself didn't have any too intense emotions. Li Rui had prepared himself psychologically, so he didn't act as exaggerated as Yao Xixian. It's only more than $200 million, it's just the first step in the plan to become the richest man, why be so excited? Seeing that Yao Xixian was more excited than himself, Li Rui couldn't help but tease her and said softly, "You're looking at it wrong, what I won wasn't $5 million. Ah?" Yao Xixian froze. You didn't win? Did you read the wrong number? How can it be? It's clearly those numbers, I've matched them one by one. Yao Xixian incredibly, how not 5 million? I clearly see very clearly 01, 22, 24, 25, 29, 33 blue ball 15, you obviously won the first prize. Li Rui put the lottery ticket in front of her eyes, you take a closer look. Yao Xixian carefully looked at some, suddenly opened his mouth wide, breathing sharply up, you actually cast 50 times. 50 times. Yao Xixian couldn't believe her eyes. Doubling the 50 bets would mean that Li Rui's winning prize was indeed not $5 million, but $250 million. Li Rui put the lottery ticket away and prepared to leave. Sun Shuhan, however, came over and hypocritically said, Li Rui, did you win the lottery? Li Rui smiled and said, so what if I won, so what if I didn't? Sun Shuhan sighed, I did not expect my departure will hurt you so deeply, I advise you not to daydream, and work hard to earn more money in the future. By the way, remember not to find me such a beautiful girlfriend you cannot afford to raise. Li Rui said, who said I can't afford it? Sun Shuhan frowned, I'm serious with you, can you put away your poor vanity? What kind of you? I'm still not clear? Li Rui said, I want to find a girlfriend again, certainly find more beautiful than you. For example, Yao School Flower. Poof, Sun Shuhan almost laughed out loud. The students watching from the sidelines are even more full of ridicule. Oh, Li Rui is really stimulated, this kind of words can be said. Yao Xixian is what? She is the school flower, how many rich second generation cannot pursue it? Sun Shuhan can't even look at him, let alone Yao Xixian. Do you think Yao Xixian will dislike him on the spot? Li Rui turned to Yao Xixuan and said, schoolgirl Yao, would you like to go on a date with me? Yao Xixian had not yet awakened from the excitement of Li Rui's winning the lottery, and froze for a moment at his words before she realized what he meant, which was to use herself to anger Sun Shuhan. Real-life painting, Yao Xixian's conceptual drawing. If it was before, Yao Xixian would not have agreed, this is taking herself for something. But once she thought that Li Rui is now a billionaire worth $250 million, she hesitated. In fact, Li Rui is not ugly to look at, his character is also good, once on Sun Shuhan's love also let Yao Xixian think that the character is reliable, the most critical thing is that Li Rui is now rich. Yao Xixuan didn't think she was a mercenary person, but she had to admit that the temptation of $250 million was too great, making her feel that it was okay to be used by Li Rui. So she sweetly said, good. Everyone was stunned. How could it be? How could Yao Xixian look at Li Rui? Had Yao Xixian gone crazy? In the next second, Sun Shuhan was even more devastated. She saw Yao Xixian Shuchu walking to Li Rui, took the initiative to take up Li Rui's arm and said, let's go. Li Rui swept a glance at Sun Shuhan and the crowd and said, I'm sorry, Xixian and I have to go on a date, I can't accompany you all to continue to play. I hope you all have a good time tonight, see you all later. Saying that, he took out $200 from his pocket as a party fee for himself and Yao Xixian and walked straight out the door. Watching him leave the figure, the students you look at me, I look at you, are wondering Li Rui this has gone what peach blossom luck first is the class flower Sun Shuhan, and then is the school flower Yao Xixian, could he have what everyone did not see the superiority? Sun Shuhan is even more angry to go crazy, obviously she dumped the man, but hitched to the woman she cannot afford to climb, which makes her how to stand. Li Rui, what is his right? He only earns $3,007 a month, Yao Xixian see him which point? The more Sun Shuhan thought about it, the more wrong, furious, chased out. Yao Xixian holding Li Rui out of the hotel, gently struggled a little, pulled his arm out of Li Rui's arm, red-faced, almost got it. Li Rui smiled, thank you Yao Xixian bowed her head and said, a hand up, you're welcome. Li Rui thought for a moment and said, do you want me to send you home? Yao Xixuan said offhandedly. Then she thought in her heart, am I agreeing too quickly, will Li Rui think I'm a gold-digging woman? Of course, Li Rui didn't think much about it. Yao Xixian is a gold worshipper, he does not care, gold worshipping is a normal phenomenon, as long as the gentleman loves money, Li Rui will not look down on anyone. I rode an electric bicycle, you should not mind, right? Li Rui asked. Yao Xixin laughed. Don't be caught by the traffic police on the line. But you should be buying a car soon, right? I'm thinking of buying a helicopter in one step, Li Rui said. Li Rui said. Yao Xixin snorted laugh, then you still have to buy a parking space. The two talked and laughed as they walked to the electric car, and a shout came from behind them. Li Rui. Li Rui turned around and looked. The furious Sun Shuhan ran straight over, her face as blue as if she had been slapped. Chapter 4 Chapter 0004 Bitch a Bitch. Mr. Sun, is there something wrong? Li Rui calmly asked. Sun Shuhan coldly said, Li Rui, what's going on between you and Yao Xixin? Li Rui strangely asked back, what's going on? When exactly did you guys hook up? Sun Shuhan said angrily, we just broke up a few days. You with her together? Li Rui is speechless. Obviously you betrayed me to be with Qi Gang. Actually you can plant the evidence on my head. Why didn't you know that you have such a thick skin before? Yao Xixin is also upset. Sun student, this is a bit strange for you to say. I remember that you and Li Rui have already broken up for a while, right? And who he is dating now seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Sun Shuhan sneered. Yao Xixin, I don't know what you mean. You have to pick up a man I don't want? Do you know that he only earns 3,007 a month? With him, you guys can't afford to buy a house in Haizhou for the rest of your lives? Who says he can't afford it? Li Rui can pick any house in Haizhou now. Yao Xixuan said. Ha ha ha. What kind of international joke are you playing with him? On the basis of 3007? Sun Shuhan's stomach hurts from laughing. Li Rui just won the jackpot, he can afford any house. Yao Xixuan was infuriated and said offhandedly. Li Rui won the grand prize? Sun Shuhan froze, is it true? Li Rui didn't care about her, sat on the electric car and patted the back seat. Yao Xixuan hurriedly jumped on too. Sun Shuhan is still shocked. Really, Li Rui, you won the lottery? How much did you win? Is it the first prize? Li Rui had already started the electric car. Sun Shuhan shouted, Li Rui, you don't go off. I know I'm sorry, can you look at us once loved each other on the basis, give me another chance? In fact, I love has always been you, she just tempted me with money, a moment of fainting head will be with him. Don't worry, I'm innocent with him, I've done nothing. Qi Gang and a group of classmates just walked out of the hotel. Yao Xixin's words in front of them were not heard, but only heard Sun Shuhan's words, and all of them were confused. What do you mean, how did Sun Shuhan tear her heart out so lowly to find Li Rui to get back together? The problem is, Yao Xixin is still sitting on Li Rui's electric car. Class flower school flower competing for a man, what kind of shit luck is Li Rui? Qi Gang's face turned red. Sun Shuhan, what are you talking about? Sun Shuhan said without looking back, Qi Gang, stop pestering me. If it wasn't for you, how would I have separated from Li Rui? Qi Gang was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Sun Shuhan looked at Li Rui again, full of tenderness. Li Rui, do you remember those first times of ours? The first date, the first time we held hands, the first time we kissed, the first time did you forget all of those wonderful things? Give me another chance, I must love you well, let you become the happiest man in the world. Li Rui quietly watched Sun Shuhan's performance, secretly marveled in his heart. This woman does not go to be an actor is really a waste of talent. What White Lotus green tea bitch, compared to her, are too lame. In his previous life, Li Rui might have been deceived by Sun Shuhan. But the reborn Li Rui has experienced so much frustration and hardship in his previous life, and has tasted all kinds of warmth and coldness in the world, so he won't be easily fooled. Mr. Sun, do you remember the question I asked you before? My electric car and Qi Gang's Porsche, which one do you choose? Li Rui asked lightly. I choose the electric car. Sun Shuhan said. Li Rui waved his hand. Sorry, my electric car backseat has been someone not worthy of noble you better go to the Porsche inside to cry. Said started the car carrying Yao Xixin long gone. All the way to the wind, Li Rui mood pleasant extreme, cannot help but hum a song. Ride my favorite motorcycle, it will never traffic jam la 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 la. Yao Xixin asked, what is your song? Quite good. Looking at Li Rui, Sun Shuhan sat on the ground in despair. Behind her came the sound of footsteps. Sun Shuhan turned around to see Qi Gang, aggrieved, husband eye. Splat, a loud slap in the face of Sun Shuhan exploded, hit her eyes starry-eyed, half a valve face immediately swollen. Bah, Qi Gang spat again, break up. I send you those gifts, limit you within 3 days back, or I'm not finished with you. Finished Qi just went to start the Porsche away. This time, not only the electric car is gone, even the Porsche is gone. Chapter 5 Chapter 0005 Private Consultant. Li Rui sent Yao Xian home and returned to the rental house. He is not a local of Haizhou, his hometown is hundreds of kilometers away in Yunshan. After graduation, he could not afford to buy a house in Haizhou, can only rent a simple conditions of the small single room. Looking at the memory has been a little fuzzy room appeared in front of the eyes again. Li Rui is very emotional. 15 years, not long nor short time, enough to let a young man in the prime of life into a decadent and obscene uncle. Good thing, he has a chance to start over. Li Rui first made a phone call to the lottery center to declare that he would go to claim his prize the next day, and then ambled to the front of the case, recording all kinds of opportunities that he could get rich in his memory in a cryptic language that only he could read and understand, so that he wouldn't forget about it. Waiting for the day to dawn, Li Rui flipped through the thick dozens of pages of records, revealing a smile. With this, $250 million could only be considered a beginning. More exciting days are still ahead. Seeing that the time was almost up, Li Rui washed his face and departed to receive the prize. At this time, the network has exploded. After the results of last night's lottery were announced, the major websites almost simultaneously broke the headline news. Haizhou won a huge prize of 258 million yuan. On the night of October 3rd, the first prize of the 201-0116 lottery was a blowout, and a total of 54 first prizes were won across the country, with a single prize of up to 5.16 million yuan, of which 50 came from the same site in Haizhou, which is also the second highest jackpot in the history of the lottery, following the 359 million in Yanshou. The ticket was sold at 17 hours 23 minutes and 36 seconds on October 3rd, and the total prize money was 25,803,200 renminbi, before tax. 258 million yuan was won by one person, and the winner has contacted the Haizhou Lottery Distribution Center to claim the prize. The news attracted countless netizens to follow the story. My goodness, $258 million, this is so lucky. Who would multiply their bets by 50? It must be an insider. Kneel down and ask the jackpot winner to share $100 with me. Here we go again, 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 here they come to trick us into buying lottery tickets. The news is making a lot of noise, while the originator, Li Rui, is under the attention of the whole country, riding an electric car, leisurely coming to the back door of the lottery center, bypassing the various media reporters squatting at the front door, and after verifying the lottery ticket and ID card, he successfully got the check. The prize money totaled 258,030,200 yuan. According to the tax law, Li Rui paid 49,506,040 yuan of personal incidental income tax, and donated 10 million to the earthquake-stricken areas. The real prize money in hand is 198,024,160 yuan. The check just got in his hand. Li Rui has not yet covered hot. A group of people surrounded up. Li Rui was startled. Robbers? Hello sir, I'm from ICBC. I'm from CCB. I'm from Guangdong Bank. So it's not a robber, it's a bank coming to pull deposits. Li Rui thought for a moment and said, if you want to make a deposit, you may want to listen to my conditions first. First, the highest interest rate permitted by the policy. Second, to provide me with a full range of financial management help. Third, 7 times 24 hours standby one-on-one customer service. I will choose whichever bank is able to do that. The representatives of several state-owned banks immediately revealed a difficult look. Some things were not that they didn't want to do, but they couldn't do it due to their status. Only the representative of Guangdong Issue was full of joy, immediately raised his hand and said, I can agree to your 3 conditions right now. Li Rui nodded, you're it. Haizhou Guangdong Issue, Governor's Office. Governor Wu Pengju personally made a cup of tea for Li Rui, then looked up and down a few times and praised, Mr. Li is really young, I really envy your luck. Li Rui smiled faintly and opened the door. Governor Wu, you should already know my conditions, right? Wu Pengju busy said, all 3 conditions are no problem. The interest rate that our commercial bank can give you is absolutely the highest. Our Cantonese bank is also the most experienced in all kinds of financial services. One-on-one service is not a problem. I will arrange a private financial consultant at any time to give you service. Li Rui nodded and said, also, I need to open the following account. Said handed over a long prepared list. Wu Pengju took a look, immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Domestic stock accounts, black gold credit card, magnesium stock accounts, Hong Kong stock accounts, international futures accounts, Swiss bank accounts, Bitcoin accounts, offshore safe deposit boxes. The list of various accounts, some Wu Pengju know, some even he has not heard of. The more he looked at, the more shocked, do not know what Li Rui in the end to do.
This is a full investment after getting rich? 200 million enough to lose?
However, Wu Pengju did not ask more questions. His task as a bank president is to pull deposits to rush performance, and all services to Li Rui are charged, no matter how Li Rui invests. Anyway, he is not losing money.
No problem, all these I can help you open, Wu Pengju said. Then thank you, Governor Wu.
These accounts I have urgent use, the faster the better,
Li Rui said.
Wu Pengju immediately picked up the phone on the desk. Let Small Chin to come.
A few minutes later, the office door was knocked. Wu Pengju, enter.
The door opened, a beautiful young woman wearing a bank uniform walked in. She is less than 30 years old, tall and slender body, exquisite makeup, elegant and competent temperament. One knows that is the kind of workplace is extremely strong woman. Wu Pengju introduced, Mr. Li, this is Chun Qinglian, our Guangdong issue business best financial manager. From now on she is your personal advisor, 7 times 24 hours for your service. All the accounts you need, she can help you start. There are any financial aspects of the problem, she can make suggestions for you. Chen Xinglian knew before she arrived that she was going to be serving a superb client, but she didn't expect the client to be so young. However, Chen Xinglian has a lot of experience in the work, surprised as so few seconds of things, quickly walked to Li Rui in front of, slightly bowed and said, Mr. Li, hello, I am Chen Xinglian, from now on for your service. Li Rui got up, stretched out his hand and said, Manager Chen, I hope we have a good cooperation. The two hands shook together, very soft. Next, it was Chen Xinglian who was responsible for opening various accounts for Li Rui. Domestic accounts are very smoothed down, international accounts are much more cumbersome, still need a few days to go through the process. When the work was done, it was already noon. Chen Xinglian said, Mr. Li, how about I treat you to a casual lunch at noon? Li Rui laughed, you work so hard for me, but still treat me to a meal? Then how can I get over it? I'll treat you at noon. In addition, I am still several years younger than you, don't call me Mr. Li, don't use you either, just call me by my name.
Ah, okay. Chen Xinglian smiled sweetly.
There was a Chanda shopping mall near the Guangdong issue, and there were quite a few food stores on the top floor, so the two of them decided to go there to find a restaurant to eat.
Along the way, many passers-by gave Chen Xinglian sideways glances.
It must be said that her temperament is extremely good, coupled with a uniform seduction, passers-by turnover rate is high. Even Li Rui, walking on her side, smelled a hint of Chanel poison perfume scent, also cannot help but a little bit ape. Two people chatting all the way to the square outside the Cheetah shopping mall, colorful flags fluttering, crowded, very lively. Li Rui looked up and saw that the large banner pulled on the square read, the 8th Haizhou Cultural Exchange Expo.
He violently remembered something. The Celestial Body. Chapter 6, Chapter 0006, Celestial Bodies Copyright.
In his previous life, when Li Rui looked through various wealth news, he would pay special attention to the ones that happened in Haizhou. One of the things that seemed to have happened at this fair was the famous Celestial Bodies copyright incident. Celestial Bodies is a science fiction novel with wonderful content. The author, Zhang Haixin, whose real job is an electrical engineer, has written dozens of novels in his spare time, and Celestial Bodies is one of his masterpieces. At this time, although Zhang Haixin has been the domestic science fiction circle of the gods, income is not rich, and this year the development of copyright awareness is not strong enough, resulting in him making a decision to repent for the rest of his life. It was at this fair that Zhang Haixin sold the copyright of Celestial Body for a mere $100,000. In 2010, 100,000 yuan was already a sky-high price, and it was said that many people congratulated Zhang Haixin on the high price after selling the copyright. What no one expected was that 5 years later, Heavenly Bodies actually won the Hugo Award, the highest award in the science fiction world. 10 years of hard work and no one asked for it, but once it became famous, the whole world knew about it. From the moment of winning the award, the copyright price of Celestial Bodies has risen, and various development projects have been launched, which has become one of the most heavyweight LP in China, and its value is incalculable. But all of that has nothing to do with the original author Zhang Haixin. Even in the case of repeated setbacks in the film and television development of Heavenly Bodies, the copyright was still resold in 2018 at a sky-high price of hundreds of millions of dollars. 100,000 to hundreds of millions, 8 years of explosive earnings 1,000 times. This is still only the book earnings, and the subsequent various share profits have not yet been calculated. Although buying the rights to Heavenly Bodies is not as profitable as speculating on Bitcoin, but since we've come across it, we can't miss it, right? Not only Heavenly Bodies, Li Rui also wants to grab the copyrights of Zhang Haixin's other works. He remembers that in 2019, Zhang Haixin's two films adapted from his works landed in the Spring Festival Theater at the same time, and won nearly $10 billion at the box office.
All of them are money trees, none of them can be spared. Let's go over and take a look.
Li Rui didn't bother to eat and went straight to the fairgrounds. Although Chen Xinglian did not know what was going on, out of professionalism, she hurriedly followed closely. Entering the venue, there were huge posters everywhere. Li Rui swept a glance and quickly found the target. Sci-fi writer Zhang Haixin, representative works Celestial Body, Leap to Jupiter, Teacher on Special Duty, Strip Lightning and other book signing location, Expo booth C65.
All the way to find the C65 booth, and other overcrowded booths, compared to the cold here, only 3 or 2 readers in the purchase of books. Li Rui to the booth to survey a glance, eyebrows suddenly wrinkled.
Zhang Haixin was talking to a man and a woman, and on the table were several contracts and a bundle of $100 bills.
One step late.
In booth C65, Zhang Haixin fiddled with the pen in his hand somewhat nervously. In front of him lay a contract and $100,000 in cash. As long as he signed his name on the contract, he could immediately take the cash away. Zhang Haixin desperately needs money, but the thought that after signing several years of hard work to write the celestial body no longer belongs to him, he is still a little hesitant.
Wang Yikai on the opposite side said somewhat arrogantly, "Mr. Zhang, don't hesitate, I can guarantee that it is impossible for someone to offer a higher price than this."
Wang Yikai's girlfriend, Jiang Lele, also smiled and said, "As far as I know, the first 2 parts of Celestial Bodies only sold a total of 30,000 copies, and the royalties added up to less than $100,000.
This transfer fee is already very generous."
Zhang Haixin smiled bitterly, "I understand.
I just feel a bit sorry for it, it's like a son to me."
Jiang Lele said, "I am a loyal reader of Celestial Bodies, and I love Celestial Bodies more than anyone else. Moreover, we, Kale Film and Television, are very strong, and we already have a series of very mature ideas for the development of Celestial Bodies, so you can rest assured that you can leave it to us." Well, Zhang Haixin glanced at the bundle of cash again. $100,000 was really quite a lot.
Just as Zhang Haixin lifted his pen and was about to sign his name, Li Rui and Chen Xinglian walked into the booth.
"Mr. Zhang, please don't make a hasty decision.
I'm also interested in the copyright of Celestial Body, do you want to hear my offer?" Li Rui said.
Zhang Haixin froze.
What's going on today? It's been several years since the publication of Celestial Bodies, and it's been lackluster before, so how come 2 groups of people want to buy the copyrights in a row today? Wang Yikai and Jiang Lele frowned, not expecting someone to steal business from them. Even Chen Xinglian was confused. Didn't they want to eat? Why did they come halfway to buy copyrights? Are all rich people's lives so whimsical?
"I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Li Rui." Li Rui said, "I have loved reading science fiction since I was a child, and I am a loyal reader of Mr. Zhang. I was amazed after reading The Heavenly Bodies some time ago, and in my mind it's a classic that can be passed down forever. So I want to buy the copyright of the Celestial Bodies series and develop it, so that the world can see that we can also write good science fiction stories." Zhang Haixin blushed a bit at the compliment and mumbled, "Not that good, not that good."
Wang Yikai interjected, "Celestial Body is indeed a good work, that's why I'm willing to pay $100,000 for the copyright." "What, can you also afford $100,000?
Li Rui is too young. Young in the business world is not an advantage but a disadvantage. Too young will give people an unreliable feeling. Originally, Li Rui is also just graduated from school, the average person in his age, not to mention 100,000, I'm afraid that $10,000 cannot come out."
Li Rui smiled and said, "I'll pay double." Double. Zhang Haixin opened his mouth wide, 200,000? Are you serious?
100,000 is already enough to satisfy Zhang Haixin. 200,000 almost smashed him. Chapter 7 Chapter 0007, Bagging the Copyrights. Li Rui said, "I'm very optimistic about the market prospects of Heavenly Bodies, that's why I gave this price.
I hope that Mr. Zhang will think about it." Wang Yikai and Jiang Lele were also stunned by the price Li Rui gave, but they quickly reacted. Wang Yikai busily said, "Teacher Zhang, do you believe he has 200,000?
Nowadays, some people don't do things in a practical way, they rely on trickery to make a living, so be careful not to fall for it." Jiang Lele also said, "We have a strong production team at Kailuo Film, and the copyright of Celestial Bodies can only flourish in our hands.
As for him, would you rather trust a qualified company like us or a youngster who came out of nowhere?"
Zhang Haixin looked Li Rui up and down. Although he looked at Li Rui does not look like a liar, but also does not look like he has $200,000. Li Rui immediately said, "Mr. Zhang, I directly transfer you V letter. What letter? Zhang Haixin was confused. Li Rui just remembered, now V letter has not been introduced. Wang Yikai laughed, Mr. Zhang, I think he is here to be funny. I have to catch a plane, if you do not sign the contract as soon as possible, I will have to take the money away. Said one hand pressing on the cash. Just at this time, Chen Xinglian, who had been silent all along, said, Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm a senior wealth management manager of Guangdong Issuance, my name is Chen Xinglian, and this is my business card. Mr. Li Rui is a senior VLP client of our Guangdong issuer, I can vouch for his financial status. Zhang Haixin ignorantly took the business card, this. Wang Yikai sneered aside, this kind of business card can be printed in a box for $10, it doesn't mean anything at all. Mr. Zhang, this is cash. Chen Xinglian laughed, a business card indeed proves nothing, what about a black card? Mr. Li, you can show Mr. Zhang your card. Li Rui took out the credit card that he had just applied for from the Guangdong issuer. The black card face is dignified, elegant and cold, with a special pattern, even if people who don't know the origin of this card see it, they will have a feeling of amazement. This was the legendary, black gold card with unlimited overdraft limit. The black card is the most honorable symbol of the banking world, the account must have at least an 8-figure deposit to do it down. Once the black card is out, Li Rui's financial strength can no longer be questioned. Mr. Zhang, you can be sure now, right? Not only does Mr. Li have sincerity, he also has a financial guarantee. If you are not sure, you can go with us to the Guangdong issue now and get the cash in 10 minutes. Chen Xinglian added. Zhang Haixin hurriedly said, No need, I believe in your sincerity. I've decided that I'll sell the copyright of Celestial Body to you guys. At those words, Wang Yikai and Jiang Leilei's faces changed dramatically. But there was nothing they could do at all because they couldn't get that much money. Jiang Leilei gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Zhang, we don't want celestial bodies, but Leap to Jupiter. I also want Leap to Jupiter. I want all of Mr. Zhang's works that still have copyrights. Li Rui smiled faintly and said, If you have nothing to do, you can leave, do not delay me and Mr. Zhang to talk about things. You Jiang Leilei face red, would like to scold Li Rui has a few stinking money what is great, but just opened his mouth did not swear out. Not everyone dares to mess with rich people, especially rich people with black cards. Although the two were not willing, they could only leave resentfully. Li Rui looked at their backs, and for the first time experienced the joy of rich people doing whatever they want, even though this joy is built on the pain of others. Without the disturbance of other people, Li Rui smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, now we can talk properly. Zhang Haixin said in a bit of disbelief, You just said you want the copyright of all my works? Li Rui nodded and said, Yes, all the works. The long works other than the celestial bodies are $200,000 each, and the short works are $100,000 each, is that okay? Zhang Haixin's eyes were round, even his breath was shortened. Chen Xinglian on the side was also dumbfounded. People only buy one, you buy all in one breath? Do you think this is a wholesale market to buy cabbages? And you buy so much, is able to bargain did not see people only give 100,000, how do you even a little bit of price is not speaking? Chen Xinglian which know Li Rui's mind. Zhang Haixin's works are all fine, worth the price. And today give Zhang Haixin a high price, is to continue to cooperate in the future. If Zhang Haixin is pitched too hard now, how can we work together in the future? You're not kidding, right? Although he already knew that Li Rui was rich, Zhang Haixin still couldn't believe it when he heard such a high price. Chen Xinglian said, I have a lawyer friend, can let him come over now to draft a contract to ensure the rights and interests of both sides. Just do it. Li Rui nodded approvingly, this private consultant did not hire in vain, helped a lot. Next Chen Xinglian to find a lawyer, Li Rui and Zhang Haixin to organize the copyright information, and so the lawyer arrived after several hours of work, finally fixed the contract. Zhang Haixin solemnly signed his name on the contract, including his celestial body, including a dozen long short story copyrights are transferred to Li Rui, the transfer fee totaled 1,700,000 yuan. Li Rui in accordance with the agreement to transfer the transfer fee into Zhang Haixin's account, the subsequent notarization tax registration and other issues, all to professional lawyers to deal with, no need for them to worry about. Cooperation reached, both sides are satisfied. Zhang Haixin said with emotion, I had thought to get the money will be very happy, but now the heart of the empty fishing is like to raise their own children to sell. Li Rui nodded his head to show his understanding and asked, Mr. Zhang, why are you in a hurry to sell the copyright? Chapter 8 Chapter 0008 A gift for you. Zhang Haixin a little embarrassed to say, truth be told, my son is getting married, I plan to buy him a wedding house in his hometown. Originally looked at a set of more than 80 square meters of two-bedroom, now you can give him a big house, in addition to buy him a car. Li Rui thought for a moment. Mr. Zhang, if you trust me, don't buy a house in your hometown, take this money to buy a house in Haizhou. Zhang Haixin shook his head. Haizhou houses are almost 20,000 square meters, the down payment money is enough to buy several suites in our hometown. Li Rui said, your hometown house has no upside, buy only live, your 1,700,000 can only ever be 1,700,000. Haizhou just held the World Expo this year, the rise in housing prices has just begun, in a few years will rise to unimaginable prices. By then, 1,700,000 might become 5 million or even $10 million. Will it? Zhang Haixin is a little bit moved. Believe me, it won't be wrong. Li Rui said. Give Zhang Haixin's advice as Li Rui from the heart, took advantage of people so cheap, mentioned some free advice as compensation. As for whether Zhang Haixin will listen, that is not what Li Rui can control. Walking out of the fairgrounds, Li Rui only felt relaxed. So many copyrights in the hands of a few years, 1,700,000 at least can become 500 million. This is only the pure value of the copyright, without calculating the subsequent development potential. Li Rui is even considering, when there is enough money, imitating Universal Studios and Disney's model to engage in a sci-fi studio, put all of Zhang Haixin's works in, it would be incalculable. Not just Zhang Haixin, Li Rui thought again. Taking advantage of the fact that the value of copyrights in 2010 is still in the trough period, he will have to acquire some more later pop-ups. When the time comes, all the best copyrights in the entire Chinese-speaking world will be consolidated together, and will go head-to-head with Universal Studios to see who's better. Yes, that's the way to do it. When Li Rui was thinking about the future, he suddenly saw Chen Xinglian's face turn pale and her hands covered her stomach. Sister Chen, what's wrong with you? Li Rui was startled. Chen Xinglian used to work too busy, always forget to eat, leaving the roots of stomach pain. Today followed Li Rui busy day, not to mention the meal, not even a drink of water, sick. It's all my fault. Li Rui apologized, focusing on busy copyright things, put you hungry. Go, I invite you to eat a big meal. To the restaurant, a cup of hot water down, Chen Xinglian's face gradually better. Li Rui apologized, Sister Chen, really sorry, almost made you hungry. It's okay, I'm used to it. Previously just joined the work of the time, busy often a whole day cannot eat, only to fall into this root of the disease. Chen Xinglian smiled. Li Rui passed the menu over, that I have to treat you well. If it wasn't for you today, buying the copyright wouldn't have gone so smoothly. My treat, you can order whatever you want. Although Li Rui was rich, Chen Xinglian didn't order randomly, but chose a few affordable dishes. Li Rui looked in his eyes and knew that the other party was a very smart woman who knew how to grasp the sense of proportion. After serving the food, the two ate and chatted, and had a deeper understanding. Chen Xinglian is 29 years old, a native of Haizhou, and majored in finance in college. She graduated into the Guangdong issue of work, all the way from the teller to senior financial manager, is considered a successful career. Unfortunately, her marital life is not as good as she would like. She just got divorced a year ago and is currently celibate. Let's not talk about me, let's talk about you. You are so young and have so many assets, what are your next plans? Chen Xinglian asked curiously. Li Rui said, you are a financial manager, what do you think I will do? Chen Xinglian pondered for a moment and said, from the fact that you opened so many accounts today, you should be doing financial speculation. You have a lot of money, speculation can indeed quickly expand your wealth. But I have to remind you, speculating on stocks is fine, speculating on futures is too risky. If you are not sure, I suggest you don't touch it. Thanks for the reminder, I will be careful. Li Rui smiled slightly. Futures for others may be a shortcut to heaven, may also be pushing people into the clutches of the abyss, but for Li Rui this has a variety of experience in the past life of the memory of the reborn. With the ATM is not much difference, or do not need to insert the card, does not need to enter the password of the kind. In fact, I think that your words with Mr. Zhang today are very reasonable, and the property prices in Haizhou will continue to rise. You should invest your assets in real estate, low risk and high returns, more stable than stocks and futures. Chen Xinglian added. Oh? These words have aroused Li Rui's interest. After experiencing the downturn in 2009, the real estate market in 2010 gradually warmed up, opened the next round of housing prices prelude to a major outbreak. Although the first-tier big city prices have begun to gradually rise, there are still a lot of low real estate arguments in the community that this round of price rise is just a flashback. Prices are likely to fall back to the level of 8 years ago. No one dares to guarantee that the future of real estate in the end cannot make money, Chen Xinglian, but can hit the future trend of housing prices, Li Rui impressed.
Why do you say so? Li Rui asked.
Chen Xinglian said, very simple, and other international metropolis to do a side-by-side comparison to know, China's first-tier city prices are underestimated.
China's development is so fast, Yenzhou Haizhou Yangcheng Pengcheng will sooner or later become an international metropolis. The current housing prices and future status does not match.
Take Haizhou for example, the current house price has at least 1 or 2 times more increase.
Clap. Li Rui couldn't help but applaud. Chen Xinglian blushed. What are you doing? Li Rui said, I think you said it very well, couldn't help but encourage it. I just casually said. Chen Xinglian said. Li Rui smiled but did not say anything. An idea came to his mind. After dinner, the two went downstairs.
Chen Xinglian intended to go back to the bank, but Li Rui pulled her straight to the luxury area.
Why go? Chen Xinglian froze.
Li Rui said, I want to buy a gift for a friend, you help me counseling.
Female friends? Chen Xinglian asked.
Li Rui said, yes, female friends, similar to your body, also like you so beautiful.
Under Li Rui's lulling, Chen Xinglian followed him into the Chanel flagship store.
Chapter 9 Chapter 0009, People are shameless. At the Chanel flagship store, a man and a woman were looking at the bags.
Hubby, I knew you couldn't leave me behind.
Don't worry, I will only love you from now on, and I will never care about another man again. Sun Shuhan holding the latest Chanel bag, face is full of joy, but unfortunately half of her face is still swollen, cannot be as before that bitchy. Shi Gang stood aside, his face was a little unsightly. He originally intended to break up, but could not help Sun Shuhan to
perform all kinds of green tea means, finally chose to forgive. Forgiveness is forgiveness, he does not want to give this kind of watery woman to spend money.
Cough, Shuhana, store business is not good recently, I do not have too much money on hand.
This bag, I will buy it for you next month. Shi Gang said.
But I like this bag for a long time, you promised to buy it for me.
Sun Shuhan was not happy. Wasn't she with Qi Gang for the money? If Qi Gang refused to spend money on her, then what was the point?
After I got together with you, I spent $60,000 to $70,000 just on the bag.
Now you want the bag again. Do you think I'm a money printing machine?
If you keep this up, I don't even know if it's me as a person or the bag you're looking at.
Qi Gang complained. Of course I'm looking at you as a person. Then let's buy it next month. Sun Shuhan reluctantly put the bag back. Just then, Li Rui and Chen Xinglian walked into the store and Sun Shuhan opened her mouth wide.
Good you Li Rui, no wonder you won't get back together with me, so you have a new love. You Chen Shimmy, you negative man, men really are not good things, get it and do not cherish it. Li Rui also saw Sun Shuhan and couldn't help but freeze for a moment.
It's really a narrow road.
Li Rui just as did not see Sun Shuhan, directly to the clerk said, the store's latest models of the bag over. Sun Shuhan just put back the bag to the hands of Li Rui, he stuffed to Chen Xinglian said, sister, you back I look.
Chen Xinglian backpack.
Beauty with a famous bag, very beautiful and eye-catching.
Li Rui nodded his head with satisfaction, very good, this is it. Swipe the card.
The black card is shown, the clerk's eyes are straight, she has received all kinds of rich people, but the black card is the first time to see. Sun Shuhan eyes staring straight at the black card, heard the drop of a successful card prompt, jealousy is about to go crazy. If she didn't break up with Li Rui, the Chanel bag would be hers, but now it's on Chen Xinglian's back.
What right does this woman have? Obviously I am Li Rui's first woman.
Just at this time, Li Rui suddenly said, wait a minute, you try another set of clothes for me. Said he pointed to a long skirt and said, try this one.
Chen Xinglian went to the fitting room and walked out a few moments later. Li Rui's eyes widened.
Too beautiful.
Chen Xinglian new picture.
Chanel's this skirt is very picky, want to wear out the effect of big brands must have a fair skin color and tall figure, precisely Chen Xinglian both all meet. Not to mention that she also has a kind of elegant strong woman temperament, and this skirt can be said to complement each other. Chen Xinglian at this time, people like its name, like a moonlit night under the beautiful blooming green lotus, simply beautiful.
Li Rui surprised, sister, this skirt is like tailor-made for you. What do you think?
Chen Xinglian's income is also considered generous, but it is also the first time to wear such a big brand of luxury goods. She stayed looking at herself in the mirror, and for the first time in her life, she found that she can actually be so beautiful.
Li Rui looked again, then with a pair of high heels. After changing into high heels, sure enough, the overall effect was upgraded by another cut. Li Rui looked at the heart, directly swiped the card. Skirt 33,000, high heels 12,000, and then brush 45,000. Plus bags, Li Rui into the store 10 minutes, wild brush nearly 100,000, an average of 10,000 yuan per minute consumption. The clerk wrapped the bag, skirt and shoes, attentively sent Li Rui and Chen Xinglian to the door. Sun Shuhan stood at the door and watched them leave with hateful eyes. Shi Gang said, "Wife." Sun Shuhan gritted her teeth and said, "Don't call me wife, that bag is obviously what I saw first, and now it was bought by Li Rui. Shi Gang, you give me or not to buy this bag. If you do not give me to buy, I will go to ask Li Rui." Shi Gang's face is green. "You are crazy, you want a bag, I'll buy it for you, what's the point of asking him for it?" Sun Shuhan coldly grunted, "If you just bought it for me, do I have to ask him for it?" Shi Gang said, "Don't be embarrassed, I'll buy it for you." But the clerk said, "I'm sorry sir, this is the last one. The next shipment will not arrive until next month." Shi Gang said, "Wife, you hear me, the new goods will only arrive next month I will definitely buy for you." Sun Shuhan shook her head vigorously and said, "No, I want it now. I blame you for being so petty. If I knew you were so petty, how would I dump Li Rui and you? I'm really blind." Shi Gang said angrily, "What did you say? What did you say?" "I said you're not even as good as Li Rui. Li Rui only earned 3,007 a month at that time. He was willing to spend 3,005 to buy me a bag. Unlike you, obviously have money not willing to give me to spend." Sun Shuhan screamed. She just said, "You are now regret, then you go to find Li Rui to go off." "You think I don't dare to go to him? I'll go to him now. Li Rui likes me so much, will definitely give me the bag." Sun Shuhan said she was going to go after Li Rui. "You dare to go to him, I'll kill you." Shi Gang couldn't hold back any longer and slapped his ear. Splat! This time Sun Shuhan's face was balanced on both sides, swollen to an average height. Chapter 10 Chapter 0010 Pit in the Brain. Li Rui did not know about Sun Shuhan's beating. Out of them all to Chen Xinglian said, "Sister, I'll send you home to rest." Chen Xinglian shook her head and said, "No, I'll just go back by myself. I'd better take a taxi to send you." Today almost put Chen Xinglian starving. Li Rui really embarrassed to let her sit in his electric car again. Li Rui taxied to Chen Xinglian sent downstairs, while she did not pay attention to a few bags to her arms a plug, let the driver hurry to drive away. Chen Xinglian held a pile of luxury goods and stayed for a few seconds before rushing to call Li Rui. "Mr. Li, you forgot the gift in my place." Li Rui said, "The gift is for you." "How can this be?" Chen Xinglian was shocked. "Too expensive, I can't take it." "This is what you deserve." Li Rui said, "Thank you very much today, early rest, goodbye." The phone hung up. Chen Xinglian listened to the busy sound coming out of the microphone, felt that everything that happened today, too unreal. Back home, Chen Xinglian just opened the door, the balcony came out a voice, "Send you back that man is your customer? Age is so much lighter than you, is it a sister control?" Chen Xinglian coldly said, "It has nothing to do with you." A man wearing gold glasses from the balcony out, dry smile, "Although we are divorced, after all, still live under one roof, care about you cannot?" The words just fell his face as a sinking, staring at Chen Xinglian hands of shopping bags. "Chanel bag?" He rushed over and opened the shopping bag, looked at the contents and let out a cold laugh. Waiting to see the small ticket, he was even more gloomy. "Small 100,000? This is all just that man to buy for you, huh, really generous ah." This man is Chen Xinglian's ex-husband Lu Jia, the two are university classmates. The two once had a good time, but with Chen Xinglian's career is booming, Lu Jia actually jealous. He suspected that Chen Xinglian was promoted by the leadership of the subterfuge, but also suspected that Chen Xinglian and the client has an improper relationship, often make a fuss. Chen Xinglian endured 2 years, finally could not stand it, and Lu Jia divorce. Because the house cannot be divided for the time being, the two still live together, just in different rooms. Lu Jia is like a police officer who has caught the evidence, full of scorn. "You still say you are innocent, how do you say these things? If you are okay with him, he would buy you so many things? You must have messed around with him. You asshole." Chen Xinglian violently snatched the bag and rushed back to her room, locking the door behind her and sobbing silently. Lu Jia's curses came from outside the door. Chen Xinglian felt out her cell phone and tearfully sent a text message to Li Rui. Li Rui just returned home and received Chen Xinglian's text message. "The gift you sent is too expensive, I think about it and think I can't accept it." Tomorrow you accompany me to return it, or I will transfer the money to you. Li Rui was happy. How can you take back what you send out? He crackled and typed a reply, Sister Chen, if you hadn't helped me today, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to buy the copyright. The lawyer you introduced also helped a lot. I still need you for many things in the future. These gifts are a little bit of my heart. Li Rui gave gifts not just to thank Chen Xinglian for her help. Real-life painting, Chen Xinglian's conceptual drawing.
Through today's foundation, Li Rui found that Chen Xinglian's level of financial investment is very high, and he has a nimble mind and a rich network, so he is a rare talent. Want to become the richest man, rely on himself alone is far from enough, he needs helpers, the more the better.
Chen Xinglian has this potential. The gift was a thank you, an investment, and a test. If Chen Xinglian can pass the test, the next step of recruitment can be carried out.
Li Rui was thinking about it when his cell phone received another text message. I thought it was still Chen Xinglian, but when I looked down, I realized it was from Yao Xixian.
Big Tycoon, have you claimed your prize yet? Li Rui smiled.
After leaving the reunion that day, he was in a hurry to go home and organize his memories from before he was reborn, and didn't bother to chat with Yao Xixian in detail. However, the two made an appointment to find time to come out and get together alone after Li Rui claimed his prize.
I've claimed it. Li Rui replied succinctly. You are a billionaire? You can say that. Treat. Time, place.
Tomorrow at 5 p.m., number 26 Xinchuan Road, Aloe Curtain. You decide what to eat.
I want to eat Hai Di Lao. No problem. Sleep well.
The next day, after Li Rui went to the bank to do some more business, he went straight to Yao Xixian's company.
Xinchuan Road, Aloe Curtain. Yao Xixian standing on the side of the road is an extremely beautiful scenery.
With big eyes, a small round face, short hair, white skin and a beautiful figure, pedestrians would not be able to help but look at her a few times when they caught a glimpse of her. Especially her face often hangs a kind of confused look, will inspire men's desire to protect, want to love this lovely girl.
A few company co-workers walked out and greeted her strangely. Xixian, waiting for someone? You're not waiting for your boyfriend, are you?
Then a lot of men in our company will have their hearts broken. Yao Xixian's face blushed. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just waiting for an ordinary friend.
Blushing, it must be a boyfriend.
Just at this moment, a white car shadow came speeding. A sharp brake happened to stop in front of Yao Xixian.
Isn't this young Zhou's Maserati president?
Why is Xiao Zhou here? Is he here to pick up Xixian? The door of the Maserati opened, and a short and fat young man got out and smiled at Yao Xixian, saying, Miss Yao, how are you?
A few co-workers opened their mouths wide. They really came to find Xixian. Zhou Xiao?
Yao Xixian was also stunned. Chapter 11 Chapter 0011 Greenfield Zhou Xiao. The name of the visitor was Zhou Yunhao, the only son of Zhou Zhonghua, the chairman of the listed company Greenfield Culture, which was the largest client of Convergence Currents. Zhou Yunhao came to the company to talk about business a few days ago, and after seeing Yao Xixian, he was shocked to see her, and after that, he often harassed her. Obviously, Yao Xixian has politely declined many times, but he has been a ghost.
I heard that you're working overtime today, so I came over to visit. Zhou Yunhao smiled and said, I know a very good seafood restaurant, are you interested in trying it?
I'm sorry Xiao Zhou, I'm meeting a friend for dinner tonight.
Yao Xixian shook her head. Zhou Yunhao casually said, you can ask your friend to join you. It's a male friend, we need to talk about something private, it's not very convenient. Yao Xixian said. Zhou Yunhao's face sank.
He is the only son of the chairman of a listed company, the real rich second generation, driving 1 million luxury cars, very generous, casually hooked the finger there are countless girls screaming pounced on, did not expect to be hearing Yao Xixian touch a soft nail. The more so, the more stimulate Zhou Yunhao's desire to conquer. I have to go to a private auction after dinner, there will be a lot of business and literary celebrities attend, recognize them on your work is very helpful, want to go with me?
Zhou Yunhao said.
Yao Xixian shook her head and said, sorry Zhou Xiao, I'm already off work, I don't want to talk about work during my break time, I just want to relax with my friends.
Zhou Yunhao grunted coldly, in your mind, career is not as important as friends?
Yao Xixian smiled, I grew up with this kind of unmotivated character, and I don't think I'll change it in the future. Zhou Yunhao's face became more and more ugly, then I would like to see how good the man who can make Miss Yao give up her career is. Just at this time, an electric car came slowly and stopped in front of the Maserati.
Li Rui in the car waved, Yao students, long time waiting.
Yao Xixian face immediately bloomed out incomparable.
bright smile, happy as a bunny, jumping and running to the front of the electric car, smiling and laughing. "You drive me." Sat across the back seat of the electric car, arms naturally on Li Rui's waist. The electric car is far away. Al real-life painting, Yao Xin concept art. Zhou Yunhao stood on the side of the road, open mouth stupid. Maserati does not sit, go to the electric car? The distant shadow of the electric car was like a slap in Zhou Yunhao's face, and he glared at Yao Sichuan's colleague with a grimace. "Go tell your boss that if I don't see Yao Sichuan tonight, I won't want to take any more business from Greenfield Culture in the future." After saying that, he drove away in his Maserati. The co-workers were dumbfounded. Greenfield Culture is the company's #1 client. Don't freeze, hurry up and call the boss. Li Rui and Yao Xian ate the sea-bottom fish, chatting about the past of the university, very happy. After dinner, the two were about to find a cafe to sit in. Yao Sichuan's cell phone rang. She looked at the caller number and revealed a confused look. "It's my boss calling, this has to be answered." Yao Xian spat out her tongue. When she finished answering the phone, Li Rui saw her face was not right and asked, "What's wrong?" Yao Xian sighed, "It's not that bastard Zhou Yunhao, about my dinner I refuse, actually ran to threaten my boss, said if I do not accompany him to participate in the private auction, will cancel in our company's cooperation. You say now how can there be such a person? Ah? It is indeed an asshole." Li Rui said, "What did your boss say?" Yao Xian spread her hands and said, "The boss said, as long as I go to participate in the auction, I will give me a bonus of $20,000, I refused." Li Rui laughed, "Give so much bonus, why not go? I accompany you to go, see what tricks he can get up." "For the sake of the rich," said Zhou Yunhao, this kind of person. However, the name Greenfield Culture how a little familiar. Greenfield Culture is not a magnesium stock listed company? Li Rui brain suddenly a flash of light, surprised asked. Yao Xian nodded, "Well, it is that Greenfield Culture." Zhou Yunhao bragged all day that the domestic business is not interesting, to go to magnesium to develop. Li Rui smiled, "It is really that Greenfield Culture, that's all the more reason to go and meet Mr. Zhou, this is the god of wealth. Haizhou suburb, a private museum outside the luxury car clouds. The brightly lit hall of the museum is decorated with dozens of paintings, both Western oil paintings and ink paintings, famous masterpieces and newcomers, all of which are treasured by the owner of the museum. The owner of the museum, Ma Xiaotian, is a billionaire in Haizhou. The main business is stock investment, hobby collection, once claimed to be the most knowledgeable in the circle of tycoons in the collection of the richest in the circle. Unfortunately, such a scenic figure was also affected by the financial tsunami in 2008, struggling for 2 years, or had to put the collection out to auction to make up for the loss of stock investment. Ma Xiaotian has a wide range of contacts, rare collections. The auction attracted a lot of local tycoons and celebrities. When Li Rui followed Yao Sichuan into the museum, he instantly recognized a few of the famous figures. Yao Xian looked around, did not see Zhou Yunhao. Zhou Yunhao is not in, wait another 5 minutes, if we do not see him, we will leave. Li Rui laughed, "I've come here, why don't I just take a look around? If I come across a favorite painting, I'll buy one back." "You also know about paintings?" Yao Sichuan was surprised. Li Rui lowered his voice and said, "If you don't know, you can pretend to know. You see so many people, which one is really know, they are all just attaching themselves to elegance." Yao Xian snorted laughter, and hurriedly covered his mouth, afraid of being heard by the big shots. The two of them turned up in the hall, looking at this and that, although they did not quite understand the skills and connotations of the painting, but they could understand the price. 2.8 million. Yao Xian stood in front of a painting that was called a masterpiece of the conceptual school and read out the price with a dumbfounded look. Li Rui comes over to take a look. "Just this? A painting frame, painted in dark red, nothing else." Li Rui does not know what the painter wants to express. If purely based on the craft of painting, it is quite flat and even, but also not worth 2.8 million, right? Art is really not something that mortals like me can understand. Li Rui shook his head. Just when the two spit, a cold laugh came from behind. What does a bumpkin know? Chapter 12, Chapter 0012, Private Auction. Zhou Yunhao came. He arrogantly walked over and pointed to the painting and said, "This is a painting by Gerhard Richter, who was a famous German pop artist, who pursued the reduction and neutrality of hues as much as possible in his technique, and paid special attention to the use of brushed painting pigments. This painting expresses the painter's hatred and resistance to industrialization, and also shows the inner world of loneliness and pathos. The fact that you can't even read this shows that you know nothing about art." Li Rui was stunned. "Such blatant nonsense, sure you won't be struck by lightning?"
Zhou Yunhao glanced triumphantly at Yao Xixian and added, "It's good that you're here. But how did this poor bastard get in?" Yao Xixuan couldn't help but retort, "Li Rui has money." Zhou Yunhao let out a loud laugh. "Rich will ride an electric bike?" Said and waved his hand at Li Rui, "You are not qualified to participate in this kind of occasion. If you are sensible, quickly get out." Li Rui coldly looked at him and said, "Who said I am not qualified?" Zhou Yunhao disdainfully skimmed his mouth and said, "I said. The cheapest painting here costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Can you afford it?" "I think you can't even afford the frame." Li Rui said, "Can afford to buy is my business, do not bother you. You have this energy, why don't you study your own business, lest you go bankrupt one day and live on the street?" Zhou Yunhao said, his face sank, suddenly loudly to the guests around, "Everyone has seen riding an electric car to participate in the auction, this is." The crowd had sideways glances, talking. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from outside the crowd, "Mr. Li is the black card VIP of our Guangdong issue." Wu Pingju, the president of UFA, came to Li Rui through the crowd and said with surprise and joy, "I look like you, I didn't expect it to be true." Black card VIP. The surrounding a burst of clamor. Guangdong issue black card VIP at least must have more than 10 million. Zhou Yunhao actually said that people are riding an electric car, this is not a joke. Governor Wu, are you sure you're not mistaken? Zhou Yunhao is full of confusion, this kid is obviously an electric bike rider, how can he be a black card VIP of Guangdong province? Even he, Zhou Yunhao, was only a gold card VIP of Guangdong issuance, far from reaching the qualification of a black card VIP. Wu Pingju frowned slightly, "Young Zhou thinks I'm lying?" No, I don't mean that. Although Zhou Yunhao was arrogant, he wasn't arrogant enough to offend the god of wealth, so he hastily apologized. Wu Pingju said indifferently, "I have some words to say to Mr. Li, if Zhou Xiao is fine, please make yourself at home." Zhou Yunhao blared at Li Rui with some resentment and left resentfully. "Governor Wu, thank you for relieving me." Sending Zhou Yunhao away, Li Rui thanked. Wu Pingju laughed and said, "Do not look at these people, one by one, bright and shiny called the upper class, they can mobilize funds may not have more than you. Instead of me helping you out, you are more qualified than others to stand here." Overpraise. Li Rui smiled and did not admit or deny. Wu Pingju lowered his voice again and said, "You have a grudge against Zhou Yunhao?" Li Rui said, "He wanted to subvert my classmate." Wu Pingju swept a glance at Yao Xixian and smiled knowingly. For such a beautiful woman to offend Zhou Yunhao, it is worth it. However, he still reminded, Zhou Yunhao is the only son of Zhou Zhanghua of Greenfield culture, pampered since childhood, very careful, you have to be on guard. Li Rui faintly smiled and said, "With him?" Governor Wu is overthinking, I see his hall of darkness, will soon be bad luck, maybe a few days after the bankruptcy, with what to count me? Wu Pingju thought that Li Rui is just a young and exuberant, can only shake his head and say no more. How does he know that Li Rui is talking about a big event that is about to happen? Greenfield Culture is a magnesium stock listed company, the market value of more than 300 million magnesium yuan, the first half of this year to achieve sales revenue of 60 million magnesium yuan, net profit after tax of 12 million magnesium yuan. In everyone's opinion, the business of Greenfield Culture is flourishing, but only Li Rui knows that the company is only 1 month away from bankruptcy. At the beginning of next month, the infamous Magnesium Financial Institutions Mixed Water will list a series of evidence to prove that the Greenfield Culture suspected of financial fraud, followed by a large-scale shorting of Greenfield Culture's share price. In just 10 days, Greenfield Culture's stock price fell from $35 magnesium to $1 magnesium and was tragically suspended. Fortunately, Zhou Yunhao's appearance reminded Li Rui, otherwise he would have to miss this good opportunity to shorting. This time at least have to earn 10 million magnesium from the Greenfield Culture, otherwise I am sorry for Zhou Yunhao's arrogant and domineering. Li Rui and Wu Pingju chatted for a while, and the lights in the hall flickered a few times, changing from bright to soft. The auction was about to start. A figure appeared in the middle of the hall and all eyes were gathered on him. This person was none other than the owner of this private museum, the legendary tycoon of Haizhou, Ma Xiaotian, who had half black hair interspersed with half white hair, and looked a little haggard. I'm sure you all know that my company is about to collapse. In order to save the company, I had to put out the collection of these years for auction. Ma Xiaotian looked around and opened the door. A sigh of relief sounded around the room. The financial crisis had the same great impact on them. Some people survived, but there were also some people who folded into it. Today's auction is my lifeblood, I hope you all take it back and treat it well. One day if the old horse can rise again, willing to double the price of today's auction to redeem. Ma Xiaotian added.
Pa 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 pa.
The hall resounded with applause.
People fall down, not fall down. Li Rui secretly marveled, this is the big player style.
The applause subsided. Ma Xiaotian bowed deeply. All of you who are here today, whether they are old friends or new friends, are here to help.
I say a big thank you to all of you. The four clamored. Boss Ma, no need to be polite.
Ma Xiaotian arched his hand. We are all our own people, so I won't say anything polite. The auction will now begin. Please welcome the first lot. Chapter 13, Chapter 00132 Paintings. The auction hired a professional auctioneer, and there were also several domestic experts of high reputation who were responsible for issuing appraisal certificates, very formal. The first lot was a painting by Sun Di, a leading young painter in China, young girl wearing a hijab, which showed the confused state of contemporary young people in a playful way of composition. At the time of the painting, Sun Di had not yet become famous, and was living at a snail's pace in an urban village, drinking cold water and nibbling on bread every day. Ma Xiaotian found the painting by accident and bought it for $3,000. Nowadays, the painting girl in hijab is valued at $3 million, 1,000 times more. Perhaps because of the first lot, or because the story behind the painting was auspicious, the auction went into fierce competition as soon as it opened. Starting from the reserve price of $1.5 million, the competition went all the way to $4.5 million before it was auctioned off by one of Ma Xiaotian's old friends. Although there was an element of friendship price in this, it also signaled that today's auction was extremely hot.
Second piece, third piece.
The paintings Ma Xiaotian brought out were all fine works, triggering a series of fierce bidding. Especially a painting by Bada Shanran, after 30 rounds of competition, before the hammer fell at $20 million, watching the guests call out for their enjoyment. Yao Xixin watched in awe and subconsciously grabbed Li Rui's arm, only to realize that he wasn't paying attention to the intense auction, but rather was looking for something among the paintings that were about to go on stage.
What are you looking for? Yao Xixuan asked.
Li Rui said, I'm looking to see if there's a favorite painting and buy one to support Boss Ma.
So do you have a favorite?
Li Rui shook his head, all the ones I've looked at are too expensive, I'd better pick the cheapest one. He said under his breath, his eyes locked on a very inconspicuous painting, certain memories in his mind gradually clear up.
If he remembered correctly, it should be this one. Lot after lot had a new owner, and
the prices hit record highs.
Zhou Yunhao also made a move, throwing $3.5 million to put that color block painting that Li Rui couldn't understand on the auction. Holding a large piece of dark red, Zhou Yunhao grinned from ear to ear.
Li Rui also laughed, hoping that he would still be able to look at the painting and laugh out loud a month later. The auction came to an end, most of the fine products have been sold, and the remaining paintings are inferior in both quality and price. Ladies and gentlemen, next up for auction are two paintings by the Republican master Zhang Daqian, Cloudy Mountain and Moon and Flowers of the Spring River, both of which are to be auctioned together at a starting price of $350,000, with an increase of $10,000 each time.
There are a few things that need to be explained to you before the auction.
These two paintings are Zhang Daqian's early imitation. The technique is a little tender, but already able to see the master's understanding of the classical ink style. Cloudy Mountain is the work of Fan Quan, a famous painter of the Song dynasty, and the author of Spring River and Moonflower is the familiar Ming dynasty genius Tang Boho. The former's real work is currently collected in the Jinling Museum, the latter was once hidden in the Qing Palace, and during the Republic of China period, it fell into the hands of the people who don't know where to go.
The guests whispered that they were not too optimistic about the two paintings.
Although both paintings are made by Zhang Daqian, but is an imitation, and is the early years of immature skills period of work, whether the market value or artistic value is not too high. Especially after seeing those fine works in front, these two paintings are even more difficult to get into the eyes.
When the auctioneer announced the start of the auction, actually appeared in the auction of the first cold, a full dozen seconds even of bidding are not.
See, the atmosphere is a bit awkward. From the Haizhou Museum of Painting and Calligraphy experts Jin Wenshan laughed, you do not feel that these two are imitation, there is no collection value. After all, it is Zhang Daqian's work, the technique still has merit, the market value is yet to be developed. Experts are able to speak, no merit can be said to have merit, not worth money can be said to market value to be developed, estimated that the dead can also be said to live. The presence of all the people are smart, here Jin Wenshan words do not mean, one by one to show a polite smile, but who also refused to bid. It wasn't that they weren't willing to spend money, it was because they were afraid of being treated like fools. Even Yao Xixin whispered, aren't imitations just fake paintings, who would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy two fake paintings to go home? The auctioneer waited for another half a day, saw that there was really no one bidding, and had no choice but to raise the auction gavel and say, "Since everyone is not interested, then I declare these two paintings to be sold. 350,000. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone followed the voice and looked. When they saw the bidder clearly, Zhou Yunhao snorted and laughed. "Ha, does this stupid kid think he can pick up the pieces?" The bidder was none other than Li Rui, who rushed to call out the reserve price at the last second before the auction was cancelled. Wu Pengju surprised, "Mr. Li, what do you mean?" Li Rui smiled. "Zhang Daqian is quite famous, I cannot afford to buy his real paintings, buy two fake paintings to go back to appreciate is also good." Wu Pengju did not know what to say. Around the guests also look at Li Rui with different expressions, some face mockery, some disdain. Most people think of Li Rui as a layman who does not pretend to understand. How do they know that Li Rui is picking up the pieces? In the hands of Li Rui, the price of these two paintings can be doubled 100 times. Chapter 14 Chapter 0014 Inside the Painting. The auctioneer did not expect that someone would bid at the last moment, and was surprised to ask, "This gentleman, are you sure you want to bid 350,000? Li Rui nodded. Auctioneer excitedly said, "This gentleman bid 350,000, there is a higher price?" A silence. Money doesn't come from the wind, why spend it on two fake paintings? Li Rui doesn't know about paintings, and can't even tell the authenticity and goodness of a painting, but he has a rebirth hangover. He had read a report in his previous life about the Spring River flower moon. It was said that after Ma Xiaotian got this painting in his early years, he kept treating it as an early imitation of Zhang Daqian's and threw it in the warehouse without caring about it. Later, there was a warehouse flooding, the mystery of the painting was exposed, the value of this Spring River flower and moon from no one asked to become worth a lot of money. At this moment, Li Rui had the opportunity to buy the painting, how could he miss it? No one bidding, Li Rui very easy to 350,000 reserve price auctioned off two paintings. Li Rui went to the finance room and swiped his card to pay and got the two scrolls. When he returned to the hall, Yao Sichuan said with a depressed face, "Li Rui, are you too good looking? What's wrong with me?" Li Rui froze. Yao Sichuan said, "You don't need to use this kind of tactics even if you want to integrate into this circle. Do you know what they just said about you? Said you were stupid." Li Rui laughed. "Did they really say that? It's not certain who is a fool. You spent $350,000 to buy two imitations, you're still not a fool?" Yao Sixian finished before realizing that some words should not be said from a lady's mouth, but not spit out his tongue. The playful look fell in Li Rui's eyes, and his heart flickered. "If I can prove that I am not a fool, what do you say?" Yao Sixian skimmed her lips, "Then I will fulfill one of your requirements." "What kind of request is okay?" Yao Sichuan blushed, "Anything that's not too much is fine." Li Rui nodded, "You'll see then." The auction ended successfully. All the lots were sold without fail, giving Ma Xiaotian hundreds of millions of dollars back. With this money, his company can still hold on for a while, as to whether it can come back to life, who is not clear. After the meeting, Ma Xiaotian prepared a buffet simple meal for all the guests. The hall was full of laughter and pushing glasses. Li Rui held two scrolls and walked towards Jinwen Mountain. Zhou Yunhao was bragging with a few friends, glanced at Li Rui and laughed, "Ha, this is not the first big luxury guest of this auction?" He went to the gold expert to do what? Is it to identify the imitation as the real work? The surrounding a laughter. Holding so tight, is it afraid of people robbing? You can rest assured to take back as a family heirloom, no one will rob with you. Zhou Yunhao unforgiving and taunted. Li Rui did not even bother to look at him, went over and said a few words to Jin Wenshan. Jin Wenshan's face changed, hastily unfolded the Spring River flower and moon, using a strong flashlight to carefully shine on the painting, from top to bottom from left to right, looked at it for a long time. Everyone felt strange, is not just a Zhang Daqian's imitation, what is Master Jin looking at? Is it really like what Zhou Yunhao said, the imitation can be seen as a real masterpiece? Zhou Yunhao said, "Master Jin, this thing still need to see? Put it in the toilet as handkerchiefs are too broken." "You know nothing." Jin Wenshan shouted. "What's going on?" The always gentle and elegant Master Jin actually exploded in foul language. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Yunhao is very domineering, but also cannot afford to mess with Jin Wenshan, faces green but do not dare to talk back, can only be full of puzzlement back to the side, do not understand why Jin Wenshan so big temper? Jin Wenshan turned to Li Rui, "Young man, this Spring River flowers and moon is indeed as you say a little interesting, do not mind if I operate on the spot?"
Li Rui laughed. Master Jean is too polite, you go ahead. Jean Wenxian nodded, waved his hand and said, move a table, by the way, bring my toolbox. Not long, a large table was placed in the center of the hall, with the table as the center of the circle, the guests surrounded tightly. They were all curious, what is Jean Wenxian doing? Is not just a piece of Zhang Daqian's early imitation to such a publicity? Spring River and Flower Moon was spread out on the table. Jean Wenxian scrutinized it for a long time. Ma Xiaotian asked strangely, Master Jean, what's wrong with this painting? Jean Wenxian said, Boss Ma, I remember when this painting is you and I together appraisal, now it seems, when we all hit the eye. What? Ma Xiaotian was stunned, isn't this a copy of Zhang Daqian? Is it possible that someone else has copied Zhang Daqian's work? With this effort can be completely imitated the real works, why do this kind of snake things? Jean Wenxian said, this is Zhang Daqian's imitation, is because it is too conclusive, will make us ignore the painting in the Qiankuan. Ma Xiaotian stunned, what Qiankuan? Jean Wenxian pointed to Li Rui said, Li Rui little friend suspected that this painting hidden underneath something else, so I intend to peel off the surface of this layer to see. When these words came out, the surrounding clamor. There is something else hidden under the painting? What could it be? Chapter 15, Chapter 0015, Tang Yin's authentic painting. Next, the time came for the crowd to have an eye-opening experience. Jean Wenxian opened his toolbox, took out a whole set of framing tools from it, and started the show. He concocted an unknown liquid and applied it on the surface of Spring River Flower and Moon, and with a flurry of several fine tools along the wet edges, he actually uncovered a layer on the surface of the painting. Uncovering a layer? I've heard of it before, but I've never seen it before, so there really is such a craft. The crowd marveled. Uncovering layer is the traditional craft of the framer. You can uncover the ink painting layer by layer, according to the thickness of the rice paper can be uncovered up to 3 layers. It is said that there was once a powerful framer who unveiled a painting worth $10 million into 2 sheets and auctioned the lower layer as the real one. However, generally speaking, the lower layer and the surface layer will have a lot of differences. Thick ink is clearer, lighter ink is more false, the seal of the inscription will often become blurred. Jean Wenxian's show this hand is indeed amazing, but the crowd is more and more puzzled. Not just a piece of imitation, there is a need to reveal the layer? Jean Wenxian carefully uncovered the entire surface layer, revealing the lower layer. The closest Ma Xiaotian immediately stared wide-eyed, how is it possible? But see, the paper surface is certainly another Spring River Flower and Moon. The crowd all stretched their necks to look at it, and the sound of astonishment rose in all directions. What's going on? This layer below seems to be more subtle. Look at the river under the shadow of the moon, the brush is unrestrained, a few strokes to draw the feeling of loneliness. Strange, I've never heard of an unveiled painting being better than the original. The moon is in the sky, half hidden in the clouds, the river is vast, and the flowers on the bank are fragrant. Not many strokes are used, but it gives people a sense of beauty of being there. This kind of handwriting is not comparable to the superficial Zhang Daqian imitation. How is this possible? Master Jean, what's going on? Ma Xiaotian asked in shock. This painting in his hands hidden for many years, Ma Xiaotian also played a few times, but never thought that there is something else in the painting. And the lower layer of this Spring River Flower and Moon, subtle incomparable, absolutely from the master's hand. Jean Wenxian said with emotion, you cannot see it, the following layer of paintings is Tang Pak Fu's Spring River Flowers and Moon original authentic Tang Pak Fu's original painting? How is it possible? The whole audience was shocked. Jean Wenxian pointed at the painting and said, look at the seal of the inscription. Ma Xiaotian looked over and distinguished the names on each seal. Liang Qingbiao, Wu Qizhen, Zhang Xiong, A Xin, Zhang Daqian. The owner of each of these seals is a thundering collector, especially the end of the two. One is the Qing dynasty Prince Gong, one is the antique master, but also a famous and well-known. It is really the real handwriting of Tang Bo who Ma Xiaotian sucked in a breath of cold air. There are various legends about the whereabouts of the real Spring River and Moon. Some say that it was destroyed in the war years, some say that it was dispersed overseas, and others say that it was burned during the chaotic years, to name a few. At this moment, Jean Wenxian and Ma Xiaotian said that this painting was the true masterpiece of Spring River Flower Moon, which could not help but make people's jaws drop. Zhou Yunhao was the first to disbelieve, angling his neck, Master Jean, do you have any evidence? Jean Wenxian coldly snorted, evidence? What I say is the evidence, you do not serve. Cow. Haizhou Museum's top-ranked painting and calligraphy expert did have the strength to say this.
Zhou Yunhao was like a deflated ball, no sound.
Jin Wenshan looked at Li Rui, said with emotion, "Young man, your luck is really good. 350,000 on the auction of this rare treasure." The crowd realized that the painting was Li Rui's. What kind of luck did this kid have? Just now everyone was treating Li Rui as a layman who didn't know what he was talking about, and thought that he was in over his head for spending $350,000 on two imitations. In a flash, they were slapped in the face. $35 million to buy the imitation of the following actually hides the real work. This is the real masterpiece of Tang Bohua, absolutely more valuable than that just auctioned 20 million high price of 8 Mountain Man painting. $350,000 turned into tens of millions of dollars in a second. This luck couldn't be better, could it?
In the midst of the clamor, Yao Xishuan was particularly calm. After all, she is a person who has seen the world. What's the big deal if $350,000 turns into tens of millions of dollars? A few days ago, someone was $100 turns into $250 million. What the hell did this guy do? Why is his luck so good? If I'm with him every day, can I get lucky? While others were envious, Zhou Yunhao was downright jealous and angry. This fool actually bought the real Tang Pak Fu by mistake? No way. Master Jin, take a good look again. Are you mistaken? How could this possibly be a genuine work of Tang Pak Fu? Zhou Yunhao shouted. Jin Wenshan's face sank. Xiao Zhou, what do you mean by that? Don't believe in my eyesight or don't believe in my professionalism? I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? I just don't understand. How could Tang Pak Fu's real work be hidden under Zhang Daqian's imitation work? It doesn't make sense at all. Jin Wenshan looked around and saw that many people had the same puzzled expression on their faces, so he said, "Well, I will explain it to everyone." The crowd was busy saying, "Please instruct Master Jin." Chapter 16 Chapter 0016, Making 100 times the money. Jin Wenshan pointed at the spring river and flower moon on the table and said, "I say it is an authentic painting mainly based on 3 points. Firstly, the painting has uninhibited brushwork, silent mood, and the ink is thick and light, which is a very obvious style of Tang Bohu. Secondly, the seal on the painting shows that the painting has been handed down in an orderly manner. Each collector is famous. Even if I will hit the eye, will they also hit the eye? Last but not least, this matter seems ridiculous, but if it was made by Zhang Daqian, then it is completely understandable." Boss Ma, don't you think so? Ma Xiaotian nodded. Master Jin is right. Zhang Daqian's character is unrestrained and playful. He is good at imitating ancient paintings. He especially likes to use his own imitation to pretend to be the real one, and every time he gets it, he is smug. The last collector of this spring river and flowering moon was none other than Zhang Daqian, who covered the imitations on top of the real one and deceived the world for decades, only to be discovered today. If he knew what was going on in his grave, he would have been greatly pleased with himself. People suddenly, and then look at the spring river and moon, think Jin Wenshan and Ma Xiaotian right. Just look at the painting shows the temperament, and then associated with the Tang Pak Fu flirtatious and downbeat life, all of them sigh. Jin Wenshan said with emotion, "Spring river flower moon for many years without news. I originally thought that I could not see again in my lifetime. I did not think that today I have the chance to see. This is thanks to Li Rui, little friend." All eyes are focused on Li Rui. There is envy, jealousy, and hate from Zhou Yunhao. Li Rui said, "I also want to thank Master Jin. If it is not for your skills in unveiling the painting, this painting cannot see the light of day." Someone suddenly asked, "Master Jin, how much is this painting worth?" The crowd also got curious. How much would the real painting of Tang Pak Fu be worth? Jin Wenshan pondered for a moment and said, "If I come to estimate the price, around $35 million. If you take it to a foreign auction, the price may be a little higher. 35 million to buy, a turn worth 35 million, 100 times the gain. The crowd's eyes are green with envy. "Mr. Li, I'm offering 40 million, can you cut me off from this painting?" In the crowd, a voice suddenly rang out. The crowd looked at the voice and staggered. It is the old Lua. He just has not been out, thought he was not interested. It turns out that he did not come across a worthy target. Old Lu is the representative of the domestic collectors after the horse boss. This painting fell into his hands. It is also considered to be a perfect match. $40 million, Old Lu big money. Li Rui also recognized this person, Haizhou famous financier and collector Lu Heng. In his previous life, he has seen Lu Heng's name in many financial news, but what really makes Lu Heng famous is not the success in the business world, but in the auction market, a throw of money. $300 million of Jiangsu's wild grass, $50 million of Northern Song calligraphy, $80 million of Emperor's imperial seat, $280 million of blue and white porcelain, $200 million of Tanka. These are all Lu Heng's achievements. In today's auction, Lu Heng never made a bid. and many people were very disappointed. Tang Bowu's real work, Spring River Flower and Moon, appeared in the world, finally drew out Lu Hong, and the first bid was $40 million, higher than Jin Wenshan's estimation by a whole $5 million, worthy of being the most generous person in the collection world. This price made everyone's heart drip blood with jealousy, and also secretly regretting, why was the person who bought this painting not himself? Boss Lu likes this painting? Li Rui asked. Lu Hong smiled. Jiangnan, 4 great talents: Tang Bowu, Zhu Zhishan, Wen Zhangming, and Su Jinqing's calligraphy and painting. I've got 3 of the 4, only missing a Tang Bowu's real handwriting. Since I came across it today, how can I let it go? If Mr. Li is able to love, Lu Hong grateful. Li Rui laughed. This Tang Pak Fu authentic painting, I personally also like. But since Mr. Lu likes it, I'm willing to do the right thing. That's great. Lu Hong was overjoyed. Li Rui said, as for the price. The crowd heard, this is to ask for a lot of money? Do not be so greedy. Lu Hong also frowned, but he was originally a bold character, secretly thought as long as Li Rui asking price is not too much, can be negotiated. According to Master Jin's valuation, 35 million. Surprisingly, Li Rui not only did not raise the price, but also took the initiative to press down 5 million. Lu Hong froze for a moment, then nodded knowingly. Thank you, Mr. Li, I'll keep this favor. I hope we can have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Li Rui smiled. There will be. There will be soon. Chapter 17, Chapter 0017, Electric Love Affair. The auction ended. Li Rui rode an electric bike carrying Yao Xixian and ran through the streets of Haizhou. Riding on my beloved little motorcycle, it never gets stuck in a traffic jam. Li Rui hummed a song as he traveled through the night breeze of Haizhou. Why are you singing this song again? Ha ha, it's kind of nice. But you are not a small motorcycle, you are an electric car. Yao Xixuan spat out. Li Rui he laughed. With my skills, electric car can also drive a motorcycle style. Don't believe you see. Hand twisted, the electric car buzzed and screamed a few times. The speed did not have any increase. Yao Xixian joyfully fluttered. What are you laughing at? Laughing. Li Rui is a bit faceless. You are too bad with this technique, stop the car and change me. Yao Xixuan said. If you come, you come. Li Rui pinched the brakes and stopped on the side of the road. Yao Xixian crossed on the electric car. Li Rui realized that her body proportion is super good, obviously small but has a pair of long legs. This is still riding an electric car, if riding a big motorcycle, certainly valiantly not. Come up ah. Yao Xixian patted the back seat. Li Rui sat up. Sit firmly. Yao Xixuan started the car, the electric car leaped forward. Li Rui subconsciously stretched out his arms and wrapped them around Yao Xixuan's slender waist. At this instant, both of their bodies were a bit stiff. The electric car was back on the road, and the speed was even slower than just now. Li Rui, however, did not say anything to ridicule, he was immersed in the touch of his arms. How did he not realize in his previous life that Yao Xixuan was so material? Yao Xixuan's 2 eyes stared at the road, the warmth coming from her back made her stiff but had an indescribable sense of security. Suddenly, Li Rui said, didn't you say I was a fool for buying 2 fake paintings? Ah. Yao Xixuan froze, then she remembered the bet she made with Li Rui. Her small round face suddenly became red, and she didn't know if it was blown by the night wind or if she was shy in her heart. I'm asking you, am I stupid? Li Rui did not get an answer and followed up with another question. You're not a fool, I'm the fool, okay? Yao Xixuan pouted. Li Rui smiled and said, then what you said, does it still count? What did I say? Yao Xixuan was flustered. You said you promised me a request, you don't want to renege on the debt, do you? This girl won't renege on the debt, just mention whatever request you have. Yao Xixian hummed, in fact, the heart poof, nervous. In case Li Rui put forward excessive requirements, do I agree or agree or agree? Li Rui said, I'm tired all day today, my shoulders are a bit sore, so I'll give it a press later. Just this? I don't know why, Yao Xixuan actually lost a little. Li Rui asked, otherwise you think I will make what request? Yao Xixian spat, press it. Electric car to Yao Xixian home downstairs, the girl twisted down the car, stood in the doorway of the unit, whispered, you sit down. Li Rui sat on the electric car with a big grin, proudly said, with a little force, I can eat hard. Al real-life painting, Yao Xixian conceptual drawing. The next second, Yao Xixuan's palm pressed on Li Rui's shoulder, although she has been hard enough, but the force is still soft. Fortunately, the touch of the palm is good, through the clothes can still feel the softness and tenderness, soothing and gentle movement on the shoulder to move, comfortable. Li Rui almost hummed out.
Yao Xixian hate asked, comfortable? Li Rui he laughed, of course comfortable, or I also give you press? Beautiful you.
Yao Xixuan turned her palm into a fist and punched him hard on the shoulder a few times.
It doesn't hurt at all, and it's quite strong.
After a few whacks, Yao Xixuan went on strike and quit, blushing. I'm going home.
Li Rui looked at her. This is back?
Yao Xixuan blushed and said, otherwise? The air is filled with ambiguous emotions, the two bodies unconsciously close again.
Isn't this Xiao Yao, not home so late?
I don't know where a neighbor came out, disturbed the ambiguous atmosphere between Li Rui and Yao Xixuan.
Yao Xixian electric shock like popping away. It's Auntie Lua, I'll be right home. Who is this young man, is he your boyfriend? The lady asked nosily.
No, just classmates. Yao Xixian squeezed her eyes at Li Rui, and quickly pulled the damsel home to go. Li Rui looked at her slender back, although a little regret, can only hurry home.
Arriving home, Li Rui checked the account.
There was $35 million more in the account, which was called in by Lu Heng. Compared to get on the line of Lu Hong, 35 million revenue is not so important. Lu Heng, as early as in the early 90s, is the first batch of domestic stock market trendsetters, rely on $10,000 to start, the highest reached $40 billion. Such a financial predator, in 2010, has just revealed the looming Li Rui later the same to make waves in the financial market, no need to deal with him. Today, a good karma first, only to meet in the future. After solemnly writing down Lu Heng's name on the notebook, Li Rui looked at the calendar again and realized that only the last 2 days of the National Day holiday remained. Chapter 18 Chapter 0018 3 Funds. The holiday ended on October 8th, the whole population returned to work, and the reopening of various financial markets. This meant that Li Rui was going to start investing. He divided the money he had on hand into 3, one for aggressive speculation, one for steady investment, and one as a backup in case of emergency. Li Rui was cut fear in his previous life, everything is the pursuit of foolproof.
Once out of order, towards another possibility, he can also ensure the financial freedom of the second half of his life.
The first risky speculative funds, about 100 million. This money is mainly used for stocks, futures, Bitcoin and other high-risk investments, which is Li Rui's main focus and will also involve the most of his energy. The second steady investment fund, again, is about $100 million.
It will be invested in stocks, real estate and emerging businesses that will have significant gains in the future. As long as the overall trend of the world's economic development does not change much, this part of the funds will be very safe and stable earnings. The same rate of return is also very amazing. The last one is used to consume, are so rich have to consume otherwise make money for what?
After planning the 3 parts of the funds, Li Rui began to prepare for October 8th. The first investment after Rebirth, he already has a goal, is to short Greenfield Culture. According to the memory of his previous life, Greenfield Culture will soon suffer a heavy blow. At this time its stock price is floating in the range of 30 magnesium yuan or more, while it will plummet to 1 magnesium yuan in another month or so. This huge difference in the middle of the price is like a big piece of fat meat. Li Rui do not na bite or sorry Zhou Yunhao. Anyway, you guys are dead, more than one of me is not much, less than one of me is not less. The money earned from you guys, take it as Zhou Yunhao's apology to me. Li Rui smiled slightly and wrote down the words Greenfield Culture heavily on his notebook.
In addition to Greenfield Culture, Li Rui had a few more goals. He wanted to seize the tail end of 2010 and make a fortune in the domestic stock market as well. Li Rui has a lot of memories in his mind about the demon stocks of 2010, but not many of them were launched at the end of the year, and he only thought of 3 stocks after thinking about it. Jin Gong Technology, this stock ranked first. It will start immediately after the long vacation, just 2 months' time, rose more than 250%, the absolute end of the year, the first demon stock. Golden Rose ranks second, this stock rose 172% last year, the stock price as high as $40, in the view of many people has reached the top. Only Li Rui knows, $40 is far from the top of the Golden Rose. Next month it will issue a public announced in the domestic top real estate developers cooperation. By then the stock price will be up, even pull a number of stops rushed up to $80 high and then slowly fall back. The third is the Fly Integrated. The end of the month will announce the reorganization plan, began 9 consecutive stops of the show. 3 stocks start sequentially, deployed properly, if the funds doubled several times is not a dream. 100 million is a little less. Li Rui studied a bit, secretly thought. But he still resisted the urge to invest more money.
Walking in the Jianghu, safety first. The future is still long, want to become the richest cannot rush. And put too high, alarmed those behind the scenes financial players, cannot be good. Li Rui decided to low-key wealth, quietly do the richest, in front of the stage to show off what is the meaning of doing a behind-the-scenes big brother he does not smell. Early the next morning, Li Rui came to Guangdong issue. Hearing that Li Rui came, Wu Pengju personally came out to meet. Compared with the previous 2 days, Wu Pengju's attitude is more and more enthusiastic, more like receiving years of old friends rather than just the supreme customer. Chen Xinglian saw, heart very surprised, do not know what Li Rui did to make the governor so discount. After drinking a cup of tea in Wu Pengju's office, Li Rui came to Chen Xinglian's workstation. My magnesium shares in Hong Kong stocks account opening, how did it go? Li Rui asked. Chen Xinglian said somewhat apologetically, I'm really sorry, there are still a few processes over there that are not completed. I have urged the magnesium and Hong Kong Island colleagues, at most 24 hours, must be able to open. But the Swiss bank account has been opened, in accordance with your requirements, deposited a magnesium dollar funds and connected to the PayPal account. Li Rui was happy, great, can you lend me the computer to use? Of course. Chen Xinglian let out the computer. Li Rui opened the browser and entered a website. NTGOX. This is a Bitcoin trading site, before 2014 has been the world's most active electronic currency trading platform, the peak of the world to undertake more than 70% of the Bitcoin transactions. Because of the harmonization, MTGOX is jokingly referred to as Mentor. The website was just established in July 10, even in foreign countries, not many people know, and then the price of Bitcoin is still far from reaching the previous generation, so crazy, in the country is even more knowledge of few people. Chen Xinglian did not know, she asked strangely, what is this website? It is used to trade Bitcoin, Bitcoin you know? I seem to have heard of it, is a kind of electronic currency, right? Do you want to invest in this? Chen Xinglian asked in surprise. Li Rui smiled and said, if you believe me, buy a few and save them. You will thank me later. How much is one? How to buy it? Chen Xinglian came to be interested. Li Rui said, you see me operate it. Said registered a username and transferred $1 million magnesium dollars into the account. Chen Xinglian looked silly. She thought that Li Rui was just playing around, but did not expect to invest $1 million magnesium dollars at once. How many bitcoins could this buy? Chapter 19 Chapter 00193 Stocks. Bitcoin in 2010 is still in the state of being unknown, but just a few years later turned into a miracle in financial history. There are a lot of claims about Bitcoin, some say it is a scam, some say it is a trend. Li Rui does not care who is right, he only cares about the revenue. At this time, the value of Bitcoin has not yet been developed, and the price is in an extremely low range. The future of the Bitcoin madness, Li Rui is clear, the previous life has always regretted not investing in a few, this life finally have the opportunity. In March 10, the world's first Bitcoin exchange Bitcoin market was born, giving the Bitcoin trading price as 0.003 magnesium yuan. By April, the price of Bitcoin exceeded 10 magnesium cents. Now it is October, Li Rui inquired and found that the price has reached 65 magnesium cents. In just half a year, from 0.003 to 0.65, it has risen more than 200 times. This is just the beginning, the future of the Bitcoin, although the ups and downs of the Bitcoin is high and low, but the overall trend is straight up. Now $1 million magnesium dollars can buy more than 1 million Bitcoins, and the peak of the Bitcoin price even exceeded 60,000 magnesium dollars apiece. After the account deposit was confirmed, Li Rui immediately placed an order and began to furiously sweep the Bitcoins lined up for sale on Mentor. More than 400 pending orders at 0.65 magnesium cents were cleared in an instant, then at 0.66 magnesium cents, then at 0.67 magnesium cents. In just 10 minutes, under Li Rui's crazy sweeping orders, the Bitcoin price level rubbing up, from 0.65 all the way up, broke through the historical high of 0.7, and then rushed to 0.8. Li Rui with his own power to make the whole world Bitcoin market have a huge turbulence, which if placed in a dozen years later, without tens of billions of magnesium yuan funds is impossible to do, and now he only used a few tens of thousands of magnesium yuan to do it. Of course, Li Rui cannot be all the Bitcoins are swept away. From the day of the initial birth of the Bitcoin, has been stipulated the number of such virtual coins, a total of 21 million, digging out a less one, it is because of the scarcity will lead to the later Bitcoin's successive upsurge. This is originally a capital game, must be involved together, all kinds of money in the inside of the waves. Li Rui can profit from it, if he came up to buy Bitcoins to their own hands, who will still come? Can't be the banker himself, that can be too tired, is not the style of Li Rui's investment. So Li Rui's goal is to quietly enter the village, shotgun don't, hoard a certain number of bitcoins, both to ensure the future of the huge gains, but also to make other funds profitable. The next step is to wait for the various players to enter the field to speculate up the bitcoin. Anyway, Li Rui is only planning to sit on the ground and share the dividends. Magnesium, Los Angeles, a luxury villa in the study, a computer screen flashing dark light, showing a private network chat room interface. Ding dong, the computer speakers beeped, someone in the chat room spoke. A big bearded, hairy fat man moved to the computer, while drinking coffee and swept the screen, puffed the mouthful of coffee all sprayed on the screen and keyboard. He hurriedly brought paper towels to wipe the screen and keyboard clean, and only then quickly typed and asked, "Really?" On the screen, a user codenamed Troll said, "You can log into MGOX to take a look, it's already blowing up." Chapter 20 Chapter 0020 Currency Hunter. Big Beard switched the page to the MGOX website, and sure enough, he saw the bright green up, red down, numbers on the front page. 0.81. It was only 0.65 before going to bed, and this has broken through the 0.8 barrier, creating an all-time high price? The bearded man was full of confusion. Who did this? A dwarf? Dwarves? Humans? Or an elf? He crackled on the keyboard, not even bothering to wipe the coffee residue off his beard. Couldn't it be you, Bullseye? The troll asked rhetorically. The bearded man retorted in annoyance, "Of course it wasn't me. Dwarf, it wasn't me. Dwarf, it wasn't me either. Human, not me, anyway." The other members of the chat room, who had just disappeared, all popped up at this time. There were a total of 8 members in the chat room, all named after the races in the hot online game World of Warcraft. Trolls, minotaurs, undead, orcs, humans, gnomes, dwarves and elves. No one knew that this chat room, which appeared to engage in daily gaming exchanges, was in fact an alliance that secretly manipulated and speculated on the price of bitcoins, and that the bitcoins they controlled in their hands accounted for 40% of the entire bitcoin market at the moment. A lot of the bitcoin price movements on MGOX are their doing. Just a few months ago, they spent 10,000 bitcoins on 2 pizzas worth $25 magnesium in order to hype up Bitcoin, and made the news for it. After this hype, the public was made aware of the existence of Bitcoin, attracting many new accounts into the pit, and causing Bitcoin, which at the time was priced at only 0.003 magnesium cents, to skyrocket, rising all the way to over 0.6. According to their plan, the price of Bitcoin needs to enter a cooling off period, and then slowly speculate, with about a year or so time rushed up to 1 magnesium yuan, and their ultimate goal is 10 magnesium yuan. When the time to liquidate the position off the hands of the words, everyone will become a multimillionaire. What they never expected was that someone would actually go out and raid Bitcoin at this time, disrupting their plans. The purchaser's LD checked out, called Hunter. LP address is not in the magnesium country. Undead suddenly said, his real identity is a hacker, proficient in all kinds of computer technology, and MTGOX's technical protection is not outstanding, checking in information for him is easy. He's a hacker, and MTGOX is not very well protected by technology. When did a hunter come out of the Bitcoin community? What's he hunting? Is it Bitcoin, or is it us? There was silence in the internet chat room for a few seconds. Undead, please find out what this hunter is all about and pull him in if you have to. Almost at the same moment, the same few sentences appeared on the screen. Why are you called Hunter? Chen Xinglian looked at Li Rui's LD and was also a bit curious. Li Rui explained, "My name is Li Rui, the pinyin abbreviation is LR. There is a profession called Hunter in the World of Warcraft, which is translated as Hunter, and the pinyin abbreviation is also LR, so I used this LD." Chen Xinglian laughed, "I thought you wanted to hunt who?" Li Rui laughed, "You think so can also financial market investment, originally is a hunt. I hope I will always be the hunter, not the prey." "Of course you will not be the prey." Seeing Li Rui crazy sweeping look, Chen Xinglian confidence, "But how do you stop? Is not there more than 900,000 magnesium dollars?" Li Rui shrugged his shoulders, "There are so many bitcoins on the market, if I sweep all of them, how can others play? I still count on them to speculate on the price for me. Only investment, not delusion, let others try to make money for themselves." This is Li Rui's way of playing. Next, he has more exciting ways to play. Chapter 21 Chapter 0021 Faraway Star Garden. Li Rui's first wave of frantic sweeping took down 50,000 bitcoins, only spending less than 40,000 magnesium dollars. 40,000 magnesium yuan to buy Bitcoin. This kind of completely do not know what investment significance of the thing, and the ordinary people must be crazy, but for the knowledge of the previous life of the Bitcoin crazy upward trend of Li Rui, with the white give no difference. For the time being, Li Rui does not intend to sweep the goods again, to give the real Bitcoin players to leave some time and space. After all, the overall number of Bitcoins is only 21 million, and the total number of mined out is only a few million, so if Li Rui buys too much, it will be unfavorable to the market regular transaction. Li Rui's ultimate goal is to acquire about 500,000 Bitcoins in 3 to 5 years, occupying 2.5% of the total number of all Bitcoins. This is the upper limit. Any higher may trigger an unpredictable butterfly effect, and even cause alarm in the capital market. Satoshi Nakamoto, for example, the enigmatic founder of Bitcoin, is considered a major risk factor for the price of Bitcoin. It is estimated that Satoshi Nakamoto holds roughly 5%, or 1.1 million Bitcoins, and if his identity is disclosed or his holdings are significantly reduced, it will destabilize the entire digital currency market and cause the price of Bitcoin to sink. Li Rui is still counting on capital to work for him, so 500,000 Bitcoins is about right. Diversify the investment, diversify the storage, and try to keep a low profile in order to reduce the impact on the market trend while ensuring a huge gain. Not to mention that this gain is already large enough. According to the price before Li Rui's crossing, the total amount is more than 50 billion magnesium dollars. This amount of assets can squeeze into the top 10 of the domestic rich list that year. Satisfied, closed the browser. Li Rui said to Chen Xinglian, "Thank you for the computer." Chen Xinglian laughed. "Looks like you can earn a lot of money. I helped you so big a favor, only a thank you? Then I send you 5 Bitcoins?" Li Rui asked. Chen Xinglian said, "I don't want it. You really want to thank me. If you want to thank me, treat me to a meal. This is what you don't want, don't regret it later." Li Rui said meaningfully. Lunch break, Li Rui and Chen Xinglian went to the Cheetah shopping mall again. This time there are no complications, very pleasant to enjoy a lunch. After lunch, the two walked out of the mall, and suddenly someone stuffed a flyer into Li Rui's hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the latest opening of the upscale district, mainly 6-story houses and townhouses, superior location, now preferential prices per square meter starting at 15,888 yuan. Full payment can also enjoy a discount of 95%. The young man who sends out flyers is also coping with the errand, quickly introduced a few sentences and turned his head to send elsewhere, did not take Li Rui as a potential consumer. Li Rui carefully surveyed the flyer. Voyage Star Garden? Li Rui is familiar with this neighborhood. In his previous life, he had a customer who lived in Voyage Star Court, and had a door-to-door experience. At that time, Li Rui felt that the location of Farhang Star Garden is superior and convenient. Only a few hundred meters away from the subway station, it is also very convenient to travel by car. There are 3 hospitals and large supermarkets in the vicinity, and the most important thing is that the school district is very high quality. Moreover, Farhang Xingyuan is one of the rare neighborhoods in the second ring road that is dominated by ground floor houses, and the internal environment is quiet and pleasant, which is an excellent place to get peace and quiet in the middle of the city. There are so many advantages of the district. The price of housing is naturally not low. Li Rui remembers the customer is more than 100 square feet of house, enough to spend more than 14 million, discounted down to the average price of more than 12 million per square meter. And at this moment, just opened up the distant Star Garden house, actually only 15,888 square meter, can also discount? This is still waiting for what, of course, is to buy. Buy a house, as Li Rui can think of the most secure way of investment. He's specifically prepared to buy a house funds, even if the other investments are all collapsed. The house can also let him the rest of his life without worrying about food and clothing. "Sister Chen, are you free? Accompany me to see the house?" Li Rui shook the flyer, said. Chen Xinglian took a look. The Voyage Star Garden, Xinkai Road? That seems to be the old city. It is very messy. The subway will not be opened until years later. In addition to close to the center of the city, there is no advantage. Are you sure you want to buy a house over there? Li Rui said, "First go and look at it." Al real-life painting, Chen Xinglian conceptual drawing. Chen Xinglian said the shortcomings now of course exists. With the passage of time, the demolition of the old city as a whole is completed, large commercial bodies rising, the opening of the subway, the completion of the new road planning. There will be no disadvantages but only advantages of the Farhang Star Garden. But by that time, the price of housing has long been on the rocket skyward. Ordinary families simply cannot afford to buy. Now is the value of Farhang Xingyuan depression. Li Rui absolutely will not let go. Farhang Star Garden is not too far from the Guangdong issue. Li Rui simply ride on the electric car, carrying Chen Xinglian, through the congestion of traffic, straight to Xinkai Road. Into the Xinkai Road, full of smoke and dust. This neighborhood is being demolished. Old houses, but also everywhere is being rumbled construction site, a pandemonium.
Cough 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 Chen Xinglian while coughing while beating the dust falling on the skirt. The skirt is Li Rui sent Chanel, very expensive it. Li Rui, however, is very excited.
These construction sites look dirty and chaotic, it won't take long for them to turn into a skyscraper, turning into unimaginable wealth. Came to Xinkai Road in the middle of the Farhang Star Court sales office, the environment near the slightly better, a small building has taken shape, but the entire plot of the ground is only a large pit, so that Li Rui difficult to hear with the previous life of the water and mountains, green and tree-lined high-grade and elegant neighborhoods linked together.
In front of the sales office, the cars and horses are sparse, two sales ladies standing in front of the door of the boredom of gossip.
An electric car drove by slowly and stopped at the door. They thought it was a courier, but when they saw Chen Xinglian in the back seat, their eyes couldn't help but light up. This profession of sales lady usually contact with a lot of rich customers, on a variety of luxury goods quite understand, a glance recognized Chen Xinglian where back are Chanel seasonal new products. Just this outfit alone would cost about $100,000.
This is a rich customer. But how did such a rich client come here in an electric car?
Although there are a lot of doubts in their minds, the two of them still scrambled to meet up and respectfully said to Chen Xinglian, "Hello, ma'am, may I ask if you're looking for a house?" Chen Xinglian pointed to Li Rui, "I don't look at houses, he does, I came with him."
Ah?
The two sales ladies froze.
This is not a driver, is to see the house? Don't joke, riding an electric car to see what house?
Our place is a future high-end townhouse community, electric cars are not allowed to enter. The short-haired one's eyes turned. "By lawn, my stomach suddenly hurts, you come to the reception," said a smoke ran away. The remaining long-haired sales lady was speechless and could only say, "My name is By Lawn, I am the number 418 sales consultant, I am very happy to serve you too, please come with me, I will introduce the details of this real estate for you." By Lawn is quite dedicated, it took half an hour to introduce the general situation of the district clearly, and then asked, "What do you think, what other questions?" Just at this time, there was a roar of an engine from outside the door. Just by listening to the sound, I knew that there was a luxury car coming. Chapter 22 Chapter 0022 Appreciation Potential.
Maserati.
Aisha, the short-haired salesgirl who had just said she had a stomachache and was unwilling to receive Li Rui, leapt up and rushed outside.
Everyone else also swarmed out.
People who drive luxury cars are their important target customers. As for the ones riding electric bicycles, it would be nice to have someone to receive them. Bailan could only sigh that she was unlucky today, not to mention the Maserati customers, not even the four-wheeled customers, only a two-wheeled one. Chen Xinglian went to the restroom, Li Rui stood alone in front of the sand table, thinking intently. Elsa smiled and led a pair of young men and women to walk the sales office, apparently just won the battle for customers. The man is short, fat, unimpressive, but covered in hipster brand.
Female tall and demure, face painted with heavy makeup, carrying a new LV bag, walk a step to twist 3 twist.
From their appearance can be seen is not bad money lord, it seems to be a man to the woman to buy a house, this is all the sales lady favorite customers, the probability of a transaction is very large. Li Rui was thinking about it when a cold snort came from behind him.
Li Rui? Li Rui turned around and looked. What's going on lately, wherever you can meet the enemy?
The short fat youth who just came in is actually Zhou Yunhao. I said how the electric car outside is a little familiar, it is really you ah.
Oh, you made a fortune last night and came to buy a house today?
It is true that small farmers think, earn money the first step first purchase a nest.
Zhou Yunhao sneered.
Li Rui said faintly, yes, accidentally made so much money, not spend out of the body.
You don't think that 35 million is a lot, right?
Zhou Yunhao heart jealousy crazy, mouth but refused to show the slightest weakness. Anyway, enough to buy a few houses.
Li Rui laughed. Zhou Yunhao face green, suddenly put his arm around the woman next to him and said, baby, you see this kid, like a rich man?
The woman disdainfully swept a glance at Li Rui, not like.
Zhou Yunhao laughed, just outside the electric car see, know whose? It is his.
Ah, riding an electric car to buy a house, is also strange. Li Rui simply lazy to take care of them.
Zhou Yunhao put his arm around the woman and said, how come Yao Xixian didn't accompany you?
In fact, I didn't even put her on my mind, I just want to play with her, since she doesn't know how to appreciate it even if. Young master, I have no shortage of women around me, Yao Xixian kind of chick who doesn't know anything about anything is not fun, this kind is the best. The woman deliberately raised her chest to demonstrate to Li Rui.
Oh, Li Rui smiled.
At this time, Chen Xinglian came back from the restroom and asked strangely, Li Rui, are these two your friends? Zhou Yunhao froze. This is also too beautiful. Chen Xinglian originally has beautiful features, outstanding temperament, today and wearing Chanel dress and high heels, carrying the latest models of bags, the overall temperament is climbed to a peak, even if she put her on the red carpet of the stars is not out of place. In comparison, the women around Zhou Yunhao are simply like mediocre powder, weak. I am not very familiar with them. Li Rui smiled lightly and suddenly held Chen Xinglian's hand and said, Xinglian, accompany me to take another look. Chen Xinglian was startled by Li Rui's action and address. The first reaction was to shake off, but immediately snapped out of it. She softly said, Good you want to see how long I will accompany you to see how long? Speaking heartbeats somehow accelerated a lot. Seeing Li Rui pulling Chen Xinglian's hand away, Zhou Yunhao was furious with his teeth. Zhou Yung, what's wrong with you? The woman at his side said greedily, not to buy a villa? Zhou Yunhao impatiently pushed away the woman. He had thought that this woman is quite flavorful, but after seeing Chen Xinglian and then looking at this woman, he could not help but wonder if he was blind before? Not only did this asshole get lucky, but he also had peach blossom luck? First Yao Si Xian, and then this woman, what right does he have? The more Zhou Yunhao thought about it, the more angry he became. At this time in front of the townhouse sandbox, Chen Xinglian broke away from Li Rui's hand without any trace. Sorry Li Rui whispered. It's okay to give a man face outside, but the next one will not be an exception. Chen Xinglian smiled. Li Rui scratched his head in embarrassment. All two lives how still calm it, but Chen's sister's hand is really soft Chen Xinglian digresses, how do you see? What do you think? Chen Xinglian thought for a moment and said, I take back what I said before. This neighborhood is very good, I think there is a lot of appreciation potential? Oh, how to say? The most important factor in whether a house can appreciate in value is the location. I thought the neighborhood was dirty and poor, but I just looked at the location map and realized that the neighborhood location is very good, convenient transportation, close to the subway station. What's more? Right now the neighborhood is full of construction sites and there are no commercial facilities, but this should only be a temporary situation. This is very close to the city center. When all the buildings are built there will be a large influx of people, then still worry about supporting? There is a tertiary hospital nearby, and the schools across the street are all very good and able to meet all kinds of needs. So your conclusion? Buy. I think the appreciation potential of buying a house here will be greater than other places. Li Rui nodded with relief. He really didn't look at the wrong person. Chen Xinglian's insight in terms of housing prices even exceeded some of the so-called real estate experts. Miss, make me an offer. Li Rui greeted Bai Lan and said. Bai Lan was sneaking glances at Aisha and was jealous when she saw her selling the villa to Zhou Yunhao. Suddenly hearing Li Rui's greeting, Bai Lan was still in a bit of a trance, thinking she had heard wrong. Al Real life drawing, Bai Lan's conceptual drawing. Billing? No way, this customer on an electric bike really wants to buy a house? Can he afford it? Regardless of whether Li Rui can afford it or not, since the request was made, Bai Lan naturally had to fulfill it. These two townhouses are both 7-story, starting at 15,888 yuan per square meter, with a small garden and basement on the first floor and a terrace on the top floor. The price of each floor has changed, but the house types are 127 square meters with 3 rooms, 2 halls and 2 bathrooms, perfect for families. At present, full payment can enjoy 5% discount, taking the second floor with the lowest price as the standard. The total price after discount is 1916,887 RMB, and 5 years property fee is also complimentary. Is this the lowest discount? Li Rui Dao, can you give it a break? Bai Lan said, if you can pay the deposit today, I can apply for you with the above. Li Rui Dao, can I also enjoy a 5% discount on loans? Then I have to ask the manager for instructions. Do you have income and deposit certificates? If not, the bank side of the loan may be more trouble. Bai Lan said. Before the words fell, cheers rang out in the hall. The three of them turned their heads to look. Aisha was waving her arms excitedly and said loudly, Congratulations to Mr. Zhou and Miss Wang for signing Villa 7. Chapter 23 Chapter 0023 I want to. Signed? Bai Lan looked at the fluttering Aisha with envy in her heart. The area of the villas in the district are all around 300 square feet, the unit price is 27,000 yuan, and each one is a multi-million-dollar mansion. Aisha signed such a large single, this month's commission earned over. If I didn't receive them, this list might be mine. Bai Lan glanced at Li Rui. However, Bai Lan still has professional ethics, since she has already received this single from Li Rui, she has to seriously serve to the end. Mr. Li, Miss Chen, if you do have the intention to buy, I will go and communicate with the manager to get you the biggest discount, how about it? Bai Lan asked. Li Rui nodded and said, I'll leave it to you then. Bai Lan left. Li Rui turned his head and asked Chen Xinglian, how many loans can your bank release to me at most? Chen Xinglian stunned, you want a loan to buy a house? Otherwise? You have so much money, why not buy in full? Chen Xinglian simply cannot understand. Li Rui smiled. Buy a house with your own money? That's silly. If you can get a loan, of course you should use the bank's money to buy a house. First of all, housing prices will skyrocket in the next 10 years, no matter how to buy is a big profit, this kind of investment does not need to consider the risk of repayment. Secondly, personal funds are ultimately limited, with the help of the bank funds to small and big, was only enough to buy 10 suites of funds can buy 30, so as to maximize returns. Lastly, simply considering the rate of inflation, it is also imperative to take out a loan to buy a house. The repayment figures that seem alarming today will gradually become amiable or even worthless with inflation. Chen Xinglian did some calculations and said, according to your deposit in our bank, we can give you a loan of up to $80 million. $80 million? Li Rui estimated in his mind. He is pondering. Zhou Yunhao wrapped around the sultry woman came over and said, I fixed the 7th villa, the deposit alone paid $2 million, I'm such a family, buy a house here is more or less the same, you earn a little money, before it is too late to go back to your hometown to buy a few sweets, maybe enough to eat for the rest of your life. The house here, I'm afraid you can afford to buy can't afford to keep ah. Li Rui glanced at him, thinking that in another month your company will go bankrupt, I'll see how you pay the final payment. Did not get Li Rui's response, Zhou Yunhao full of upset, and rushed Chen Xingli and said, Beauty, I do not understand what you follow him, figure he sells paintings to earn that money? Buy a couple $1 million of broken house still have to hesitate for so long, disgraceful ah. If you follow me, the villa I just bought is yours to live in. What about me? Demure woman heard and quit. Zhou Yunhao said, you go aside, do not delay me to talk to a beautiful woman. The demure woman was furious, but did not dare to offend Zhou Yunhao, and could only glare viciously at Chen Xinglian, as if it was all her fault. Chen Xinglian shook her head and said, this gentleman, I am not familiar with you, please speak politely. Zhou Yunhao hemmed and hawed and laughed, it is true that we are not familiar with each other now, won't we be familiar with each other after chatting a bit? Li Rui frowned, Zhou Yunhao, you'd better go far away, don't delay me to buy a house. Ha ha. Zhou Yunhao laughed, sales lady, come over. Aisha rushed over and said, what are Mr. Zhou's orders? Zhou Yunhao pointed to Li Rui and said, you claim to be a high-grade neighborhood, then you cannot sell the house to some random people in order to make money, you must set the threshold for the owners. I have heard that there are some rich people nowadays who don't know what class they are after transferring a few bucks. If this kind of person buys a house, it will definitely lower the grade of the neighborhood. Tell your manager that if you sell a house to this kind of person, I don't want the villa. I don't want to be neighbors with low-quality thugs. This Aisha is silly. She has been selling properties for several years and has encountered all kinds of difficult customers, but this is the first time she has heard such a rude and unreasonable request. If it wasn't for the generous commission, Elsa would have wanted to ask, are you of high quality? What, you don't want to sell the villa anymore? Seeing Aisha standing stupidly still, Zhou Yunhao drank in dissatisfaction. Just at this moment, Bai Lan came over with the sales manager. Mr. Li, our manager is here. Bai Lan still doesn't know what's happening and introduces the man behind Li Rui. The man came over to shake hands with Li Rui, suddenly his eyes lit up, surprised, Chen Xinglian, how is it you? Chen Xinglian also recognized the other man, Yuan Fong, you work here? Yuan Fong laughed, I have always been in the voyage real estate last month just transferred to the side when the sales department manager how, is it you want to buy a house? I can't afford to buy a house here, he said. It is my friend to buy a house. Chen Xinglian hurriedly introduced for Li Rui, this is my college friend Yuan Fong. Yuan Fong shook hands with Li Rui, a little surprised at his youth, but also speculated about the relationship between Li Rui and Chen Xinglian. At this time, Zhou Yunhao's voice came from the side, you are the manager here, I ask you, in the end to do his business or my business? What happened? Yuan Fong froze. Aisha hurriedly said Zhou Yunhao's request. Yuan Fong thought he had heard wrong, what a mess. Zhou Yunhao said, is there any need to consider this? My list of tens of millions of dollars, his list of up to 2 million, which earns more which earns less you should be clear, right? Li Rui sighed,
You mean, who has more money should do whose business, is it? Zhou Yunhao laughed. You can understand this way. If I spend more money, I can also ask them to get rid of you? Li Rui asked. Zhou Yunhao was happy. If you are willing to give it up, there is no problem. But I advise you a word of advice: good custody of your pocket of 3 melons and 2 jujubes. Do not spend. You do not think that the villa to buy to the hand on the end of it, do not need to decorate it? You are so tens of millions of dollars, careful to decorate to half of the money is not enough, can only live in a rough room, that can be too shameful. Li Rui smiled. Manager Yuan, I just saw the property, I think it's not bad. So I'm going to buy 2 units. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yunhao was overjoyed. I thought you had much strength, holding back only 2 units ah? After saying that, Zhou Yunhao realized that everyone else's expressions were not quite right. Everyone had their mouths open wide, revealing an expression of disbelief. What was wrong with them? Why were they so surprised? It is not just 2 suites, it is only $4 or $5 million. What is so great? Wait, what did this kid just say? 2 units? 2 units? 2 units. Zhou Yunhao round eyes, finally realized that he is the clown. Li Rui to buy not 2 sets of houses, but 2 units of houses. A unit of 7 layers of 14 suites, 2 units is 28. According to the average price of a suite of 2 million to calculate, is 58 million. This kid has 58 million? Zhou Yunhao could not believe it. Although he is the only son of the chairman of the listed company, the hand can be freely disposable funds or only 2 or 3 million. This time to buy a villa he can only pay a deposit, the final payment must rely on the family to pay off. Li Rui is more than 50 million, even if yesterday earned 35 million, the other 20 million where to come from? Chapter 24 Chapter 0024 Huge Loans. Zhou Yunhao's first reaction was that Li Rui was bragging. Also 2 buildings, really can blow, why don't you buy the whole neighborhood? He covered his stomach and laughed. Ha ha, you brag before a draft, okay? 2 buildings have to be more than 50 million, even if you earned more than 30 million a few days ago, there is still a difference of more than 20 million. Not only Zhou Yunhao, the other people present also do not believe that Li Rui can afford to buy 2 units of houses. A group of salesgirls all looked at Li Rui with strange eyes. Bai Lan even lowered her head in shame, not knowing what kind of sin she had done, actually taking on such a client. Even Chen Qinglian was shocked, and only then did she realize why Li Rui asked how much the Guangdong provincial government could lend him, and it turned out that she wanted to buy 2 buildings. This guy is crazy. This is to buy a house, is not to buy food where there is a unit by unit to buy. Yuan Fong was dumbfounded and squeezed out a smile and said, Mr. Li, don't joke. He also did not believe that Li Rui could buy 2 units, just think of it as a fight with Zhou Yunhao. Li Rui pointed to Chen Qinglian and said, does manager Yuan not believe in my financial strength? She can give me proof that I am not joking. Yuan Fong looked at Chen Qinglian. Chen Qinglian took a deep breath and nodded. There is no problem with Li Rui's financial strength. He is the owner of the Supreme VIP, black card of our Cantonese bank. Our bank has given him a credit limit of $80 million. What? There was a chorus of voices sucking in cool air. A VIP of the Guangdong Provincial Bank. Black card holder. A credit limit of $80 million. This is the real rich man, right? Yuan Fong's eyes lit up. He knew Chen Qinglian's character very well and would never lie about such things. Mr. Li, I'm really sorry, I'm the one who was abrupt. Are you really planning to buy 2 units? Yuan Fong asked with surprise and joy. Li Rui nodded and pointed to the 2 units in the center of the district, saying, just these 2 units, I want them all. Yuan Fong a little dizzy, happiness came too suddenly. He said excitedly, Mr. Li, these 2 units of houses is a total of 28 suites, the total price of nearly 60 million. Are you sure you want all of them? Li Rui smiled, that depends on your sincerity. What did someone say just now? Whoever has more money will do business with whom? Zhou and I can only choose one, you choose. Everyone's eyes fell on Zhou Yunhao in unison. Zhou Yunhao's face was black. You dare? Li Rui said lightly, if you do the first day, I will do the 15th, what do you dare not? Zhou Yunhao threatened Yuan Fong, Cheng manager of the Voyage Real Estate and my father is a friend, if you dare to treat me like this, I will find Cheng to report, you all fired. Yuan Fong looked embarrassed, Mr. Li, this is this. Mr. Li Rui said in a serious tone, Zhou Xiao, in fact, it's not too late for you to take the deposit back. Less nonsense, I will buy this villa. Zhou Yunhao coldly grunted. Li Rui spread his hands and said, I am actually good intentions well, I hope you will not regret it later. Won't regret it? Another month, Zhou Yunhao's intestines have to regret. A farce ended with Li Rui's concession.
No one pays attention to Zhou Yunhao's list. Yuan Fang brings the assistant manager, sales director, financial director, and Bai Lan, 5 or 6 people together to serve Li Rui. Chen Xinglian also found a lawyer friend to help Li Rui look at the contract, and at the same time contacted the bank for the loan. The total price of the 2 buildings was calculated. Yuan Fang said, "Mr. Li, 2 units with a total of 28 suites, the total price after 10% discount is 58,714,856 yuan, your down payment is 30%, that is 17,614,457 yuan. Guangdong issue for you to provide 30 years of loans, the total amount of 41,100,000 yuan, according to equal principal and interest repayment, the total amount of repayment is 785,263,525 yuan. Of which the interest is 374,263,525 yuan, every month repayment of 218,128 yuan. Do you see any more questions?" Hearing this figure, the crowd in the room was about to choke. A loan of more than $40 million, an interest of more than $30 million, and a repayment of more than $200,000 per month. With such a large sum of money, could Li Rui really pay it back? Even Chen Xinglian was a bit nervous. What if Li Rui's capital chain broke midway and he couldn't pay back the loan? Li Rui frowned slightly. Yuan Fang looked in his eyes and thought that Li Rui also felt the pressure, and hurriedly said, "In fact, 2 units are indeed too much, you can buy a few sets less." Usually he is trying to sell, hoping that the more customers buy, the better. This time, he hoped from the bottom of his heart that Li Rui would buy fewer sets, otherwise the repayment pressure is too great, even he, the seller, can't bear it. Li Rui, however, muttered, "Only pay back so little every month?" Everyone was dumbfounded. A tiny bit? Since when is $200,000 a tiny bit? Of course they don't know, the monthly repayment of more than $200,000 is really just a tiny bit compared to the future increase in housing prices. In a few short years, Li Rui would only need to sell 5 or 6 of the 28 suites, and that would be enough to pay off all the loans. The remaining 2 dozen or so suites are all for nothing. "Sign the contract," Li Rui said. Yuan Fang was startled. "Just sign it? Do you have no other questions?" Li Rui then remembered something, pointed to Bai Lan, said, "Just this lady introduced me, I think her work attitude is quite good, don't forget to give her commission." "No problem, no problem." Yuan Fang nodded repeatedly. "Bai Lan, good job." Bai Lan's whole body was confused. Is there smoke coming from my ancestors' graves? How else would I have come across such a good thing? Rich people buying houses is indeed similar to buying food. With the help of Chen Xinglian and lawyers, Li Rui quickly signed 28 contracts for the purchase of real estate. He has never signed so many before, and after the 2 lifetimes combined, signing the hand ache. After all the formalities were completed, it was already more than 7 o'clock in the evening. "Mr. Li, you helped me to complete such a big order, thank you very much. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you and Xinglian to dinner." After completing the contract, Yuan Fang said with a joyful smile. The commission for this deal was more than $300,000, and Yuan Fang could share about $100,000. He had earned so much, of course he wanted to thank Li Rui. At the same time, he also had a small mind, hoping to get in touch with Li Rui, the big gold master. There may be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Li Rui, however, shook his head. "Dinner is not necessary, I still have something to do in the evening." He just got the news from Chen Xinglian that the magnesium stock account has finally been opened and can be traded tonight. In a little more than an hour, at 9 a.m. Magnesium Country Time on October 6, 2010, the magnesium stock will open on time. This was a historic moment. The reborn Li Rui is about to enter the market, make a big show of his fists and feet, bloody massacre, kill God when he sees God, kill Buddha when he sees Buddha. The first ghost under the knife was none other than Greenfield Culture. Chapter 25, Chapter 0025, Crazy Shorting. Hong Kong Island, Austin Road, Sim Sha Tsui, Kowloon, Mixed Water Research Company's office. This is a company registered in magnesium, but the office is located in Hong Kong Island, just established more than half a year, only rented 2 small rooms as an office. Mixed water staff often hold thick information out and in, outsiders only know that they do financial business, but do not know what the main business in the end. In fact, his business is shorting. Only a few months ago, mixed water created a big news. they issued 6 consecutive reports against listed Company D, claiming that the other party was suspected of serious fraud and counterfeiting, suspected of misappropriation of funds, exaggerated revenue and asset valuations, gross profit margins, etc., and gave a strong sell rating on Company D's stock, with a target price of less than $1 magnesium, compared to the then stock price of $9 magnesium. The report caused a huge outcry in the market, and Company D's stock price fell heavily by 13% on the following trading day. Company D kept clarifying and defending itself, but the market questioning was hard to dispel, and in less than a month, Company D's share price fell miserably to $1.5, a drop of more than 80%, with a market value loss of $200 million. In the process, Mixed Water made a big profit. They lent 1 million shares of Company D stock to Merrill Lynch a month in advance and sold it in the market for $9 million magnesium in cash. Then they release negative information about Company D, suppress the stock price, and when the stock price drops to $1.50, they spend $1.5 million to buy back the 1 million shares and return them to Merrill Lynch. $9 million magnesium minus $1.5 million magnesium, and then pay Merrill Lynch part of the commission, the rest is profit. This was Mixed Water's first outing, and it made a fortune by shorting D Company. After the victory of D Company, now Mixed Water has set its sights on the second target. Carl, the information you want is all here. The secretary walked into the office and put a thick stack of information on the desk of Carl Thompson, the old president of Mixed Water. Thompson had just turned 35 years old, which was the age of wealth and strength, but his hair already had a tendency to go bald, thanks to his years of mental labor. Took the top of a piece of information, Thompson flipped through 2 eyes, revealing a smile. Sure enough, Greenfield Culture set up a shell company, proposed a false contract, inflated income, opened false invoices, the majority shareholder misappropriation of public funds. These evidence are conclusive. Secretary surprised, then we can not do it? Thompson nodded and said, we can start writing the report. But before that, say hello to Yang so he can get ready. Okay. The secretary turned around and left. Thompson tapped the information in front of him, feeling proud of his keen sense of smell. A few months ago, he had overheard an article in Barron's mentioning that Greenfield Culture had changed 3 auditors and 4 CFOs in the past year, and had also adjusted previous financial statement figures twice. Sensitive Thompson realized that there must be a problem inside. After months of covert investigation, all kinds of evidence has been in front of, can be sure that the Greenfield Culture of the problem is bigger than the D Company. What makes Thompson happier is that Greenfield Culture's stock price is at a high of more than $30 magnesium, and if it can be suppressed to less than $1 magnesium, the profit will be incomparably rich. So, let's start. On the other hand, Li Rui also started. He found Greenfield Culture on the magnesium stock website. Greenfield Culture current share price is 32.71 magnesium yuan, the market value of more than 700 million magnesium yuan, the Zhou family father and son shareholding of 19.7%, barely have a small billion family. However, this kind of good day is coming to an end. From $1 billion to $1 billion in debt, that is, a few down things. In his previous life, although Li Rui did not earn much money, financial knowledge is quite rich, a variety of financial means quite understand, shorting is not strange. Shorting has 2 ways. The first is to borrow, to a variety of securities companies to borrow a certain number of shares, sold at the current market price. After the stock price falls, the stock is bought back at the fallen price and returned to the securities company. The profit made in this way is the difference between the sale and the purchase. The second is the purchase of a bearish option, in which the buyer pays a premium for the right to sell at a specified price by a certain date, and at expiration has the option of fulfilling or not fulfilling the rights granted by the contract. The risk of this method is much lower. If you choose not to fulfill, the biggest loss is the premium paid. Originally, Li Rui should have used the second method, but if you sell a large number of options short, it is very likely to hit the grass. Not to mention that the Wall Street riot in the previous life where the retail investors forced the short sellers to wait for another 10 years, so Li Rui decided that he would just borrow. At 9 p.m. domestic, 9 a.m. magnesium time, the stock market officially opened. How many steps does it take to short a stock? The answer is 1 step. Li Rui opened the originally can be financing margin account, the website after selecting the Greenfield Culture, directly click on short selling. The program automatically helps Li Rui from the brokerage to borrow 400,000 shares of stock, borrowed to hand immediately after selling. 400,000 shares, the whole sold $12 million magnesium. This is just the beginning. Li Rui still needs to wait until the agreed repayment date of December 5th, to acquire 400,000 shares from the market and return them to the brokerage firm to complete the whole transaction. If all goes well, by that December 5th, Li Rui only needs to spend 400,000 magnesium dollars to buy back the same shares.
The profit in this is amazingly terrifying.
After doing all this, Li Rui was satisfied, and the next step was to wait for mixed water to work for himself.
Cheer up, oh!
Yenzhou, a building late at night is still brightly lit, a huge open room, dozens of screens flashing stock market K-line charts from around the world. A group of traders are nervously monitoring the stock markets of various countries, releasing an order to buy and sell. Strangely, a certain trader suddenly frowned. He hesitated for a while or got up and walked towards the next office. In the office, a handsome and elegant, probably around 40 years old middle-aged man was reading a book. It was an autobiography published by Zhou Zhenghua, the chairman of Greenfield Culture, which was actually a self-aggrandizing and self-financed internal publication printed at his own expense, and I don't know how he managed to get his hands on it.
Mr. Yang, there is a situation.
The trader knocked on the door and came in.
What? The man asked.
The trader said, just now Greenfield Culture's share price fluctuated, someone out of 400,000 shares, smashed the share price to 30.22 magnesium yuan.
The man's eyes condensed, such a large sum of money out, is it which organization got the news?
The trader shook his head, from the point of view of the modus operandi, it is not like an institution, could it be a coincidence? The man coldly said, continue to keep an eye on the Greenfield Culture, shorting tactics a little gentler, to noiselessly get it dead, understand? Please know the brokerage firms to help check to see what people are shipping, as long as it is not institutional just let him go.
Understand. The trader led the order to leave.
The man gently tapped his knuckles on the desktop, making a knocking sound, and muttered to himself under his breath, what kind of person could it be?
Chapter 26 Chapter 0026 INS on the line.
After completing the shorting of Greenfield Culture, Li Rui was in a great mood.
But this is just the beginning, the next is a steady investment.
Li Rui's notebook is filled with names of stocks that will see their share prices skyrocket in the next decade or so.
Netflix, up 3,767%, buy.
Market Access, up 3,182%, buy.
Biomed, up 2,121%, buy.
Companies like Amazon and Apple, which rose less than 1,000%, Li Rui did not even look at, purely because of their leading position in the industry, reluctant to fill a few hands.
The last one, the biopharmaceutical company Neurocrine Biosciences, the current share price is 2.5 magnesium dollars.
Gee, I remember when I crossed over its share price had gone up to over $150, right?
Definitely need to buy this one too.
In the magnesium stock market wildly swept a pass, Li Rui temporarily stop. Relying on these stocks in the next 10 years of earnings, Li Rui can already ensure that the life of gold like dirt. For the time being, such as shorting Greenfield Culture's earnings to hand, and then do other investments. Li Rui stretched his back and prepared to go to bed. Today is a good day, the heart of the matter can be accomplished. Wash up, Li Rui hummed a song and climbed into bed, and suddenly his eyes condensed.
Today is what number? October 6, 2010. Before today seems to have happened a big thing, huh? What was it?
Li Rui slammed his head, cell phone. He grabbed the pillow side of the cell phone, Nokia? Li Rui speechless, Nokia cannot, have to find an Apple. He remembered that Yao Xixian was using an Apple phone, so he dialed the number.
Why are you calling so late?
The phone went through, Yao Xixian's voice is very confused.
Li Rui laughed, it's only after 10 o'clock and you're asleep?
Yao Xixian said, sleep more skin will be good this you do not know.
Tell me, what's the matter?
You're using Apple for, right, can you log on to the App Store and help me search for a software?
What software? Instagram, see if it's in the store. Wait a minute.
Half a minute later, Yao Xixian's lazy voice sounded again, there is it seems to be software that just hit the shelves today.
That's right.
Li Rui clenched his fists in excitement. No mistake, it's today. Instagram, the world's hottest online photo and video sharing application software in the next decade or so, is officially online today. After only one day, Instagram gained 25,000 users, exceeded 1 million in a month, and reached 7 million in 9 months.
By the time Li Rui traveled, the number of Instagram users had exceeded 1 billion.
Such a hot software, naturally cannot escape the fate of being acquired by the giant. Just 2 years later, Facebook will spend $1 billion magnesium dollars to buy Instagram, the earliest investment in Instagram. Venture capitalists all take 100 times the return to leave the field. It's too late to invest in Facebook, and you definitely can't miss the opportunity of Instagram. And this is not only an investment opportunity, but also a great opportunity to enter Silicon Valley and contact the internet industry chain. If you want to become the richest man, there is no faster way than to go to Magnesium and go to Silicon Valley, and to earn foreigners' money and come back to spend it. How cool is that? In addition to Instagram, there should be other companies worth investing in. I have to remember to organize. Li Rui was mesmerized by the thought. He forgot that there was a Yao Xian on the other end of the phone. The round-faced little beauty listened to the beeping sound coming from the microphone and was so angry that she wanted to drop the phone. Looking for me in the middle of the night just to say this? Li Rui, you bad egg, big bad egg, I will never care about you again. What is this software he is talking about? Taking pictures? It seems quite interesting. Early the next morning, Li Rui woke up. October 7th is the last day of the long vacation. Li Rui originally had no arrangements, but what happened last night made him realize that it's time to update his equipment. As the saying goes, if you want to do a good job, you must first make good use of it. His Nokia cell phone is already outdated, so he has to hurry up and change to a smartphone. Apple launched the first half of the Apple 4 generation. Android system also blossomed, led to the 4G technology booming in China. Mobile internet from now on embarked on a high-speed development of the fast road. Li Rui want to ride on the bus, at least you have to change a cell phone first. There is also a car, everyday riding an electric car. Although environmental protection, there are also many inconvenient places. In the future, to participate in some business activities, cannot also ride an electric car. It is not called pretending to be a pig, called the head has a pit. Also have to change a place to live. This apartment is too small. Later to deal with more and more things, the place is certainly not enough. Li Rui thought about it, and gave Yao Xian a phone call. Buying things like this, it's still more convenient to have a woman with you. The first time, did not pick up. The second time, didn't pick up. Li Rui did not call again. After 10 minutes, Yao Xian's phone call came. As soon as it was connected, I heard her exasperated voice. How do you play 2 times and then do not play? Li Rui confused. You did not answer, why do I have to call again? That is deliberately not answer. Who let you say half of yesterday's words to ignore people? Have you? Li Rui stayed before remembering. It seems like there is such a thing. You actually forgot. Yao Xian angry, this man how to get, in the end there is no put me in the eyes off. Li Rui hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I had a temporary thing yesterday, I forgot about you. Don't be angry, give me a chance to make amends, okay? How are you going to make amends? Yao Xian asked. How about treating you to a big meal? By the way, I invite you to go shopping with me. Shopping? Great. Yao Xian came to the spirit, say, where to meet? After agreeing on the time and place, Li Rui hung up the phone, only to realize that he forgot to remind Yao Xian. Although buying things today, it is not shopping, because the things to buy are a bit special. Forget it, let's talk about it when we meet. Before leaving, Li Rui contacted Chen Xinglian again and asked her to help consult the formalities and processes of opening a venture capital company in China. You want venture capital? Chen Xinglian was stunned. Another Bitcoin, another to buy a house, and now venture capital. Chen Xinglian thinks that Li Rui's step is too big. Don't forget, Li Rui is now burdened with tens of millions of mortgages. In case of any problems in the capital chain, maybe the whole line will collapse. But she did not know how to persuade, can only say, I have a lot of classmates are doing finance, they should be very familiar with, I will help you inquire. Li Rui said, please. Hang up the phone, Chen Xinglian some panic. In fact, the more Li Rui invests, the more frequently the funds are utilized, the greater the profit she and Guangdong issue from it. But I do not know why. Chen Xinglian more hope that Li Rui can walk steadily, not like now, everything is mixed with a foot. We need to find some time to have a good chat with him, Chen Xinglian thought secretly. Chapter 27 Chapter 0027 Updating Equipment. Li Rui and Yao Xian had an appointment at the Marriott Hotel. The neighborhood was one of the busiest business districts in Haizhou, with several large shopping malls for both cell phones, cars and houses. Li Rui was standing on the street when his shoulder was tapped. Turning back to look, no one was there. Turning back again, Yao Xian was already standing in front of him, with a childlike smugness on her face. Childish. Li Rui was speechless. Yao Xian immediately glared, you dare to say that I am childish, I also said that you are Li 3 years old. Two people laughing and joking for a while, Yao Xian said, what do you want to buy? Li Rui said, first buy a cell phone. I use her Nokia feature phone it, intend to change a smartphone. Nearby shopping mall has a cell phone store, two people entered the door, the clerk warmly greeted up.
Do you want to buy a cell phone? Is there a favorite style? Li Rui bluntly said, Apple 4 have?
The clerk heard a big business, full of smiles, said, of course, pure Hong Kong goods, absolute fidelity.
Just a little more expensive. Li Rui did not ask the price, and said, what is the latest Android model, bring it to me to see.
Mr. Like Android machine, then really find the right place.
The store just came yesterday, HTC Desire.
This is the highest configuration Android machine this year, carrying the latest store clerk brow fluttering introduction up.
These two all want, and then give me 2 cards.
Li Rui simply did not listen to the end of the road.
Ah? The clerk froze, all want? Yao Sichuan was also surprised, you do not try? Li Rui shook his head, no need to try.
For Li Rui, any smartphone these days can only be used in passing, why waste time trying again?
Give me 2 more cards. Li Rui said again.
In 10 minutes of work, Li Rui swiped his card and bought 2 cell phones, spending nearly $10,000.
Walking out of the cell phone store, Yao Sichuan also complained, why don't you bargain?
Li Rui laughed, cheap things do not need to bargain, later buy expensive, you then help me bargain.
Yao Sichuan froze, you wanna buy what expensive things? Li Rui pointed to the front, buy a car.
The first floor of Huatai Mall is different from other malls, and did not invite luxury stores to the scene, but rented to luxury car brands to do flagship showroom. The south side of the street Ferrari, Lamborghini and Bentley line up, the north side is Mercedes-Benz, BMW and Audi. Li Rui pulled Yao Sichuan to the door of the Bentley store, about to go in.
Yao Sichuan was scared, dead pull Li Rui's hand, what are you doing, what are you doing? Go in and take a look. Li Rui said. Yao Sichuan scared, this is Bentley ah. Li Rui said, Bentley what?
Yao Sichuan stayed, suddenly patted his head and said, yes, I forgot you won 250 million, a few days ago, selling paintings also made 35 million, you are a tycoon hey how did I forget all about this?
Li Rui speechless, I am so unlike a rich man.
The two entered the Bentley store. At the same time on the other side of Huatai Shopping Center, Mercedes flagship store, Li Rui's 2 acquaintances are also looking at the car.
She gang sat in a Mercedes-Benz G500 car, sked, this car is good high chassis, good vision, cross-country performance must also be very strong. Outside the car, Sun Shuhan timidly said, hubby, don't you have a car to drive, why do you want to change the car? This pair of men and women fell out twice in a row, and twice in a row to make up, but also really 502 blue wipes, no longer inseparable. She gang coldly grunted, I now see that second-hand Porsche, just think of you and Li Rui those things, I'm angry. I will never drive a used car again, I want to drive a new car. Sun Shuhan busy said, husband, don't be angry, it's all my fault. I promise, I will never make you angry again, I will be wholeheartedly to you.
This is more or less the same.
She just said, Li Rui that boy what good, is a thug just.
The more she just look at this G500 more like, looking for sales to ask the price.
After asking the price, she just some difficult.
This car is priced at up to 1.7 million, he did not have so much money on hand.
Can not discount point? She just asked.
The salesman smiled and said, sorry, Mr. Chi, this is the official uniform price, we at most give you some interior decoration, the price cannot be reduced. If you think the price is a little high, the store also has a used 08 models, can be cheaper hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I don't buy used cars. She gang was furious. Sales startled, thinking you are not a used car business, how can not drive a used car, is not stimulated by what?
Used cars cannot buy new cars and cannot afford, Chi gang huffed and puffed, pulling Sun Shuhan left the Mercedes-Benz store.
Hubby, do not buy? Sun Shuhan asked.
She just shook his head and said, first do not buy the right last time you did not say that you want to sit in the Bentley to take pictures, I will take you.
Really?
Sun Shuhan's face is still swollen, heard that can take pictures but excited.
She just said, I and the Bentley store deputy manager is a buddy, go say hello on the line.
Sun Shuhan surprise, that can be very good, I want to shoot a few more to the QQ space, so that students are envious of envy. The two circled around to the Bentley flagship store, a door will see a luxury noble Bentley Mulsanne parked in the center of the hall. This is this year's latest Bentley limousine, as long as you see its brand, what engine, power, torque, transmission and other parameters, there is no need to consider. People who buy this car don't care about the parameters, they only care about face. Sun Shuhan's eyes are straight, cannot wait to immediately drill in to take pictures. Chi Gang's buddy Wang Sin came out to greet him, he's the assistant manager here.
Why are you free to come over? Wang San asked. Qi Gang laughed, I came to see you. Wang San said, usually I don't see you for a month. Wang San said, usually there is no customer for a month. Today is really a coincidence, just sold a car. Qi just smacked his lips, can afford to buy your brand, must be really rich alright, let my girlfriend borrow your car to take a few pictures okay? Good, which one do you want to shoot? Wang San asked. The new Mulsan. Qi Gang said. Wang San showed a difficult look, this is a bit inconvenient. That Mulsan has just been sold, the owner is signing the contract, after signing to drive away, by the owner to see the words is not good. She just busy, you're right, this kind of big shot car, or don't touch it, touch the bad can't afford to pay. I heard that you cannot shoot Mulsan, Sun Shuhan was disappointed, can only choose the corner of the old flying spur. Wang San pulled Qi Gang to drink tea, Sun Shuhan shot himself very vigorously. Although the new Mulsan to 6 million, the old flying spur as long as 2.5 million, after all, our Bentley, Sun Shuhan is still photographed very vigorously. Just then, she saw someone pull open the door of the Mulsan. Chapter 28 Chapter 0028 Quickly call uncle. Sun Shuhan saw someone approaching Mulsan and took a look, it didn't matter, it was actually Yao Xixin. What shocked Sun Shuhan even more was that Yao Xixin reached out and pulled open Mushan's car door. Yao Xixuan, what are you doing? Sun Shuhan exclaimed in shock. Sun Shuhan? Yao Xixuan froze when she saw her as well. Quickly closed the car door. Sun Shuhan droned. Yao Xixuan was at a loss, why? Sun Shuhan said, is that a car you can touch, can you afford to pay for it if it gets damaged? Yao Xixin nodded, also right, why are you here? Sun Shuhan raised her hair and laughed coldly, if you can come, why can't I come? I came with Qi Gang to buy a car. You and Qi Gang haven't broken up yet? Yao Xixuan covered her mouth and laughed. Sun Shuhan glared, Yao Xixin, I haven't settled the score with you yet. You actually hooked up with Li Rui, don't you want to be ashamed? Yao Xixuan blushed, don't talk nonsense, I'm just an ordinary friend with Li Rui, just having a meal together. This is something she said herself without any backbone. More than just eating but also together to participate in the auction together shopping to come, recently seems to be too close right? Sun Shuhan cold hum, you can really lie college that time I thought you quite pure it, I did not expect is also a heart bitch. You are looking at Li Rui rich, just stick to him, right? I'm telling you, Li Rui is mine, don't touch him. Yao Xixin didn't. You and Li Rui break up a long time ago? Sun Shuhan, that doesn't work either. Yao Xixin completely speechless, shaking her head and pulling open the car door again. Sun Shuhan shouted, you do not touch. Why can't I touch? Yao Xixuan asked back. This is my friend's car, if you touch it and break it, it's not worth it. Your friend bought it? Yao Xixuan was surprised. Sun Shuhan, to be precise, Qi Gang's uncle bought it. Pfft, you said the person who bought the car is Qi Gang's uncle? Yao Xixuan covered her mouth and snickered. Sun Shuhan unhappily said, what are you laughing at? Li Rui is such a thug, how can the circle of contacts be compared to Qi Gang's family? This big shot who bought the car is the uncle who watched Qi Gang grow up since he was a kid, name it to scare you to death. Yao Xixin sighed, Sun Shuhan, although I did not like you before, but I did not expect, this is only 2 years after graduation you have become like this? What's wrong with me? Sun Shuhan sneered, are you jealous of me? Let me tell you, Li Rui was dumped by me when I got tired of playing with him, you are just worthy of taking over for me. Yao Xixuan shook her head, I really feel sorry for Li Rui, so many years of youth and sincerity have been fed to the dogs. What did you say it again. Sun Shuhan became furious, believe it or not, I will immediately call someone to kick you out. Yao Xixin was too lazy to bother with Sun Shuhan and directly sat in the car. You come out. Sun Shuhan was incomparably angry. She didn't even dare to sit in the car to take a selfie, but Yao Xixin sat there so righteously? You woman, not to mention robbing my Li Rui, but also robbing my car? Sun Shuhan simply lost her mind and rushed over to pull Yao Xixin out. What are you doing? Right at this moment, a furious shout came from behind him, and someone rushed up to push Sun Shuhan to the side. Sun Shuhan turned around to see that it was actually Wang Sen. Brother Wang, why are you pulling me? You quickly go and pull her out, Sun Shuhan shouted. Wang Sen's face turned blue, who is your brother Wang? I don't even know you. Brother Wang? I'm Qi Gang's girlfriend Sun Chuhan was confused. Shi Gang also rushed over, surprised. Brother Wang, what are you doing? Wang Xin said angrily, what's wrong with your girlfriend, actually harassing our VIP customers? VIP? Shi Gang glanced at the car and was a bit dumbfounded. Why is it Yao Xixian? Wang Xin glared at the two and said to Yao Xixian, Ms. Yao, I'm really sorry, we didn't take good care of her and let her harass you. You are not in shock, right? Yao Xixian shook her head, nothing, she was just joking with me. Oh, a joke is good, a joke is good. Wang Xin sighed in relief, Mr. Li has already signed the contract and will come over soon. Shi Gang and Sun Chuhan were dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is Wang Xin treating Yao Xixian with such respect? Wait, who is Mr. Li? Could it be? Ominous speculations welled up in their hearts. In the next second, a group of people walked into the hall with great vigor. The one in the center with the stars arching over him was none other than Li Rui. Li Rui smiled bitterly while walking. Manager Zhao, can you not be so high profile? I'm not used to it. Accompanied by Bentley flagship store general manager Zhao Gang smiled and said, Mr. Li, other people buy a car cannot wait for the whole world to know, you are also too low-key. Don't worry, just take a picture, and won't show your face when publicizing. Li Rui nodded, that's good. Li Rui. Seeing Li Rui, Shi Gang and Sun Chuhan all opened their mouths in disbelief. Li Rui also said speechlessly, how is it you guys again? It is said that the road is narrow, but this road is also too narrow, right? Haizhou is so big, how come I run into these two goods every day? Yao Xixian got out of the car. Li Rui, you bought this Mulsan? Sun Chuhan asked. Li Rui nodded, yes, it's me. You this heartless, with me together, even a LV bag cannot afford to buy me, actually for Yao Xixian by Bentley. Sun Chuhan roared in anger. She was really about to go crazy. It's one thing to know that Li Rui is rich, it's another thing to see with your own eyes the high-end spending that comes with being rich. This bright and shiny Bentley Mulsanne is in front of her, more difficult for her to accept. The person sitting in the car should obviously be me. Yao Xixian got out of the car and smiled. Shi Gang, Sun Chuhan just said that the person who bought the car is the uncle who has watched you grow up since you were a child. Why don't you call your uncle when you see him? Shi Gang was confused. What uncle? How come I don't know that Li Rui is my uncle? What's going on? Shi Gang is furious. Even if you cuckolded me, why did you give me an uncle? Hubby, listen to me, Sun Chuhan is in a panic. Explain, my ass. She just swung up his arm, another slap. Sun Chuhan, from now on you go your way, I go my wooden bridge, we are cut off. After the fight, Shi Gang glared at Li Rui with hatred and walked away. Yao Xixian blinked and raised her hand to hold Li Rui's arm. Honey, the car is also bought, we should go for a ride. Li Rui froze. Although he knew that Yao Xixian was trying to help herself get angry with Sun Chuhan, but is it really good to hold on like this? Well, it's fine. Li Rui, you Sun Chuhan is angry with your nostrils. Don't blame me, blame your own choice. Li Rui shook his head. Mulsanne started and drove out of the flagship store amidst the applause. Leaving only Sun Chuhan, the more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she cried out with a whimper. Chapter 29 Chapter 0029 Maoyuan Advertising. Bentley driving on the street, the next car are subconsciously avoided far away, for fear of an accidental rubbing on the dump. Li Rui is also careful, the car insurance has to be 24 hours later to take effect, now if the cuts, repair costs have to be his own out of pocket. How does it feel? Yao Xixian asked with a smile. Quite good. Li Rui nodded. Yao Xixian beeped, driving a few $1 million of luxury cars, it is quite good only? Li Rui shrugged his shoulders, what else would it be? In fact, he also wondered why he did not imagine the excitement. This Mulsanne is a luxury car that he didn't even dare to dream about in his previous life, and now that he's reborn only a few days ago, he's already driving it. If it was any other 20-something-year-old young man, his tail would have been up in the air. But he was actually an almost 40-year-old guy on the inside, and was really a bit too excited to get up. Or maybe what he really enjoys is the process of chasing a goal to achieve it, rather than the goal itself. Didn't you say there's still one more thing? Yao Xixian felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong and digressed. Li Rui said, the apartment I'm living in now is too small, I plan to rent a new room. Do you have any good introductions? Yao Xixian asked, do you have any requirements? Li Rui thought for a while and said, there is no special requirement, convenient transportation, quiet environment, and a bigger room will do. My uncle's house can meet your requirements.
2 rooms and a hall, more than 100 square meters. The community environment is good, near the subway station, recently just empty.
I have the key, take you to see it.
Yao Xixian said.
That dare good or rent our uncle's house is not cheaper?
That is my uncle, not your uncle. Yao Xixian blushed scarlet, cherry-lipped, slightly angry, but did not really angry. Under the guidance of Yao Xixian, Li Rui drove to Jiahe neighborhood. Jia and the neighborhood is located in the edge of the inner ring. The environment and location are very good. The community property services are also very thoughtful. The car was stopped at the door of the neighborhood. The security guard originally wanted Li Rui to show the entrance card, and so see clearly is a Bentley car, ask no questions on the release. This is the convenience of the luxury car. Most people will think that the person driving a Bentley will not be a bad person. After all, this is still 2010, renting a luxury car to pretend to be a tycoon is still relatively rare. Another 10 years or so, even stockings can be grouped together, not to mention the Bentley. Into the neighborhood parked the car. The two went upstairs to see the house. The house is in the 17th floor of building C1702, more than 100 square meters of large 2-bedroom, spacious and bright, clean and tidy. A variety of furniture and appliances are all available.
How is such a good house empty?
Li Rui turned around quite satisfied, cannot help but some strange.
Yao Xixian sighed and said, do not mention, this house was originally uncle bought to the cousin. She lived not long to run to linen business, ago more than 2 years did not come back.
Oh, Li Rui nodded, then good, I will rent here. Yao Xixian, this layer of relations in, do not have to sign any contract. Li Rui directly to her uncle transferred 48,000 yuan as a year of rent, even if the suite is rented. Another year, the far-hanging Star Garden side of the house will be able to hand over the house. Li Rui has planned, then the 2 buildings on the top floor of the 4 sets of houses through, do more than 400 square feet of large flat, live-than villas are comfortable. Rented the house. Li Rui called to find a moving company and cleaning company at the same time to start work.
Busy until 5 o'clock in the evening, the house cleaned up.
Li Rui stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the distant lights and skyscrapers. The heart has a feeling of stability. From the moment of rebirth to now, he is like in a dream. It was not until this moment, this scene, that Li Rui realized that he would stay in this time forever.
What are you looking at?
Behind him came Yao Xixian's voice. She tied her apron and came out of the kitchen with a plate of crayfish. Li Rui smiled and turned around. Wow, it smells good. I have to taste your handiwork.
Wash your hands first.
Yao Xixian's scream came out from the room.
Ha 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 ha.
The sound of laughter makes people want to stop time in this moment forever. Early in the morning of October 8th at 7:30, Li Rui was woken up by the sound of the alarm clock. Getting up, brushing his teeth, washing his face, dressing up, Li Rui went out to work. Normally speaking, with a fortune of several $100 million, Li Rui should have quit his job a long time ago. However, he decided to work for a while longer, because he wants to acquire the advertising company he is currently working for.
Junj Mansion. Li Rui's company is called Maoyuan Advertising and rents the 17th floor of Juni building.
After he graduated from college, he entered the Maoyuan Advertising, has been working until now. After deducting the 5 insurance and 1 gold, only 3,700 salary, all day long, tired, half dead, still have to kiss the party's ass, is considered to be the bottom of the industry. Li Rui drove the Bentley to the underground parking lot, parked the car in the company's parking space, take the elevator directly on the 17th floor. Into the company. Li Rui just sat down to the workstation. Design director Li Jun hurried over. Li Jun's suit, big back hair combed meticulously, but cannot hide the crisis of middle-aged dandruff. The company's surface call him a military brother, behind the scenes but called him Mediterranean Sea, not to make fun of his pain. Really, he is too chicken in the world. People's fate is poor to the extreme. Li Jun came over, snapped a stack of documents thrown at the workstation. Li Rui, how to get this project? The party does not let you modify before the holiday. What the hell you change? Li Rui took a look. Is called Pro Dear TT Manufacturer's advertising design copy. Before the festival, the customer clearly said can be finalized. How to change the idea?
Brother June, the client said it could be finalized before. Before is before, now is now. The client said it's no good, so rewrite it quickly. This advertisement will be launched next month. If it's delayed at this stage, I'll dock your salary. Li Jun drank without any explanation.
If it were usual, Li Rui had to wrestle with him for a couple of sentences, but at this time, he smiled faintly and said, okay, I'll rewrite it.
Li Jun snorted coldly, turned to go.
At this time, a silhouette into the company. Instantly, the whole company was like a million flowers blooming. everyone's eyes flashed a light. Li Rui's eyes also lit up. The reason why he did not resign, in addition to wanting to acquire the company, there is also a part of the reason for this silhouette. The memories of his past life, surging to his heart, vivid in his mind, merged with the silhouette in front of him, making Li Rui's heart feel endless emotions. Maoyuan Advertising Company Chairman and General Manager Yi Bingling, she and Li Rui the same age, tall, concave and convex, once won the champion of the Haizhou City College student modeling competition. Even though she was wearing only a black professional dress, her body curves were still shown to the fullest, attracting everyone's attention. It was too beautiful. Throughout the entire Maoyuan Advertising Company, just Li Rui knows that there are more than a dozen people who, purely for the sake of seeing this beautiful chairman every day, willingly receive wages less than the industry average but do work that exceeds the industry average. Li Rui was once one of this group of people, but his mood is different now. In his eyes, Yi Bingling is not only the object of admiration that he once admired, but also a poor girl. Chapter 30 Chapter 0030 Dismissed. Mr. Yi, good morning. Li Jun greeted him with a flattering face. This guy is almost 40, the middle of his head is bald like the Darim Basin, and I don't know what to think. All day long he circles around Yi Bingling, playing the idea of an old cow eating young grass. Yi Bingling said coldly, Director Li, good morning. Li Jun to her this attitude is not disobedient, because Yi Bingling is this kind of cold character, the body seems to always cover a layer of frost, few people have seen her smile. Usually in the company, the employees also love and fear Yi Bingling. Love is the breathtakingly beautiful face and body, fear is the cold character that rejects people. Yi Bingling swept another circle and said lightly, the long vacation is over, everyone collects their hearts and puts their energy back into work. If anyone slacks off on work and is lazy, don't blame me for not being polite. Everyone didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Only then did Yi Bingling walk towards the office with model-like steps. Al Real life drawing, Yi Bingling concept art. Looking at her swaying back, Li Rui's heart was full of emotions. Who would have thought that such a beautiful strong woman, after just a few years would be forced to marry someone she didn't like and be depressed ever since? Li Rui is thinking, Li Jun's roar in the ear, Li Rui, what are you still dumb? The chairman of the board of directors' words did not you hear? Today before the end of the day, I want your revised program. If the customer is still not satisfied, you do not have to come to work tomorrow. Taking the chicken feather as an arrow, Li Rui slandered and opened the computer to work. It is not TT advertising copy, the previous life Li Rui inexperienced right bad, reborn but has countless ideas. Watch, this time the copy is sure to be a hit. In the morning when people are not paying attention, Li Rui is writing copy while fishing and speculating in the stock market. Today is the first day after the long vacation, the stock market reopened, the turnover rate is very amazing, the market is also a red, presenting a thriving scene. But Li Rui knows, hundreds of thousands of stocks inside, really can last until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a total of not much. One of the most bullish shares, no more than he has long been on the gold technology. Early in the morning when the centralized bidding, Jingdong technology valuation of 14.19 yuan, Li Rui did not hesitate to throw out a few big single. I don't know is affected by a few big single, or has long been accumulating enough power. Anyway, 9:30 a.m. market, Jingdong Science and Technology share price on the steady rise. Li Rui is also constantly absorbing, only one morning to tune the whole 2,000 lots, a total of 3.2 million yuan spent. After 2,000 lots, Li Rui temporarily stopped, let the market calm down, otherwise the stock price rose too quickly, affecting his cost of building a position. Just stopped, someone came over and said, Li Rui, military brother let you go to his office. After saying that the person hesitated, lowered his voice and said, the chairman of the board of directors in the office of the military brother, as if he had just lost his temper, you'd better be careful. Li Rui frowned, not just an ad copy, what's the hurry? Taking the copy to Li Jun's office, Li Rui knocked on the door and went in to see Yi Bingling sitting on the sofa, her face cold and chilly. Chairman of the board, Director Li, you guys looking for me have something to do? Li Rui asked. Li Jun slapped the table, Li Rui, you have big guts. I let you modify the customer copy, you actually work speculation, you take the company as what place? Li Rui froze, thinking how do you know? Li Jun said, do you want to ask me how I know? This long vacation, the chairman of the board of directors installed surveillance cameras in the company, to be able to see the work status of the employees, did not expect to work on the first day to catch you this fish in the water. Li Rui almost slapped his thigh, careless. He remembered, the same thing happened in his previous life, the difference is that it was other co-workers who were caught instead of him. Butterfly effect, it must be the butterfly effect. At this time, Yi Bingling's voice rang out, icy cold to the ground. Li Rui, you have been in the company for more than a year, you should know the rules of the company. Going to work and not working seriously, secretly doing things outside of work is a serious violation of the company's rules and regulations. Li Rui sighed, Chairman, I'm sorry, I admit that I use work time to speculate on stocks. The company, no matter how to punish me, I recognize. Doing wrong things have to admit, Li Rui has nothing to defend. Since you admit it, then pack up your things. Yi Bingling said. Li Rui was surprised, I was expelled? Yi Bingling nodded, yes. Kill the chicken to show the monkey? Li Rui asked. Yi Bingling said, since your mind is not on the job, the company will not keep you, so as not to delay your future. You can also rest assured that the company should give the compensation we'll give you. Li Rui said, you think I want to come to work, not want to buy your company? Chairman, are you sure you want to fire me? Li Rui asked a little helplessly. If you leave the company, and then come back to acquire may be a little difficult, or stay as the old six easier. Yi Bingling coldly said, if I give you a chance, is it fair to other colleagues who work seriously? You don't need to say anything anymore, hand over the work at hand as soon as possible, and then go to the personnel to settle the wages and compensation. Okay. Li Rui threw the paperwork to the ground and turned to go. Since you drive me away, then I don't have the cheek to stay, and when I come back to acquire the company on the 7 colored clouds, let's see if you'll give yourself to me. Waiting for Li Rui to leave, Li Jun then wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, Chairman, it's all my fault for not being strict with my subordinates that this kind of thing will happen. I ask for my own punishment, please approve the chairman of the board. Yi Bingling said, the company culture indeed to clean up a bit, you this month's performance, halved. Said got up and was about to go out. Suddenly, she glimpsed Li Rui dropped the paperwork, turned the page on a row of handwriting caught her attention. Leaning down to pick up the paperwork, Yi Bingling turned a page. Li Jun busy said, Chairman, this copy I will give other people to do, certainly can be completed on time, you do not have to worry about. Yi Bingling waved her hand, interrupting Li Jun's words, and muttered out under her breath. You are Hollywood of Hong Kong Island. Jin Yu Cheng's flourishing flower. Lian's green underworld sword. King Cobra's wuxia. The lyrics of Huang Weiwen. Lin Yutong's tobacco. Liang Shirchou's waistcoat. Bone dry eyes. The toothbrush and the rhinoceros. The world has changed 1,000 times. All are my whispers. After reading the last sentence, Yi Bingling's face was slightly red, able to see such a look on the face of this iceberg female president, simply more rare than seeing penguins in the Arctic ice cave. Yi Bingling. Li Jun did not see Yi Bingling's expression and said offhandedly, I let him write the copy, what kind of mess did he write this? It's so wise for the chairman to fire this kind of black sheep in time. Yi Bingling ignored Li Jun's words and turned to the next page and continued to read out. When the ink dries. Only then can the poem become eternal. But between us, it's only when we're mushy. Is forever. After she read it, her face turned even redder, and she spat, rascal. Chapter 31 Chapter 0031 No Resignation. Li Rui returned to the workstation, began to pack things. A few co-workers came over and asked, what's wrong? Li Rui spread his hands, I was fired. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Li Rui sighed, who let me speculate on stocks during working hours and was captured by the camera. The chairman of the board personally gave the order for me to leave immediately. Said pointed to a few small eyes exposed on the ceiling. The crowd was a sigh of relief. Li Rui quickly packed up things, to go to the personnel to settle wages. This time Li Jun hurriedly ran over and said, Li Rui, with me to the chairman's office. Li Rui frowned, what else? I have been fired, the chairman will not still want to teach me a lesson, right? You go back and tell her, I do not receive her salary, she is not qualified to teach me a lesson. Li Jun just wanted to have a fit, seemed to think of something, his face twisted a few times, squeezed out a smile and said, good thing, it's a good thing, you go now. Good thing? Have been expelled and what good thing? Li Rui thought about it or think to give Yi Bingling another chance. Came to Yi Bingling's office, she is sitting behind the desk, giving a person an extremely harsh sense of oppression. Li Rui is very relaxed, even if he does not have hundreds of millions of dollars, there is no need to be afraid of this woman. Ms. Yi, are you looking for me? Li Rui asked bluntly. Yi Bingling was stunned by this name, then realized what Li Rui meant, slightly shook his head and said, you are quite a personality. Li Rui laughed. I am studying liberal arts, and science and technology is not the same. Science and technology is concerned about rigor, liberal arts without a little personality cannot be. Yi Bingling picked up the copy, shaking said, You do have a lot of personality, can you say this copy is how to think? Li Rui said, Now the market competition is so fierce, in the case of product quality and technical level are almost the same, only from the product culture defines selling points, to create additional attributes. This product can be played from the perspective of love and romance and ethical perspective. I have this series of poetry copywriting, it is from the perspective of romance, TT's product attributes and the romantic quality of the two, for the product to shape a strong romantic attributes. In fact, this copy is the work of Dudu, a major TT manufacturer in the previous life, and every time a new copy was released back then, it would trigger countless worship. Li Rui, as an advertising practitioner, also praised Dudu's work, and every copy was once studied in depth. Now, he shamelessly took out Dudu's works to deliver, and then made some nonsense about his own understanding, and I don't know if Yi Bingling would eat this. Yi Bingling listened attentively, looking over the text, reading out the name of a poem, bathrobe, mirror, wine glass, thousands of changes, pause, quadrant game. Why didn't I realize before that you still have this kind of talent? Li Rui would like to ask himself before is very bad, and then think carefully about the previous life at this time of his own is indeed quite poor, at least did not show the ability of this series of copywriting should have. Yi Bingling put down the copy, light said, So you think your work is done well, you began to fish in troubled waters, take the salary I gave you to do their own thing? Li Rui had thought that Yi Bingling would continue to praise 2 sentences, did not expect to turn a phrase and began to preach, so he shrugged his shoulders and said, Miss Yi, I have already admitted the mistake, but also bear the punishment. If you do not have anything else, I'll take my leave first. Seeing that Li Rui turned around and was about to leave, Yi Bingling coldly grunted, Stop. Li Rui helplessly stopped and turned around, Miss Yi, do you have anything else? Yi Bingling said, I changed my mind, not to fire you, so you still have to continue to work for me. Li Rui laughed, I'm sorry, you can't say anything about this, you want me to do it, I'm still not serving. Yi Bingling, you want to quit? Li Rui laughed, I'm sorry, this is not up to you. Yi Bingling said faintly, then I will give you some legal knowledge. According to the provisions of Article 37 of the Labor Law, if you want to resign, you must notify the company 30 days in advance. Even if you resign now, you must continue to work for 30 days, otherwise, the company can require you to bear the resulting losses according to the provisions of Article 90 of the Labor Law. Li Rui laughed, scaring me with money isn't it? Do you know what is the last thing I need now? But Li Rui originally did not want to go. In his previous life, when Li Rui was in the most difficult time, Yi Bingling lent him $20,000 to help him get through the difficult times. Later, when Li Rui went to return the money, Yi Bingling's situation was already very difficult, and still asked him if he still needed help. Li Rui is not a person who does not know how to be grateful, so let Yi Bingling go as she pleases, who let the previous life owe a love. Black-hearted capitalist Li Rui mumbled in a low voice, You say you cannot resign, then I go back to work. While Yi Bingling leaned back, the whole person leaned on the back of the chair, and her chin was slightly raised. She may not feel how this posture fell in Li Rui's eyes, but it is radiant, beautiful. Forget it, let you be arrogant for a while. When I buy the company, I'll be the chairman of the board and you'll be my secretary. Let's see how you'll be arrogant at that time. Li Rui thought like this and turned to go out. Waiting for Li Rui to leave, Yi Bingling picked up the copy again and read out the sentences in it in a low voice. I lie 180 degrees, you sit 90 degrees, take a fight, only 1 or 2 quadrants of the coordinate system. But hooligans are not scary, they are afraid of hooligans with culture. Expelled. Li Rui is back, the company up and down discussion for a while also over. After lunch, Li Rui returned to the workstation, suddenly found himself nothing to do. Copy to the A client to go through, and there is no new project, you can touch the fish in the afternoon. Li Rui made a cup of tea, hesitated not to put goji berries. After all, after the rebirth of only 25 years old, so young on the wolfberry bubble water words, will be misunderstood by female co-workers. While drinking tea, while reopening the stock software, justified the use of work time to speculate on stocks. The momentum of Jin Gong technology is still good. Li Rui made up another 2,000 lots. His goal is 20,000 lots. In Li Rui's planning, the cost of building a position is about 17 yuan, with a total investment of $34 million. The highest price of JGT will reach $55, and Li Rui's position reduction price is designed to be around $50. Conservative estimate, this investment took 1.5 months, the return is 66 million. 2 Spring River and Flower Moon only. Drinking tea, buying stocks, the afternoon time past half, and so on the thermos cup of tea finished, Li Rui and go to the pantry to chat with female colleagues a few words. The day passes not too leisurely. When he held the thermos back to the workplace, suddenly found that Yi Bingling is fiddling with his computer, the screen red and green K-line charts reflecting her iceberg face. Very odd.
Damn. Being caught twice in one day, isn't it too much to treat the chairman as a dish? Chapter 32 Chapter 0032 Someone Above. The atmosphere around them was very strange. The employees of Maoyuan Advertising all hated to stick their heads into the computer screen, not daring to utter a single breath. Their bold carefully raised their heads and cast a pitying look at Li Rui. Li Rui helplessly walked over and said, "Chairman, I was wrong, you fire me." Yi Bingling didn't react, her eyes were fixed on the screen. Li Rui dry cough, "Chairman?" Yi Bingling turned her head, looked deeply at Li Rui, said nothing, and directly walked away. Li Rui froze. This is finished? I thought there would be a stormy reprimand, or dismissal on the spot in front of all the colleagues, but what Li Rui did not expect was that Yi Bingling left without saying anything. Chairman? Not fire me? Li Rui shouted. Yi Bingling trembled, did not stay, walked away. Li Rui scratched his head. My talent is already so strong that I won't be fired even if I get caught groping fish on the spot? Colleagues are also stunned, one by one whispering, wondering how Yi Bingling changed her nature today. Li Rui sat down, puzzled, waiting for the eyes to fall back on the screen, snapped out of it. Yi Bingling is scared. The screen shows exactly the amount of Li Rui's position. Jin Gong Technology, 4,000 lots, profit 7.7%, total value of 6.67 million yuan. From the morning entry to add positions to now, it is only a few hours of work. Li Rui's gain on Jin Gong Technology has reached more than $400,000. It is assumed that Yi Bingling did not expect his company's small staff to have so much money, and made hundreds of thousands of dollars in one day, and could not accept it for a while. Damn, there is no way to keep a low profile. Li Rui scratched his head. Touching fish in the company is really not convenient enough, a careless exposure. This is also good. Li Rui originally intended to find an opportunity to show their strength in front of Yi Bingling, now it is to save some effort. Yi Bingling returned to the office, sat half a dozen times without speaking. After half a day, she left the secretary to go to the personnel department, take Li Rui's information all over. Information to hand, she looked through several times. The more she looked at, the more confused. From Li Rui's personal resume, born in a small city, his parents are ordinary workers, his grades were mediocre during the university. After graduation, he entered the company, and his mediocre life can't see any special features. But if Li Rui is just an ordinary person, what is the matter with the more than 6 million positions that we just saw? Don't look at Yi Bingling control such a big company, she can't take $6 million of free money to speculate. At that time, Yi Bingling thought that she had misread the account, and she looked at it several times before she was sure that the account was Li Rui's. That is to say, a small employee under my hand that is not very eye-catching is richer than me? Yi Bingling finally understood why when he announced the dismissal of Li Rui, he did not care about it. Who else holds $6 million in his hand, speculate on stocks to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a day, will not care about such a monthly income of more than 4,000 of the broken work. Found Li Rui's second fish speculation, Yi Bingling would have wanted to be furious. This kind of employee, even if again capable, but the work attitude is not correct, is absolutely cannot stay, otherwise it will only be a mouse shit spoiled a pot of soup. But when she saw Li Rui's stock account, she did not know how to respond. She has never been through this kind of thing. In the past she faced anyone with superior confidence and arrogance, but also used to condescending to deal with the problem. Li Rui's account, however, made her realize that anything she said or did might not be able to bring Li Rui, and the confidence and arrogance that had been cultivated over the years collapsed all of a sudden. Firing Li Rui? Such a capable and mysterious employee, Yi Bingling is really a little reluctant to fire. Keep Li Rui? What if he is speculating in the stock market every day? Is it possible to let it go? Chairman, I heard that Li Rui is speculating in stocks again? This guy is a repeat offender, is too bad. Should we fire him immediately? At this time, Li Jun pushed the door in. Yi Bingling waved his hand. Li Rui's copy, Party A has any comments? Li Jun dumbfounded. The customers like it very much, but also asked whether the subsequent copy can also be so wonderful. Then send him to specifically buttress this project. Well, arrange an independent office for him. Ah. Li Jun thought he had heard wrong. Although Li Rui's work attitude was not serious, his copywriting was done well. The company's standard is to reward if there's merit and penalize if there's fault.
He speculated on stocks during working hours, and all his performance salary was deducted this month, but his copy was recognized by the client, so he had to be rewarded as well. Yi Bingling said word by word. Li Jun nodded blankly. Also, arrange his office next door to me. I will supervise him. Yi Bingling added. Ah. Li Jun froze. Chairman, next door is me? Then you will move to another place. Yi Bingling said. Li Jun's face was full of black lines, but what else is wrong? Yi Bingling frowned. No, there are no more problems. Li Jun cried out. When Li Jun left, Yi Bingling opened her schedule. Tonight she had a very important meeting that involved the future survival of the company. She had planned to go to the appointment alone, but now Yi Bingling felt that there was someone who would be very suitable to accompany her. After thinking for a while, she casually opened her computer and entered the stock system. Total account assets, $1,017,254.77. Estimated profit and loss for the day, 15,039 renminbi and 13 cents. Floating profit and loss, $316,544.92. Golden Pictures minus 5.7%. Daxing Entertainment minus 6.3%. Mighty Wind Media minus 4.1%. Yi Bingling covered her forehead and sighed softly. Why don't I know how to invest? Almost off duty, Li Rui slowly packed up his things. A few co-workers came over and gave him a thumbs up, groping fish during working hours, or 2 times in a row, not fired, kawa. Li Rui laughed dryly. Don't laugh at me. Who dares to laugh at you? Now everyone is rumored that you have someone above, otherwise how even the chairman of the board of directors are not in the eyes. The crowd scared. Li Rui cried and laughed, and was about to explain when Li Jun appeared. Li Rui, pack up your things. Li Jun said with a bad face. When the crowd heard this, they looked sideways. It seems that there is still no escape. In the end dismissed. Li Rui sighed. Everyone saw it. I really have no one above me. I am leaving. You do not miss me. We have a meeting in the mountains and waters. What are you talking about? Li Jun frowned and said, not fired, is to arrange an independent office for you. From now on, you'll be exclusively in charge of ProDear's publicity program. Ah. The crowd was stunned. Caught twice at work groping fish and speculating in the stock market, not only not fired, but also promoted? Li Rui, Li Rui, how dare you say there is no one above you? Chapter 33, Chapter 0033, Take my car. Li Rui squeezed out the design director Li Jun, moved to the chairman of the independent office next door. The news quickly spread throughout the company, and many people sneaked over to see it, wanting to make sure the news was true. Waiting for them to see Li Jun moved away from the office, the door nameplate has been replaced with Li Rui, all stunned. What kind of mistake did the Mediterranean Sea make, being relegated? I don't want to know what Mediterranean made a mistake, I want to know what Li Rui did. How come he has an independent office? I heard that Li Rui has someone above him. Really? How hard must it be? Amidst all the conflicting opinions, Li Rui walked into the new office with his personal belongings. TSK, worthy of being the second most luxurious office in the company, really good. Li Rui touched here and patted there, in a pleasant mood. Only he is still a little strange. Why would he arrange an independent office for himself, or next door to Yi Bingling? I remember when I was in school, one way for teachers to deal with the most mischievous students was to transfer the student's seat to the very front of the classroom, that is, under the teacher's eyes. Could it be that Yi Bingling was also a teacher? Whatever, use it first. Li Rui hummed and cleaned up the office. Look at the time, is almost time, ready to go home from work. Out of the office, Li Rui glanced toward the next door. The door and lights have been turned off. Yi Bingling has gone. In his previous life, it seems to be the recent period of time, she failed to invest, which led to a series of chain reactions. Li Rui secretly thought, I have to seize the time to get her trust and help her dodge this. 4. Li Rui took the elevator and slowly came to the underground garage to find his car. Walking to the company's parking space, Li Rui was about to pull out the key to drive, snap 2 car lights on the body, shaking his eyes. Li Rui reached out to block the lights, thinking who was so unqualified. Behind the lights came a familiar voice, Li Rui, come over here. Chairman? Li Rui recognized the voice and thought it was very strange. Al real-life painting, Yi Bingling conceptual drawing. Bypassing the lighting, Li Rui only saw a car window down black Mercedes-Benz S350, wearing a turquoise jade bracelet, snow white wrist resting on the window, just a hand on the beauty of the heart. Li Rui walked over and saw the frosty face of Yi Bingling sitting in the car.
Chairman, something? Li Rui asked. Yi Bingling, eyes not slanting, accompany me to participate in a meeting at night. Li Rui was dumbfounded. See a client? Chairman, I'm already off work.
Yi Bingling coldly said, count your overtime, triple wages.
It's not a question of work or not pay. 5 times the wages. Good Lu. Li Rui directly into the passenger side. Yi Bingling slanted him a glance. You do not ask what to do?
Li Rui he smile, 5 times the wage, as long as not sell me, do anything. Yi Bingling shook his head and pressed the start button of the car.
No movement. Pressed again, still no movement. Yi Bingling frowned. What's going on?
And fiddled a few times, the car still does not have any reaction. Yi Bingling looked to Li Rui. You see what is going on?
Li Rui puzzled. Chairman, your car has never changed the battery? Battery? This is not an electric car, change what battery? Yi Bingling asked rhetorically. Female driver ah.
Li Rui helplessly pointed to the center console. See this icon with positive and negative symbols? This is the battery icon. It is constantly flashing, indicating that the car battery power is exhausted, so the car cannot start. Yi Bingling froze. This icon seems to be flashing for days.
Li Rui cried and laughed. Then you have never thought about why it will flash? This is the battery is screaming for help? I thought it was charging. Cell phone charging time is not flashing constantly? Yi Bingling said. Ha? This line of thought is very clear it cannot be said to be completely unreasonable. Yi Bingling frowned. What to do now?
Li Rui said, must have to change the battery. I can help you find a professional car repair friend over.
How long will it take?
Well, he brought the battery over, plus the time to replace it, at least 1.5 hours.
It's too late. Yi Bingling shook her head. The car is left here, let's take a taxi.
She said and took out her cell phone, ready to call a car.
Li Rui hesitated for a moment and said, Chairman, if you don't mind, you can take my car to go. Yi Bingling coldly said, you want me to sit in your electric car to meet partners?
I changed 4 wheels.
Li Rui said. Yi Bingling thought of the more than 6 million in Li Rui's account, nodded and said, where is your car? Li Rui took out the key and pressed it. Tick-tock, the Bentley on the right side let out a lark-like chirp to greet the owner's return. Yi Bingling froze.
Although she was a typical female driver, she knew some brands of top luxury cars. Previously, when she saw an unfamiliar car parked next to her occupying the company's parking space, she wanted to look for the property to complain, but later realized that it was a Bentley, so she dismissed the idea.
Can open up Bentley people are not rich or noble. Yi Bingling of course do not want to offend this kind of people.
Until this moment she realized that the original car is Li Rui.
You drive a Bentley to work? Didn't you used to ride an electric bike? Yi Bingling sucked in a breath.
She knows that Li Rui is rich, but so rich is still beyond her imagination.
Li Rui said, well, bought yesterday. Yesterday. Yi Bingling kept her cool. The car is good. How much did it cost? 6 million.
Another 6 million. 6 million in the stock account, 6 million in the car, that's $10 million. Yi Bingling thinks it is strange. Why do you still need to earn $3,700 a month's salary when you are worth $10 million?
If you have not seen Li Rui's resume, Yi Bingling suspects that he is a rich second generation out to experience life. Since he is not a rich second generation, where does he get the money from?
Yi Bingling's mind came up with a guess, suddenly startled, and then look at Li Rui's eyes are a little wrong. Li Rui strange, Chairman, why are you looking at me like this?
Nothing, Yi Bingling said, let's go.
Changed to the Bentley car, Yi Bingling sat in the back, feeling more spacious and comfortable than his own Mercedes-Benz. Li Rui started the car, according to the address that Yi Bingling said, sped away. Yi Bingling gently sniffed. The car in addition to the new car should smell. There seems to be a hint of light perfume flavor. Women are always sensitive to such things. She guessed that a woman should have sat in this car recently. As she was pondering, Yi Bingling suddenly felt a bit choked and reached out to touch a lipstick from between the cracks of the seat.
Dior HF50?
This kind of big red lipstick is more suitable for 40 to 50-year-old noble women's daily makeup use.
Yi Bingling's heart thumped. Female Big 3, holding gold bricks. Female Big 30, send rivers and mountains. She probably guessed where Li Rui's money came from. Chapter 34 Chapter 0034 Investment Opportunities. Boss, what kind of person are we going to see today? Can you disclose it in advance? I'm ready to prepare. Li Rui asked casually as he drove through the traffic. Yi Bingling did not move to put the lipstick back to the original place, faintly said, "See a friend, his side of an investment opportunity is very good, I want to know more about it." Li Rui's ears perked up. It should be this one. In his previous life, Yi Bingling failed to invest, the company collapsed and owed a huge debt, and could only be forced to marry. I heard that her husband cheated on her and had a tendency to domestic violence, and had a very bad time. At that time, Li Rui has jumped ship to other companies, after hearing the news or sigh. He once admired the ability to outstanding character cold beauty boss, do not want her to end up in such a miserable end. The previous life did not have the ability to save her, now living again, Li Rui does not mind fishing her a hand. What investment opportunities? Li Rui asked, pretending not to think about it. Yi Bingling said, "Do you know the group purchase?" Group purchase? Li Rui knows too much. In November 2008, the magnesium country set up a group buying website called Groupon, the second year to achieve profitability, and financing to $140 million magnesium dollars. In these years, the domestic internet enterprises to copy magnesium success stories as the main means of entrepreneurship, with the Groupon experience, from the beginning of 2010, a variety of group buying site as the rise of the spring. The most brilliant time, the market is full of 5,000 group buying site, the competition is incredibly fierce, known as the War of 1,000 Groups. Now all kinds of money crazy into the group buying industry, as long as it is a little bit of strength of the enterprise, not to engage in a group buying site have no face to go out to see people. No one thought that just 2 years of light, 5,000 group buying site closure of the bankruptcy, sold, the final winner there is and only one. Magnesium Group. The capital that invested in Magnesium Group made a lot of money. Other huge amounts of money all hit the water, lost blood money. Now as the group buying war is in the ascendant, in full swing, everyone feels the future is bright, all want to do the domestic Groupon. Yi Bingling will want to invest in group buying is also a matter of course. But she does not know that this is a big pit, how much she has a lot of family and how many connections, rushed into only one dead end. I know Groupon, Li Rui said. Yi Bingling said, I want to see this person today, he wants to do as the domestic Groupon. Poof Li Rui music. 5,000 group buying sites, each claiming to do the domestic Groupon, the problem is that in the end there can only be a Groupon, the other are cannon fodder. Yi Bingling almond eye slightly glare, what are you laughing at? Li Rui said, I also want to do the domestic David Ogilvy. David Ogilvy is the founder of the world-famous advertising company Ogilvy, known as the godfather of advertising, is the idol of all advertising people. Li Rui used this terrier to remind Yi Bingling that it is one thing to think, and another to be able to do it. I didn't expect Yi Bingling to say, if you can maintain today's level of copywriting in the future, you will have the opportunity. Li Rui would like to say that you misunderstand my meaning, but the heart is somehow a little comfortable. Yi Bingling said, you do not say later as my staff, just say you are my boyfriend. Li Rui froze. Yi Bingling said, how, unwilling. Not unwilling Li Rui a little difficult to say, I have not done this kind of thing, so I have to add money. Yi Bingling was silent for a full minute before squeezing a few words out of his teeth, 10 times the salary, enough? Too enough, thank you chairman. Don't call me chairman at that time, call me Bingling. Yi Bingling said, don't talk nonsense, just listen carefully. When I need you to give advice, you have to tell me your truest thoughts, understand? So, I am actually the counselor? Li Rui asked. Yi Bingling didn't answer again, but closed her eyes. She kind of regretted calling on Li Rui. Can this deadbeat guy really help me? It is too late to change your mind, Li Rui may not be able to help with anything else, but at least he can be a shield. I hope not to wear help Yi Bingling sighed deeply inside. Half an hour later, the Bentley car came to the Sea Maple Hotel. The two walked to the hotel entrance, Yi Bingling suddenly held Li Rui's arm. Li Rui slightly opened his mouth, his mind Yi Bingling will always be a strong woman's image, it is difficult to imagine will also hold a man's arm. Don't think too much, go inside. Yi Bingling whispered. Li Rui hands and feet stiff, like a puppet on strings, was wrapped by Yi Bingling into the hotel. He realized that everyone was casting envious gazes. This feeling was even better than driving a Bentley down the street. Arriving at the coffee bar in the hotel lobby, someone was already waiting. Is a young handsome suited youth,
was holding an LPAD and pointing, looked up to see Yi Bingling suddenly bloomed out of a full-face smile, and then saw Yi Bingling holding Li Rui's hand, the smile, and instantly disappeared. A series of changes in expression is simply more wonderful than the Sichuan opera face changing.
Edward, let you wait a long time. Yi Bingling walked over with Li Rui on her arm and faintly greeted him. Edward got up. I also just came. Bingling, who is this? Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Li Rui. Yi Bingling said, Li Rui, this is my college friend Edward. Boyfriend? Edward's face became a bit ugly. In his college days, Edward had been chasing after Yi Bingling, but never got a response. This time, Edward wanted to use the opportunity of investment to continue to launch an onslaught, but he didn't expect Yi Bingling to suddenly bring her boyfriend, completely disrupting his plans. But in the end he is also a business elite, quickly reacted, squeezed out a polite smile to Li Rui to extend his hand. Hello, I am Edward. Hello, I am Li Rui. Li Rui fondly let go of Yi Bingling's arm and shook Edward's hand. The three of them took their seats, and the atmosphere was a little weird. What are you guys drinking? It was Edward who broke the silence. Cappuccino. Yi Bingling faintly said that he wanted a cup of American style. Li Rui would like to say change a cup cannot, this time to drink American style, the night still sleep not sleep? Yi Bingling, however, said, honey, you do not like American style the most? Ah yes. Li Rui put up with it for the sake of 10 times his salary. Coffee sent up, Edward glanced at Li Rui, some unfriendly, Mr. Li, how do you and Bingling know each other? How do I not know she has a boyfriend? Li Rui laughed and was about to answer, his foot was a pain. Yi Bingling's high heel stepped on the top of his foot, reminding him to be careful with his answer. Chapter 35 Chapter 0035 A Big Mistake. The process of Bingling and I getting to know each other, that is really a long story. Li Rui sighed and made a deep and nostalgic look. I still remember that day, the sky of the Potala Palace was incomparably blue. You met in Tibet? Edward was surprised. Bingling, when did you go to Tibet? Yi Bingling heart which I had been to Tibet this guy nonsense it, feet and added a few points of strength. Li Rui sucked in a mouthful of cool air. What happened to you? Edward puzzled. Li Rui said, nothing, just remembered that the legendary and romantic process of recognition, a time of feelings. Cough cough. Yi Bingling see Li Rui more and more talk more and more unlike words, like cough too interrupted the topic, Edward, these things to be said later. The plan for investment, have you brought it? Edward nodded his head and handed over the LPAD in his hand, it is all in there, you take a look at it. Yi Bingling opened the LPAD and flipped through it. Edward's eyes fell on Li Rui again, the more he looked, the more annoyed he felt. He does not understand, Li Rui in the end is better than himself. The looks and body appearance are ordinary. And too young. At this age, if you don't have family heritage, you are often at the stage where your career is just starting out and won't have much capital. Edward knew Yi Bingling very well, in her college days was a noble and lonely white swan, many rich second generation pursued her, without exception were rejected. After she graduated and took over her family's advertising company, Edward had also heard that Yi Bingling had rejected many entrepreneurs' advances and had always kept herself clean. He didn't believe that Yi Bingling would look for a rich second generation, so Li Rui was just very capable? Yi Bingling is indeed the kind of character that would like a capable man, but I am also very good, okay? Returning from study abroad, successful career, is about to become the next Andrew Mason, Groupon's CEO. Such conditions are not as good as Li Rui? Could it be that Li Rui used some dirty tricks? The more Edward thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Yi Bingling hadn't been in love before, and after graduation, she was single-mindedly focused on her career, so she might not know the dangers of society. Maybe Li Rui disguised himself as a successful career and tricked Yi Bingling. Thinking of this, Edward decided to test the waters, and if he found out that Li Rui was really a liar, he would reveal it on the spot. Li Rui, you look younger than me and Bingling? Edward said. I am 25 years old. Li Rui said. Only 25 years old, isn't that not long after graduating from college? Edward was surprised. Well, just graduated more than a year. Oh, what do you do now? I also do advertising. Li Rui said. Yi Bingling, who was reading the LPAD, raised her head, fearing that Li Rui would reveal himself. Edward took out his business card. It turns out that it is also an elite in the advertising world. After my group buying website is online, there will be a lot of demand for advertising and publicity, so let's exchange business cards. Li Rui took Edward's business card. The design is very exquisite, the title is also more scary. The most important title is WAnchuan.com CEO. TSK, people have 1,000 troops, you come directly to a 10,000 troops, bull. Edward spread his hands and waited for Li Rui's business card. Li Rui, however, smiled and said, "Today went out in too much of a hurry, I forgot to bring my business card, I'll make it up to you some other day." Edward lightly smiled, showed great poise. "No harm, Mr. Li, how do you look at the current group buying market, is there any good advice This question asked, even Yi Bingling also slightly angled his head, showing no small interest. Li Rui faintly smiled and said, "My suggestion is, don't waste money on group buying." Li Rui, "Don't talk nonsense." Yi Bingling drank offhandedly. Edward also flashed a trace of displeasure in his eyes, but still pretended to be a gentleman and said, "Bingling, let him talk." The entrepreneurial stage is all about brainstorming and absorbing opinions from all sides in order to avoid taking a detour. Perhaps Li Rui has insights in this regard. He couldn't wait for Li Rui to say more. Say more wrong more, just to expose Li Rui's true colors, let Yi Bingling see who is the real young talent, who is really worth trusting. Li Rui is not polite. "Bingling, you plan to invest in this project?" Yi Bingling hesitated for a moment and said, "At present, the prospects of the project are still good. I think that group purchasing is now the wind in the future trend, it is worth trying." Edward excitedly said, "That's right. You have publicity resources, I have technology and operation team, it is a match made in heaven." Li Rui, that the whole project needs to invest how much money, who will fund, how to share the equity. Edward said, "I personally contributed 3 million to operate the technology and merchant resources discounted 5 million. Iceling contributed 5 million, to publicize the resources discounted 3 million. The total investment of $16 million. I take up 51% of the shares, Iceling 49% of the shares. I'm going to take 3 months to get a 15% market share in the Haijiu market, and then look for venture capital, at least 10 million magnesium dollars for round A. I'm going to use the money to expand immediately after I get the money. After the money is in hand, we will expand immediately, strive to get 30% market share within 1 year, and open the B round of financing after we gain a firm foothold in Haijiu." He spoke eloquently, spittle almost sprayed Li Rui's face. "You first wait." Li Rui waved his hand. "What?" Edward frowned. Li Rui said, "Everything you say is on paper, it is simply a big mistake." Li Rui. Yi Bingling was furious, "Didn't I tell you to shut up first and wait for me to ask before talking? You don't want your 10 times salary?" Li Rui, however, simply ignored Yi Bingling, straight to the point, "You are wrong to judge the pattern of the entire market. Do you think that group buying is a very strong geographical market? You think you can bloom, we share the market share, peaceful competition, and gas to generate wealth? Wrong. Big mistake. In the internet era and the future of the mobile internet era, as long as the technology is the support of the product and business model, it must be an oligopoly pattern. In other words, there is only one winner in this market, and all others will die. 30% market share? You wish, or 100%, or 0%, there is no intermediate number." Edward and Yi Bingling both froze. What Li Rui said about the pattern, they hadn't even thought about it. Li Rui. Yi Bingling wanted to ask Li Rui what he was basing this on. "Shut up and listen to me," Li Rui said. Yi Bingling was shocked. "Are you playing the boyfriend too much into the drama, forgetting your real identity? I am your boss." But she suddenly thought of the $6 million in Li Rui's stock account and the Bentley, and her heart got weak. She, as the boss, may not be richer than her employees. Chapter 36. Chapter 0036. Dumbstruck. After reprimanding Yi Bingling, Li Rui was refreshed. However, he also knew that if he didn't continue to say something dry, he would definitely be out of luck. The second point, you only contributed a total of 8 million, you want to engage in group purchasing? This is not an industry that can spend less money to do more, everyone is crazy about burning money, tens of millions of hundreds of millions may not be enough to burn, with your 8 million enough to stick around for a few days? To put it bluntly, you can't even hear the ringing with this amount of money invested. Edward's face is blue. 8 million is just the startup capital, we will finance it. Financing? Are you sure you can hold out until the day of financing? And I just heard you say something, the merchant resources in your hand will be converted into $5 million? Ha ha, what a joke. Do you think users or merchants are more important in the group buying industry? Do you think the hand of the merchant resources is very valuable, but I tell you, the user is the first.
This market is still a buyer's market. You give the best experience in order to get users, merchants are willing to cooperate with you. Otherwise, even if you have more merchant resources, you will end up running out of them. Edward's face became more and more ugly. Not only do I have merchant resources, but I also have a technical and operational team, a large team of more than 100 people with a lot of experience. Ha 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 ha. Li Rui shook his head and laughed, wrong on top of wrong. The business is not even there yet, the skeleton is built up, and more than 100 people have been made. How much is your labor cost? How much is the efficiency? What is the percentage of error? If you can solve the problem with technology and products, you still need so many people. It's not that more people work, there are times when more people will affect the efficiency instead. Edward said angrily, you don't understand management at all personnel are set up according to the norms and processes of the world's most advanced management model. Li Rui bristled, less bluffing with those foreign stuff. Norms and processes is nothing more than the hope that high efficiency and fewer mistakes, but in the group purchasing this everyday new changes in the industry, in the process of rapid development, norms and processes can only slow down the efficiency. Edward's face turned green. Each of Li Rui's words hit the nail on the head. He was unconvinced in his heart, but he couldn't refute it. Li Rui continued, there is the most important and the most fatal problem, you just mouthed around be round, said as if you just go to find, there is money waiting for you. That can be really naive. Now these participants in the group buying industry, or a large company as a backer, or has been financed, which one's strength is not stronger than you? Lashodu.com is about to complete 2 rounds of financing. Nuomi, the investment is 300 million. Popular Jianping, are brilliant 7 or 8 years. If you want to invest, why don't you invest in them, but to invest in a small website like yours that wants nothing? Group buying such O2O industry, what is spelled out? Spelled out is the product, execution, and money. The first 2 are excellent again, without money you will also die, and will die very badly. Edward was dumbfounded. Yi Bingling is also confused. She originally also felt that Edward's plan is very detailed, the heart has made the decision to invest, just short of the final negotiations. After listening to Li Rui's words, she realized that Edward's plan did not even consider some of the most critical issues, the whole is drawing a big cake. If she really listened to Edward and invested rashly, it was very likely that she would die a horrible death like what Li Rui said. Just Yi Bingling is still a little reluctant. Li Rui, you know so much, so what if you come to do group buying? Li Rui shook his head, I come to do it, will also die a miserable death. Li Rui is very self-aware, he just opened the Rebirth plugin, and not opened the Invincible plugin. Thousands of groups of War, Blood and Rain, the last Magnesium group can stand out, that is the result of the time, place, people and all kinds of capital game. And, Magnesium group of Wang Xing no matter how late change, at least in the Magnesium group startup period, his vision consciousness determination vigor have reached the extreme. Li Rui open hanging, also absolutely not Wang Xing's opponent. So Li Rui only intends to invest in the Magnesium group, but not a little bit with Wang Xing to compete for the world. Then that so to say, the group purchase indeed cannot be invested. Yi Bingling was a bit lost. Edward smiled and woke up, Bingling, don't listen to his nonsense. I have studied abroad, I have the advanced experience of Magnesium, you believe me, group purchase is very promising. Yi Bingling rhetorical question, that just Li Rui said that several problems, how do you plan to solve? I returned from studying abroad. Edward opened his mouth, the so-called advanced experience to the side of the mouth, but a sentence cannot be said. Yi Bingling sighed, this investment plan, I go back to think about it again. It was said to reconsider, but as long as Edward had enough intelligence, he should understand that it was impossible for Yi Bingling to invest again. Bingling, you reconsider? Edward refused to give up. Yi Bingling, however, had already gotten up, sorry, I'm a bit tired, I'm leaving first. Let's talk next time. Edward still wanted to say something else. Li Rui has already picked up Yi Bingling and smiled faintly at him, thank you for the coffee, goodbye. Seeing the 2 people fluttering away, Edward stood still for a long time, suddenly grabbed the LPAD and slammed it hard on the ground. Pop, parts flew across the floor. 10 years March new LPAD water goods have to be more than 5,000 it, too bad. Walking out of the hotel, the night wind blew, refreshing. Yi Bingling struggled a little, shaking off Li Rui's arm. Li Rui slandered, really a desperate woman, after using people immediately turn their faces? Back to the Bentley car, Li Rui dry cough, Chairman, just now I speak a little impulsive, you do not mind Yi Bingling shook his head and said, not you say very reasonable. Thank you, if not for your words, I may have decided to invest, it could be a disaster. Li Rui thought, of course it is a disaster, I saved you from the tragic fate of the second half of your life, how should you thank me? The next second but heard Yi Bingling said, Li Rui, if the group purchase cannot be invested, then what do you think of the real potential group? Its movie company is looking for investment, I intend to invest. True potential group? Li Rui almost sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Yi Bingling, what you hold in your hands to invest in the failed script, I just pulled you out of the wolf's den, you want to rush into the tiger's den? Compared to the group buying site, the real potential group is a bottomless pit, if you really fall in, that will never climb out. He even had a belly full of questions. Chairman, why are you in such a hurry to invest? Yi Bingling was silent for a moment and said, I'm a little hungry, go to the restaurant and eat while talking about it. Chapter 37 Chapter 0037 Who's buying this meal? Li Rui drove to the nearby restaurant, on the way to recall the bits and pieces of the real potential group. True Potential Group is a famous investment giant pit. This company started from the video industry, known as the first entertainment stock, just landed on the growth enterprise market in August this year, the stock price all the way up, and soon entered the 10 billion club. In the next few years, Jinshi Group will also enter the movie, cell phone, sports, home appliances, agriculture, sales and automotive fields, the market value of more than 180 billion yuan at one time, becoming the highest market capitalization of the GEM company, writing a mythological entrepreneurial story. Xin Guigua, the chairman of Jinshi Group, was also known as Zenbus, and for a while, he became a model of entrepreneurship from scratch. However, the myth is ultimately illusory. Jinshi Group at the same time into a number of industries to burn countless money, the so-called internal ecosystem and the lack of blood creation ability, and finally led to the break of the capital chain. In 2016, the True Potential Group began to collapse, and has been in a downward spiral ever since. By 2020, Jinshi Group was completely delisted, leaving a field of chicken feathers and countless debts. Even Zenbus himself also hid abroad to avoid debt, and never returned without a trace. The collapse of the Real Potential Group, pit crying countless investors. Yi Bingling intended to invest in the true potential of the film industry. The establishment of the initial pull to a group of stars to invest in the stock price is high when everyone has earned dozens of times the gains, but with the plummeting stock prices, their investment all hit the water. To play a virtuous daughter-in-law famous actress, a loss of 60 million. A famous actress famous for playing the role of a maiden and her husband, a variety artist, lost $15 million. A former Northeast dance king who played a gangster, lost 20 million. Other big stars who have been pitched are countless. Li Rui did not know how Yi Bingling got this investment opportunity, couldn't help but ask, Chairman, do you know the people in the True Power Group? Yi Bingling said, you know dear Xiaoli, with our company has cooperated with the advertisement of the actress. A few days ago, she held a birthday banquet and invited me to go there, where I met Tianwei, the boss of Jinshi Group. Tianwei said that Jinshi Film is financing the development prospect is very good, in the future to join the ecosystem of Jinshi Group, to create an omni-channel industry chain. Many stars want to invest, I also want to follow some investment. Li Rui of course knows. In this year, dear Xiaoli has not yet swept the hip-hop circle, and she has not even announced her romance with Xiao Liang. The virtuous daughter-in-law is trying to pay off her husband's debt. Niang Niang's masterpiece hadn't been released yet and hadn't yet earned the title of Niang Niang, and her husband's variety show masterpiece, Running, would have to wait for several more years. The former Northeast dance king is not yet a big pretty in variety. True Potential Group of course is not yet the future of the big pit, the boss straight to Forbes' richest man position, the boss's wife jumped to become one of the most important women in the entertainment industry, a variety of photos all stand in the C position. Even if Li Rui told Yi Bingling that the true potential of the group will fall apart in a few years, Yi Bingling will not believe. This thing, have to persuade in a roundabout way. To the restaurant, Li Rui parked the car, the two went inside. Walked to the door, Li Rui suddenly stopped, Chairman, who invited this meal? Yi Bingling lungs are about to explode, she grew up to encounter the man, which is not attentive and enthusiastic, courteous, cannot wait to put her as a princess like coaxing. When she was in college, as long as she is willing to words, ask her to eat the man can be from the Schoolgate Road to Paris. This Li Rui is good, actually asked who treats. Simply asshole. I invite. Yi Bingling was annoyed but still squeezed out 2 words from her teeth. That's great, I can order whatever I want. Li Rui muttered. Yi Bingling pretended not to hear it, otherwise she would really pass out from anger. Enter the door, take a seat, and order. Li Rui was not polite at all, and ordered 5 or 6 dishes in one breath. Yi Bingling coldly said, you order so many dishes, eat it all? Can't finish can pack ah. Li Rui did not lift his head. Waiter, then seafood fried rice, more seafood less rice. Yi Bingling's so-called goddess, hear this wanna cover their faces. She kind of regretted bringing Li Rui to her favorite restaurant. The familiar waiter looked at her with odd eyes, probably thinking that the goddess was so hard to bring a man to dinner. How come it was this kind of goods? Finally finished ordering food, Yi Bingling organized a bit of emotion said, Li Rui, you just on the group purchase of those views, are you your own thoughts? Li Rui said of course not, that is my previous life in the financial magazines to see the horse after the cannon. But in front of the woman, of course, the man cannot say no, then nodded and said, yes, are my usual observation and thought out. Yi Bingling looked at Li Rui with something more in her gaze. She had to admit that although Li Rui was greedy and stingy, he still had a unique view of the economic situation. This time, if it wasn't for Li Rui, her investment would have gone down the drain, and it would probably be a disaster for her, for Maoyuan advertising, and even for the Yi family. Thinking of all the terrible consequences, Yi Bingling felt that Li Rui was not that annoying. She even felt that all the things that Li Rui showed were the unique character of a talented person. That's how people are, when they like someone, whatever that person does is right. When you don't like a person, what that person does is wrong. Yi Bingling's view of Li Rui now jumps from side to side between liking and disliking, slightly favoring the liking side. At this time, Li Rui pulled out his cell phone and fiddled with it. Yi Bingling frowned. When other people accompanied her for dinner, they would take the initiative to look for topics, hoping to make her iceberg open her mouth a few more times. Li Rui was good, playing with his cell phone by himself. Doesn't he know that this is very ungentlemanly? She couldn't help but open her mouth. Li Rui, don't you know that playing with your cell phone while eating is a very impolite thing? Li Rui said, sorry chairman, I'm not playing with the phone, is the magnesium stocks will soon open the market, I have to place a few orders. Magnesium stocks? Yi Bingling stunned, you also invested in magnesium stocks? Li Rui nodded, aha. You think of Li Rui's domestic stock account earnings. Yi Bingling is very curious about his magnesium stock earnings, but the woman's self-esteem and reserve does not allow her to take the initiative to ask, can only wait for Li Rui to take the initiative to disclose. In accordance with the general personality of men, if the magnesium stock earned money, certainly to blow, a dollar gain hate to blow into $10,000. Li Rui is buried in the screen point and click, a little reveal the meaning or not. Yi Bingling several times want to speak but cannot find the right opportunity, suffocated is very difficult. Not long after, the food was served. Li Rui casually put the cell phone on the table. Yi Bingling only glanced at the screen on a piece of green. She thought in her heart, no wonder it does not say, the original is losing money deserved. Wait magnesium shares of green seems to be, the meaning of up. Chapter 38 Chapter 0038 Plain and simple. Domestic stock market, red up green down, and magnesium stocks just the opposite, green up red down. Yi Bingling usually look at the green look too much, preconceived ideas that Li Rui's stock fell, a few seconds later only to wake up, that is not down, that is up. And look at the curve, it seems to go up quite a lot. She secretly thought, how can I take a peek at Li Rui's position? Thinking about it, she raised her hand and said, waiter, a bottle of wine. The waiter was a little surprised. Yi Bingling is also an old customer, come to dine or drinking mineral water, not to mention wine, even drinks juice have not drunk a cup, today actually want to drink? Or with this goods? There is no reason, the waiter grumbled and went to get the wine. Li Rui is also a little surprised, the impression that the leaf iceling drops of alcohol does not stain, today this is how it is, could it be that she has what purpose? As the saying goes, if a man doesn't get drunk, a woman doesn't have a chance. Li Rui is thinking nonsense, wine came. Ms. Yi, this is LVMH Group's Moat Pink, can I? The waiter brought a bottle of pink and tender wine and asked. Yi Bingling nodded her head. The waiter opened the bottle, poured the wine for the two, bowed and said, two please enjoy. Yi Bingling picked up the wine glass, drank a little. Li Rui raised his glass, is this a celebration? Or thanks? Yi Bingling did not say a word and drank it all. Cheers? Li Rui was surprised, also followed a mouthful of drink. Well, the taste is quite ordinary. Don't you have anything to say to me? Yi Bingling put down the cup and looked straight at Li Rui. Her face, swirling with a touch of pink after a slight intoxication, and the pink bottle of wine reflected. Is there anything to say? Li Rui curiously asked back. I have read your resume, you come from an ordinary family, parents are ordinary workers, you went to an ordinary elementary school, ordinary junior high school and entered the ordinary faculty of Haijo University. University results ordinary, neither student union cadres nor scholarships. After graduation, the performance of the social recruiting is also very ordinary. Into the company more than a year's performance is also very ordinary. I want to know, how did you drive a Bentley when you were such an ordinary person from childhood? Yi Bingling really can't help it, asked the doubts in his heart. Li Rui laughed. Chairman, these belong to my personal privacy, there seems to be no need to tell you, right? I can guess. Yi Bingling suddenly some anger. Li Rui in turn surprised. You guessed? Yi Bingling nodded. I guessed. Li Rui shook his head. I don't believe it. I have evidence. Yi Bingling thought of the lipstick in the seat crevice, the more irritable. Li Rui just wanted to ask what kind of evidence. The cell phone rang. It was a call from Yao Xian. He made an apologetic gesture and picked up the phone. Li Rui, the Dior lipstick I bought for my mom yesterday seems to have been left in your car. Help me look for it. Is that so? Maybe it's in the back seat. I'll take a look for you later. What are you doing? I'm out having dinner with a client. Oh, you're busy. Get some rest tonight. Don't be too tired. You too. Li Rui hung up the phone and looked at Yi Bingling. Chairman, what did you just say about evidence? Yi Bingling was open-mouthed. Just now this phone call was very loud. Yi Bingling heard it clearly, and only then did she realize that the lipstick had nothing to do with certain messy transactions that she guessed. Drinking. With a red face, she grabbed the bottle of wine and poured the glass full, only wanting to get drunk to cover up the embarrassment in her heart. One glass after another, soon the bottle of wine was drunk. Yi Bingling's face was scarlet, her demeanor gradually soared, completely no longer the usual cold as ice state. Chairman, you do not drink, almost. Li Rui advised. No, one more cup. Really don't drink. I am the chairman of the board of directors, I say one more cup then one more cup. But you are already drunk. I'm not drunk, you drink with me. 3 bottles of Moët Chandon were drunk. Yi Bingling's eyes are straight, staring at Li Rui and giggling. Li Rui, do you know why I asked you to accompany me to see Edward? Because I saw your stock account, you seem to be very good at speculating in stocks, I think you definitely know how to invest. People in my family don't want me to succeed, they want me to get married earlier, I just don't. I want to use my ability to prove that women can also do well in business. My company has been in trouble lately, its performance is declining, and I'm under a lot of pressure. I want to use investment to turn the situation around, but I do not know my family is not willing to help me. Luckily I brought you along, or else I would have been cheated by Edward. You know, my investment can't fail. If it fails, I'll have to marry someone. I don't want to marry that guy. Some people don't say a word when they're drunk. Some people ramble on when they're drunk. Usually cold as ice glacier words like Yi Bingling drunk, just the latter. The heart of the secret is bamboo tube poor beans in general, all said. Li Rui finally understood why she was in a hurry to invest. In his previous life, I did hear that the company encountered some trouble. I did not expect so serious, to the extent that Yi Bingling must rely on side business to restore the situation. And from what she said, her family had been forcing her to marry someone. Perhaps this was the root cause of her miserable fate in her previous life. It's true, everyone has difficult experiences, and a woman as outstanding as Yi Bingling can't escape. Today thanks to you, Yi Bingling mumbled for a while longer and suddenly fell asleep with her head tilted. Chairman? Yi Bingling? Hello? Li Rui was speechless. What can be done about this? Li Rui wanted to use Yi Bingling's cell phone to contact her family or friends, but he was stopped by the cell phone password lock. I don't know where she lives either. Li Rui can't do anything about it, Chairman, then don't blame me. Li Rui carried Yi Bingling and walked out of the restaurant. There happens to be a 3-star hotel nearby, and at this time Li Rui could not care less about the problem of grade, and could only stay nearby. On the way to the hotel, Yi Bingling is still muttering. I thought you were being adopted by a rich woman, haha. Edward was dumbfounded by you, so handsome. Will you teach me to speculate on stocks? Li Rui secretly laughed. Chairman, I didn't think you were hiding such a little girl in your heart. Ding dong. Ding dong. Yi Bingling was woken up by the doorbell and opened her eyes in a daze. Headache, this was her first feeling. In the next second, she jolted awake. This was somewhere.
Fragmented fragments of memories mixed with a slight headache came flooding back together, and Yi Bingling was filled with bewilderment.
Then she realized that she was sleeping in a hotel in her pajamas.
Inside the pajamas were just close-fitting clothes. How did I run here? Who changed my clothes? What happened last night? Yi Bingling was cold all over. At this time, Li Rui's voice came from outside the door. Chairman, are you awake? Chapter 39 Chapter 0039 The Emperor's Son-in-Law of the Dynasty. Li Rui? It's him. Yi Bingling's bottom of her heart was a ball of anger. Bastard, this asshole, he actually dared to do this to me?
Yi Bingling jumped out of bed, rushed over and pulled open the door to her room, then froze.
Li Rui stood at the door with a plate of breakfast, full of smiles. Chairman of the board, I sent you breakfast. I don't know what flavor you like, so I came to a combination of Chinese and Western. On the plate, there is bread and milk and eggs and sausage, but also soy milk and donuts and bean curd brains and buns. Yi Bingling was so angry that she was shaking. Li Rui, do you think that I will forgive you? HM? Li Rui is a little confused. What's wrong with me? What did you do to me last night? Yi Bingling said angrily. Li Rui said, you were drunk last night, I don't know your address, and I can't.
Open your cell phone, I can only carry you here to a room to rest.
What else can I do? I can't leave you on the street, right?
Yi Bingling said, you send me to rest but why do this to me?
Li Rui was full of confusion. How did I treat you? Who changed my clothes? Yi Bingling asked.
Li Rui laughed, you said clothes I asked the hotel waiter to help you change.
Not you? Yi Bingling surprised.
Li Rui said, how would I do this kind of dangerous things?
Yi Bingling was relieved. Okay, innocence is still there.
However, she thought, actually in front of Li Rui lost such a big scandal, suddenly hate to find a crack to drill in. Finished, many years to create the iceberg goddess persona, completely collapsed.
Chairman, you drank so much wine last night, did not eat much, must be hungry, eat some.
After eating, you still have to go to work.
Li Rui said, carrying breakfast into the room.
Yi Bingling froze. For many years, no one had been so gentle and considerate to her. She was born in a big family, several houses of clansmen fighting and calculating each other, there was not much affection to speak of. In school, the classmates she met were either jealous of her background or coveted her beauty, and all of them were unkind. Entering society is full of naked exchange, all the pity is to pay the corresponding price.
That's why Yi Bingling has developed an indifferent character since childhood. As long as she doesn't give her feelings, she won't be hurt.
It was only at this moment that her iceberg shattered open a crack and shone into the sunlight. Cluelessly sat down and drank a mouthful of soybean milk, the warmth into the throat, as if to melt her heart field. Chairman, just when Yi Bingling was moved in her heart, Li Rui gave a dry cough. Yi Bingling heart a little nervous, always feel that Li Rui will say something to make the relationship further. Li Rui said, that last night's meal money is 2,545, the hotel room is 410, a total of 2,955.
Rounded up to me 3,000 it. Yi Bingling's face darkened.
The soy milk was not so hot, the sunlight went out, and the iceberg refroze.
Li Rui, you bastard. A beautiful day was completely ruined by you. When she walked out of the hotel, Yi Bingling's face was still black. Li Rui is still a little strange. How does this woman change her face so fast? Is it that the wine is not awake? When they walked out of the hotel one after the other, there happened to be a couple at the front desk checking out of the hotel, and the man among them looked at the back of the two men dumbfounded, and his jaw was almost smashed on the surface of his feet. The woman angrily pinched him, looking at beautiful women in front of me, are you not putting my mother in the eye? Ego, pain. Wife, you misunderstood, I'm not looking at beautiful women. You are obviously looking at the beauty that just went out. The woman was even more angry. The man complained, that is our chairman. Ah? The woman was shocked, your chairman? Is that the iceberg beauty you always talk about? She is here with someone room? Man nodded like garlic, yes, and with her room with the person, is my colleague. Driving to the company on the road, Li Rui felt that the atmosphere in the car is a little awkward. He coughed and said, that chairman, you like to speculate a lot? Well, Yi Bingling coldly responded. I recently had a bullish stock, do you want to recommend it to you? Aha. Flying integration is not bad, you can get your hands on some. I feel that there will be a wave of market next month at the latest. Aha. Li Rui has nothing to say.
Car to the parking lot. Yi Bingling first went to the company. Li Rui waited for a while before stepping on the clock. Only once into the company, Li Rui felt that the atmosphere is not quite right. All colleagues are with a very strange eyes looking at him. The meaning of this eye is very complex. There is jealousy, there is envy, there is hate, there is worship, and even some adoration. Li Rui was puzzled. What happened? He pondered all the way to the office, just opened the door. Behind the back flashed a fat big figure. Could you, Li Rui, buddy, just go back home to visit a relative? You do this kind of thing. Fatty? Li Rui looked back and revealed a pleased smile. Xu Jianfeng, Li Rui's colleague, nicknamed Fatty. This guy is 170 tall, weighs 270, fat, round belly, cheerful, optimistic nature, is the only company that can play with Li Rui's best friend. After Li Rui left Maoyuan Advertising in his previous life, the two seldom meet, only through WeChat contact, send a message to greet each other on New Year's holidays. When they met again, they were already separated from each other. Fatty, because of excessive weight, unhealthy diet, suffered from diabetes, and caused other complications, only 32 years old, died. Li Rui cried bitterly in the hearth, only hating that he usually did not care more about his friend. To live again, Li Rui not only want to change their own life, but also want to change the life of many people. Do not let this life have any more regrets. For example, Yi Bingling, such as fat people, and many other people. Honestly explain, what's going on between you and the chairman? Fatty drank. What? Li Rui was shocked. Fatty bad smile, still pretend? Still pretending? This morning, someone saw you and the chairman of the board of directors from the hotel together out. Do not say that you last night in the hotel only talk about business to come. Li Rui opened his mouth wide. This seems to be a little unclear. Fatty also said, now the company are saying, you are the emperor's son-in-law, are going to be good to slip you it. Me. Needless to say, Buddy is proud of you. Fatty patted his shoulder, but you are really, take the chairman out of the room cannot be generous, next time do not go to the 3-star hotel, to go to the 5-star, only worthy of the chairman's identity. If you don't have enough money, Buddy lend you, wait until you really become the emperor's son-in-law and then pay me back. Chapter 40 Chapter 0040 Can't wash it out. Li Rui finally understood why everyone was looking at him with that kind of look. It turns out that he was treated as the emperor's son-in-law. Yesterday, he swore to everyone that he had no one above him, but in the blink of an eye, he became the emperor's son-in-law. The problem is, the chairman and I really nothing ah. Li Rui felt very aggrieved, but the fat man smiled. You say you have got the chairman of the board of directors, at least can be a general manager in the future. I am your good brother, how do you also have to arrange a director for me when it? The fat man is very happy. Don't dream, hurry back to work. Li Rui kicked him. Fatty rubbed his ass, seriously, go rich, do not forget each other. Roll. Yi Bingling did not know what was happening outside, she was full of last night's events. I think I said something to Li Rui. It's not like you're going to say everything that's on your mind, right? Oops, why did I drink so much? Never drink again. It was hard to calm down. Yi Bingling thought of Li Rui's recommendation and hurriedly opened the stock software on the computer. Feixiang integrated current share price of about 10 yuan, mediocre performance, in thousands of stocks belong to the category of lukewarm. In the past few years, the stock price has been fluctuating up and down 15 yuan, and is now in the trough of 2 years. Is this stock okay? Yi Bingling hesitated. At this time, the office door was pushed open. Yi Bingling's face sank. Who is so rude, the door does not even knock to barge in. When she saw the person who came, she couldn't get angry. The person who came was tall, with skin as white as snow, and clear eyebrows, with a classical beauty that was out of place in the modern world. Tangshi, why are you here? Yi Bingling was surprised. Aren't you preparing for a new movie? Tangshi is one of only a few girlfriends of Yi Bingling, although the two met at work, and their personalities and temperaments are very different, but unexpectedly compatible, often drink tea and chat and go shopping together. It can be said that there is nothing to talk about. Unlike Yi Bingling, who always exuded an aura of rejecting others, Tangshi was like a gentle and beautiful neighboring sister, making people subconsciously want to get close to her. Tangshi closed the door with her backhand and said excitedly, I heard that you are in love and came over to interrogate you. Yi Bingling was startled. Who did you hear that from? Tangshi said, I met with Li Jun today to talk about the magazine cover and he told me. Li Jun is crazy, right? Yi Bingling couldn't believe it. Tangshi said, he said your boyfriend is an employee of the company. Yi Bingling, you always reminded me not to fall in love with the male actors who play along. I didn't expect that you, a little rabbit, ate the grass on the edge of the nest. Do you think you are engaging in subterfuge? There is no such thing. Yi Bingling denied it. Still don't admit it? Li Jun said that person called Li Rui, you in order to fall in love conveniently, specially transferred the person to the next door. Tangshur said to the next door glanced, and there are people who saw the two of you this morning from the hotel together out. Yi Bingling is about to go crazy. This is all where ah. When did I fall in love with Li Rui? I transferred him to the next door is not to fall in love conveniently and last night. Yi Bingling suddenly realized that this matter jumped to the Yellow River may not be able to wash clean. Lonely men and women come out of the hotel early in the morning, all individuals will suspect their relationship. Boom. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Yi Bingling knocked her fist on the desk, then wanted to shed tears from the pain. Seeing her like this, Tangshur was startled. What are you doing? I'm not letting you fall in love, I'm just afraid that you'll be cheated and fooled, and come over to help you keep an eye on it. I really didn't fall in love. Li Rui and I have nothing between us. Yi Bingling said in annoyance. The way she said this, she was actually a bit vain. Although it's true that nothing happened between the two people, but last night everything was ambiguous in every way. Well, I believe you. Although you guys went to a room, it doesn't mean anything. Tangshur smiled and said, then can you tell me what kind of person he is? Hello, okay, I will be honest with you. Yi Bingling also knew that at this time, if she didn't confess all, then she really couldn't explain it clearly. Half an hour later, Yi Bingling retold what happened last night in its original form. Tangshur was dumbfounded and asked a series of questions without waiting to hear it. You say that he, a small employee who just graduated more than a year ago, is actually a stock speculator with more than $6 million in his stock account? Driving a Bentley? The new Bentley Mulsanne, wow, I want to sit. Sounds like he's quite capable and actually sees the future of group buying so thoroughly? I've long felt that Edward is unreliable. Luckily Li Rui saved you. You were drunk out of your mind and he sent you to a hotel room and then did nothing? Is there something wrong with him physically? Yi Bingling angry, can you not be so dirty? How is this sordid of me? I am for the sake of your future married life, afraid that you are not happy. Tangshur said seriously. Yi Bingling was speechless. You've learned to be bad since you finished filming Sword Immortal Wonderful Warrior 3, you've learned to be smooth talker. Tangshur snorted and laughed, well, I won't tease you. I'm serious, this man is not bad, quite suitable for you. Don't talk nonsense, it's impossible for me and him. Yi Bingling glared at her. But she was a little happy in her heart. Li Rui has been in the company for more than a year, she has no impression. Yesterday's one day of contact left her with a deep memory that made her panic. Really? You don't want such a good man, then introduce him to me. Tangshur said with a smiling face. He's right next door, you can go over and get to know him yourself. Yi Bingling snorted coldly. Tangshur bristled, you think I don't dare? She said she was going to open the door and go next door. Yi Bingling hurriedly said, quickly back. Tangshur smiled incomparably bright, afraid? We really nothing, I have said, I just want to learn stock investment with him. Here, look, this is the stock he recommended to me. Yi Bingling pointed to the computer screen. Tangshur glanced at it and said, is it so powerful? I usually also study the stock, how do I not know that the flying integrated favorable good news I see you are in love with the mind, what men say believe. Which I have. Yi Bingling's rebuttal is very bottomless. Tangshur winked, why don't you just have a meal together at noon, and I will test him for you. If I can pass my test, I'll believe that you're really just learning things from him. Then I'll ask him. Yi Bingling inexplicably agreed. Perhaps she also wanted to have lunch with Li Rui.